everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
The Elden Lord will not die alone. Chapter 31 to 60. The young girl turned her left hand over, admiring it. Even if this ring didn't have the ability to summon, it was still a very beautiful ornament. So how should it be used? Unlike the other items in her possession, Mia had no memory of how to summon Torrent. To summon a horse, one should whistle, right? Just like in other works of art, you blow a whistle, and the horse will come running. Even if the person is on one end of the continent and the horse is on the other, a single whistle would make the horse teleport near the protagonist, and then it would appear from the protagonist's blind spot, walking with a leisurely pace. Mia swallowed hard, attempting to imitate it. Placing the tips of her left thumb and index finger together, the young girl recalled a tutorial she had learned who knows how many years ago, and put the two fingers into her mouth. Pressing the tip of her tongue against her upper front teeth, she blew. Unsurprisingly, she sprayed spit all over her hand. How unrefined. Mia shook her hand, and refusing to believe it wouldn't work, tried again. Phew, there's a sound. No, this is entirely her vocal cords making the sound, not her fingers and lips. This is just a whistle sound she's using to deceive herself. Mia, who couldn't whistle, cast a look of help towards Melina. Then she discovered that Melina, who had been crouching on the side, had vanished without a trace. Mia blinked blankly, subconsciously calling out. No one responded. Little Wood. Still no response. I am here. The chestnut-haired girl suddenly appeared behind Mia. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Mia looked at her in embarrassment and annoyance. Ever since learning her true identity from Melina, Mia had become uninhibited. We're all family, why be so distant? This matter is still just a guess. Melina put on an expression as serious as if a family member had just passed away. Mother never told me anything else about you. This is called deduction. Mia retorted, all right, Melina, teach me how to summon Torrent. Melina hesitated for a moment. You only need to blow air towards that ring. Like this. Upon hearing this, Mia hooked her left index finger, which wore the ring, and pressed the ring against her lips. The ring itself emitted a clear, loud whistle. Torrent appeared the moment the sound rang out. The spirit steed's appearance was almost exactly the same as Melina's, emerging from sparkling dust that felt very girlish. The horned spirit steed appeared, taking light, nimble steps. Mia looked over in pleasant surprise, and Torrent responded with its bright, dark eyes. It was Torrent that led me to find you. Melina watched this scene, hiding the gratification in her eyes deep within her heart. Mia reached out her hand, and the spirit steed docilely brought its head over, pressing it into the young girl's palm. Torrent says you reminded of its former master. Mia suddenly turned her head to ask Melina, you can understand what Torrent says? Melina nodded. Both Torrent and I exist in the form of spirits, so we have some things in common. Torrent rubbed against Mia's palm, lifted its hooves and took 2 steps back, then knelt down. It is asking you to ride it. Is that so? Mia walked to Torrent's side and cautiously sat on the saddle. This was Mia's first time riding a horse, but presumably, it shouldn't be much different from riding a donkey. She sat side saddle on the saddle, and just as she was about to swing her other leg over, Torrent stood up. Torrent was much taller than KL's little donkey, and Mia immediately grabbed tightly onto the pommel of Torrent's saddle. Feeling the young girl's panic on its back, the spirit steed happily shook its head, letting out a joyful snort. Carried by Torrent, they walked out of the forest. Torrent's steps were very steady, and after mastering her balance, Mia relaxed. The horse's back rose and fell with its steps, and sitting in the saddle felt just like sitting in a cradle. Melina had disappeared again. But she should still be nearby, right? No response. Whatever, let's just ask the question first. Melina, there is one thing I don't know how to explain, that is, I seem to be able to travel across worlds. The young girl asked aloud to the empty air around her. Melina suddenly appeared again, walking beside Mia. This is the most unique grace bestowed upon you by Queen Marika. The most unique grace, huh? Mia looked towards the direction of the Erd tree. If this is what Marika wants her to do, then she is willing to fight to repair the Golden Order. As a traveler, the thing she must not forget is the origin of all this, where her power comes from. Nothing comes without a price. This is a trade. If it meant using her death in her previous life to exchange for such experiences, traveling through various worlds to gain power, and then becoming the Elden Lord to restore order to the lands between, then Mia was willing to accept this trade. Are there any other questions? Melina suddenly asked. If possible, please ask all your questions at once. Frequently appearing and disappearing is very troublesome. I'm your older sister, don't you even have this much patience? I have no comment. Then why were you comparing heights with me just now? If there are no more questions, I will vanish now. Although it sounded like she was asking for Mia's opinion, Melina's actions showed no sign of actually seeking one. Littlewood vanished cleanly and efficiently. Looking at Melina, who had disappeared once again, Mia could only sigh. This Littlewood seems to have quite a personality, and is unexpectedly sharp-tongued. However, being stoic and sharp-tongued go best together. Chapter 30. Heading south. How big do you all think the lands between actually is? In my imagination, it's roughly Central and Western Europe, with Italy, Scandinavia, and Britain shaved off, stood upright. And then twisted a bit. Doesn't it look quite similar? Riding the spirit steed, Mia walked out of the forest. When Kael and Wilden saw Mia again, they were both surprised because she was riding Torrent. What is this? This is Torrent. Mia leaned over and stroked Torrent's neck. It's a child Melina gave to me. Lapland circled around the spirit steed. Torrent half knelt, letting Mia get off its back. She gave you this? Kael looked around. So, where is that person? He did not see any trace of Melina. He didn't know what she had talked about with Mia in the woods, but to leave after appearing and delivering a strange horse was really suspicious. Just as he was thinking this. I am here. Melina suddenly appeared behind Kael, scaring the merchant so much that he zipped far away. Melina calmly bowed slightly. My name is Melina, and from now on, I will travel with everyone. Travel together? Kael frowned and together with the silent Wilden, cast an inquiring look at Mia. Next, it would depend on whether her lying skills were good enough. Well, you see, I am a Tarnished. A Tarnished usually has a Finger Maiden by their side, and the Finger Maiden will guide the Tarnished to become the Elden Lord. Mia explained unhurriedly, Melina is my Finger Maiden. In that case, traveling together is a very reasonable request. Kael nodded. Well, though, I still listen to you. After all, this group was pulled together by you. Not to mention Wilden, Kael had never asked what exactly had happened between Wilden and Mia. Take himself for instance, if he hadn't traveled with Mia, he wouldn't have had the idea to head south to look for other members of his tribe. It could be said that Mia was the center of the three. 32 Section 32 Chapter 32 Mia gave a simple, honest smile. However, Kael swallowed, then continued, while it might be a bit, arrogant, I have a suggestion. What is it? If we are going to travel together, please stop appearing and disappearing so suddenly. Kael said to Melina with great sincerity. He had already been scared twice. I understand. Melina nodded. Then she added, however, I have no complaints about my own behavior, so please try to adapt to it, she said coldly, without a hint of pity. Kael was stunned. Although our journey has not yet begun, as Lady Mia's Finger Maiden, I will certainly tolerate any shortcomings of her companions, so please adapt to my way of doing things. Ah, this. So infuriating. I would like to remind you once again that I exist as a spirit attached to Lady Mia. If you show excessive hostility, I have the right to disappear before you. But looking at that expressionless face, the kind that says, even if you hit me, you won't gain anything, and hearing the completely emotionless voice, Kael felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten excrement. Mia laughed, feeling a bit awkward. It was an unexpected, yet reasonable, conversation. Mia suddenly discovered a blind spot in Melina's previous words. "Melina, you said you exist as a spirit attached to me. Since when?" Mia felt a bit guilty. If Melina had been attached to her ever since she transmigrated, wouldn't everything she did have been under her watchful eye all this time? A sudden sense of alarm rose in Mia's heart. Her privacy. Besides, everything she had done since transmigrating. It seemed she hadn't done anything too unspeakable. But who knew if she would in the future? According to Murphy's Law, when you suspect something bad might happen, it usually does. Therefore, Mia felt that she would definitely do some very private things in the future. Like that kind of cough, better not think about it in detail. The more she thought, the more wary she became of Melina's presence. "When I am not attached to you, I can also move along the Erd tree's roots beneath the lands between," Melina explained unhurriedly. Then, as if she had seen through Mia's thoughts, she added, "Please rest assured, Lady Mia. My level of cognition is sufficient to discern certain sensitive scenarios. If they truly happen in the future, I will avoid them, unless you want me to see." Wait, stop. What do you mean by certain sensitive scenarios? And what do you mean by unless you want me to see? I think the topic we're discussing right now is already very sensitive. Wilden and Kale are still watching from the side. Very well then. Melina nodded. "I look forward to you becoming the Elden Lord." Having said that, Melina disappeared again. At least show some look of anticipation. Mia could only suppress her retort in her heart. Turning around, she found that Wilden and Kale were both looking at her. Mia scratched the back of her head. "In short, we have another travel companion, that's all there is to it. She is a special soldier." Wilden nodded. Kale let out a long sigh. Group status 1. Let's just rest. After that night, nothing else happened. Apart from Melina's visit, the only other episode was when Mia and Kale were awakened by the howling of wolves just before dawn. Red discovered that danger was approaching. It was the sound of hooves. The three of them quickly hid behind a rocky hill. As the sound of hooves went from distant to near, and then gradually away, Mia cautiously poked half her head out from behind the cover, and saw 3 cavalrymen carrying large machetes galloping along the dirt road leading to the forest. A moment later, they entered the forest and disappeared from sight. Caden mercenaries. Wilden also poked his head out from behind Mia. "I didn't expect their contract to last this long. This place is quite suitable for the Caden people to raise horses. This grassland below Storm Hill looked like a land with lush water and grass. We should set off." The soldier walked out from behind the shelter of the rocks. "If we are heading south, we will follow the edge of the forest to avoid the main road." Mia nodded. It was best not to linger too long in a place so close to the Royal Army's encampment. Because they hadn't lit a fire at all last night, the preparations before setting off today were very quick. Before the sky was fully bright, the group had set off on their journey again. To their left was a vast expanse of grassland, and to their right was a dense forest. They walked along the boundary between the grassland and the forest, immersed in the wondrous natural scenery. Mia had seen grassland in the summer before. That was one summer vacation during her student days before she transmigrated, when she was fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of that green ocean. Admittedly, no matter where the grassland is, it always makes one feel their own insignificance. From before dawn until noon, Storm Hill was still in sight behind them, but the storm gate and the ruins in front of it had long since disappeared from view. Mia's stomach started to growl. She had only eaten some roa fruit in the morning. If that thing were in her previous life, it could have been hyped up as the king of fruits, and then a bunch of slogans like lowering blood sugar, protecting cardiovascular health, beautifying the skin, and improving constipation would have flooded Billy. It would have become the next generation representative of high-end light meals for young women. But in Mia's view, that thing wasn't filling at all. After all, it was just fruit. Mia, riding Torrent, turned back and shouted, "Do you have anything to eat?" "Only jerky." Kale, riding Amia, replied. With Torrent, Kale finally didn't have to walk on foot. Mia hesitated for a moment. "That'll do." Torrent slowed down a bit so that Kale behind could catch up. The merchant handed 2 pieces of jerky to Mia. Mia was about to reach for money. Then, she froze. When she had Melina level her up yesterday, it seemed, she had dumped all her money out at once. Mia looked at Kale with extreme guilt. The merchant, however, didn't realize what had happened at all. He didn't even mention money. Torrent moved forward on its own, walking in front of Kale once again. In the girl's heart, it was as if 2 little devils were arguing. One was saying, "Anyway, Kale didn't ask for money, so why not just let it slide?" The other was saying, "Yes, yes." "Ah, no, no." Mia shook her head. She still had to explain. Mia looked back, her eyes dodging and her voice lacking confidence. Kale looked over. But Mia had absolutely no idea how to explain it. If she said she had no money, then where did her money go? She had been eating, living, and traveling with Kale for the past few days. Could such an excuse really pass? Would he think she was deliberately trying to deceive him? Just as Mia was trying hard to think, Kale said, "Is it about the money?" Mia, caught off guard, choked on her words. "Why bother with money?" Kale waved his hand carelessly. "Just consider it a cost of traveling together." From that deserted village to the beastmen in the forest, Kale could be said to have been freeloading off the two's protection the whole way. It wouldn't do not to give something back. Moreover, there was no longer the same estrangement between them as before. Why talk about money? Talking about money hurts relationships. Mia nodded, moved. She said thank you to Kale, then lowered her head to chew on the jerky in her hand. Starving, Mia completely forgot her original stance, and ate the rat jerky Kale had made. For the sake of survival, one always has to compromise. Not saying the words "it's delicious" was the girl's final stubbornness. The reason was that Kale's jerky really didn't taste good at all. Chapter 33. It belongs to that kind of life sign maintenance substance that can eliminate your appetite even if it doesn't fill your stomach. After getting used to this food, it's not exactly unacceptable, is it? Well, anyway, finding pleasure in pain that others perceive as such has always been one of Mia's strengths. After that, the group continued to move forward unchanged. "There should be a lake around here, right?" Mia asked, looking curiously at the surrounding scenery, towards Wilden in front. There were no lakes anywhere in sight. The soldier leaned on the spear in his hand, not falling behind anyone even while relying only on his feet. "Lake Agil," Wilden answered. "Legend says that a dragon dwells there." "A dragon, huh?" Mia gazed into the distance, her thoughts gradually drifting. Melina suddenly appeared. "I would ask that you do not have such unrealistic fantasies at this stage. Even the weakest dragon is not something you can face right now. Could you please not startle people like that?" "I would ask that you get used to it as well," Melina answered coldly. "Ha," Mia sighed helplessly. What did Melina just say? Was she stopping her from dragon slaying? "Are you worried about me?" "No," Melina denied. "After I possessed your body, I became able to experience a portion of your sensations." Mia was startled. "Sensory sharing? What kind of eroge setting is this? Is it real?" "I don't believe it. Unless I test it." Mia looked around, and like a thief, she quietly pulled back her hand and pinched her forearm very hard. Without mercy, the force was so great that even Mia herself grimaced. Melina visibly paused, and then Mia saw her touch her own arm. There's a chance. If Mia's eyes were normal, then her expression right now could be described as her eyes shining with excitement. Then could it be? Mia looked at Melina, then looked away, then looked at Melina again. She repeated this guilty behavior several times. It's not very appropriate in broad daylight. But if it were at night, like when we set up camp tonight, could I find a chance to be alone? I would ask that you do not have improper thoughts. Ah, no, no. Mia's little thoughts were exposed on the spot, and she coughed twice, feeling guilty. If you are too mischievous, I might leave you and move along the Erdtree's branches again. Therefore, please conduct yourself with dignity at all times and protect yourself. Being lectured, Mia completely lost her confidence. It felt like returning to childhood, the age of being managed by a mother figure at all times. What an unpleasant memory. Melina disappeared again. Mia pouted and looked into the distance. 3 spirit wolves were chasing each other on the grassland. Ever since Mia got Torrent, the speed of their journey had significantly increased. The speed of a group always depends on the slowest member, and before, the slowest among them was Kale. Because Mia had rented the donkey, Kale could only walk while leading the donkey like Zhubeiji. As for Wilden, he was tall and sturdy, took long strides, and was tireless, from beginning to end. He was the important role who paved the way in front. But now, with Mia having Torrent, Kale could also ride the donkey. Now, the slowest one walking in the group had become Wilden. Even so, Wilden still walked at the very front, but compared to before, Wilden, not needing to worry about their speed, had completely unleashed his pace. Chapter 31. North of Lake Agiel. The girl was riding a horse, yawning. No phone, no books. Even if she wanted to sleep, the saddle was not a soft seat. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, it couldn't satisfy Mia, a soul from earth. She felt her crotch was being chafed so painfully by the saddle. Before, when riding Amia, she didn't feel much because the little donkey's back was narrow and it didn't walk fast. Now, riding Torrent, she felt it was not right. Her legs had been spread for too long, and her inner thighs were almost numb. She had given up sitting astride and instead chose to sit sideways. Although it wasn't as stable as sitting astride, for Mia's petite figure, it was only a difference of 100 to 90. The horse's back could accommodate her bottom. Let's rest for a while. Mia called out to Wilden, who was leaning on his spear and striding forward. They had been walking for a whole morning. Kale took out a pocket watch from his bosom that he rarely showed anyone and glanced at it. It's about time. Wilden nodded. From dawn to noon today, it had been about 6 or 7 hours. The grassland was easier to walk on than the forest, and thanks to Torrent, by now today, they had already traveled about the same distance as they used to from morning to evening. The 3 of them found a flat piece of land back by the forest and facing the grassland. Sitting sideways, Mia jumped off Torrent easily. Since it was daytime and just a mid-journey rest, there was no need to start a fire. They stretched their limbs to relieve the fatigue of riding from morning until now. By the time the 3 of them continued on their way, more than an hour had passed. Continuing to move southeast, they later saw 4 or 5 Khaden people herding horses on the grassland. Tall Khaden knights were protecting the grazing herd. Fortunately, they were quick-eyed and nimble, and the group quickly hid in the forest. After the shouting of the Khaden people came from afar, the herd of horses galloped away. After the trembling of the earth subsided, the 3 of them came out of the forest. Day and night passed, and in the evening, the spirit wolves found a stream flowing due south, so they camped there. On the morning of the second day, the forest that had obstructed the view on one side finally disappeared onto a cliff. A lake appeared before them. The cliff at the lake shore was towering, a lake with a vast and boundless surface. Under the sky of the lands between, which was forever covered by thick dark clouds, the dark blue lake surface extended toward the end of the horizon, seeming as if it would never end. The girl reined in her horse. Lake Agiel. Kale caught up from behind. The largest lake in Limgrave. Mia gazed at the scenery before her. This was what you called a real lake. The lakes in the game, except for the name, had nothing to do with a lake. At best, they were just swamps. Full of danger. And this Lake Agiel in front of her, she couldn't see the opposite shore at a glance. It was as if it were a sea. The girl got off Torrent, stepped on the knee-high grass, and carefully came to the edge of the cliff by the lake. She had already heard the sound of the rippling lake water hitting the rocks, and she carefully stuck her head out at the edge of the cliff. Then she instantly pulled it back. There was no open space below the cliff wall, it was almost at a right angle, going straight into the lake surface. She didn't dare to look much more. Are there other lakes in Limgrave? There are quite a few. Kale answered, but basically none of them are famous, and none are as big as Lake Agheel. Mia nodded. Along the lake, the next part was a long downhill road. About an hour later, a gap appeared in the cliff by the lake. The gap was a gentle slope leading down to the less steep lakeshore below. The girl also saw the muddy lakeshore below. That couldn't be considered good scenery. On the waterlogged shoals stood trees with blackened exteriors, sparse and desolate. It gave a gloomy feeling like a graveyard. This actually corresponded to the image in the game. We had better stay away from the lakeshore. Kale warned, those trees are the dragon's handiwork. No one knew where the dragon lived or where it would appear. But every time it appeared, it would bring raging flames. How big is this lake? I don't know. This time it was Wilden who answered her. After the Shattering War, there haven't been many people in this area. Actually, when the author was writing this, they were thinking of Qinghai Lake. Walking along the lake by the afternoon, they heard the sound of flowing water. Ahead, a rushing big river was flowing into Lake Agheel. The river water was buried deep in the towering valleys. Looking down from above, the surging river water was constantly hitting the rocks. 34 Section 34 Chapter 30 For the far bank of the river was hidden, within the veil like mist rising from the water, a grey, indistinct blur. The group turned north as Wilden said there was a bridge to the north that would allow them to cross the river. Is that the bridge on the main road? Mia asked. Wilden nodded. Will there be guards on that bridge? Wilden looked back. I can provide cover and you two can rush across. The soldier had already planned it out. If anyone actually blocked the way, he could distract the guards, and then Mia and Kale could ride their mounts across. He would catch up afterward. This way, he could avoid harming the soldiers of the royal army, while still allowing the two of them to pass safely. Mia felt this plan was feasible, but Kale clearly lacked confidence. Are you sure? Kale asked nervously. There's probably no other way, Wilden replied. The merchant struggled with the decision, hesitating for a long time. How about you and Mia go first, and then I'll follow? By yourself. We nomadic people have been able to wander for so long because we have our own methods, Kale said confidently. Mia glanced at him. If you hadn't been traveling with us these past few days, you would have died twice already. That's because I couldn't perform well while with you. Hey, there's a bridge, he said, suddenly shouting aloud. The three looked over and a suspension bridge hanging high above the ravine appeared before them, spanning high across the rushing water between two cliffs. Let's go from here, Mia suggested. This would avoid the risk of exposing themselves to the royal army. I'll go take a look, Wilden said, walking over first. He pulled hard on the ropes anchoring the suspension bridge at the cliff's edge and found that it barely swayed. Then he turned back and waved at the two. It's safe to cross. Mia trusted Wilden, and when he said it was fine, the young girl breathed a sigh of relief. Go back for now. Mia patted Torrent and the spirit steed vanished obediently. Kale also led Amia to the edge of the bridge. The three spirit wolves had already run ahead, and were waiting for them in the middle of the bridge. Mia stepped onto the suspension bridge. It was barely wide enough for two people to pass. She hadn't taken a few steps before the wooden planks beneath the young girl's feet creaked with every stride. She immediately grabbed the suspension bridge's railing ropes, nervously edging toward the side of the planks, trying to reduce the load on them. Looking back at Kale, he hadn't stepped onto the bridge yet. He was putting a blindfold on the resistant Amia. Looking ahead, Wilden was also advancing cautiously, one hand on the railing rope, only taking the next step after the previous one was firm. These planks should be sturdy enough, since Wilden had already walked so far. The muscles in the young girl's throat trembled, but she summoned her courage and walked a few more steps forward. She couldn't help but look down, where the rushing river water roared as it flowed beneath the bridge. Mia's legs went weak, and she nearly missed her footing, throwing herself onto the railing ropes. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it. But for Mia right now, she clearly hadn't faced the fear of heights enough times. Even though she could now face miserable corpses without a flicker of emotion, or feast on roasted rats. These were fears Mia had already eliminated by facing them. She had seen corpses many times, and rats many times. But specifically, she really hadn't walked across suspension bridges many times. Mia was actually the type who was very reliable in critical moments, but occasionally embarrassing. "Watch out!" Kale shouted. "I'm fine," the young girl shouted, putting up a brave front. She tilted her head back and took a deep breath. If only she could fly. Mia's muscles were tense all over, trying not to look down, but the suspension bridge's planks were still right below. The loud, roaring sound of the river water below echoed in her ears, making it impossible not to have terrible thoughts. The young girl walked forward stiffly, like a robot. Suddenly, Mia heard a sigh beside her. An arm suddenly wrapped around her, and a gentle coolness appeared in her palm. "As the future Elden Lord, your unsightly behavior is truly shameful. Let this be the last time." Melina appeared beside Mia, supporting the young girl. Before Mia could speak, "I take a step, you take a step," Melina said. Mia let out a sound like a mosquito. Melina took her arm and walked forward. For some reason, with Melina by her side, Mia's fear subsided. Even though she was still looking at the wooden planks beneath her feet, and seeing the rushing river through the gaps, there was no more room in her mind to think about those things. Melina's cool voice came to her ears again, "Please relax a little." Mia realized then that she was almost leaning her entire body against Melina, and Melina's hand in her palm was being squeezed slightly red. The further they walked toward the middle, the more the suspension bridge swayed. Wilden had reached the center of the bridge, and the spirit wolves were waiting for them at 2/3 of the way across. Amia, wearing the blindfold, was almost catching up under Kale's careful guidance. The suspension bridge remained sturdy. Kale suddenly shouted in annoyance. Mia and Melina had already walked halfway. At this moment, everyone including Wilden turned back together. They saw that the terrified little donkey had gone on strike after walking only 1/3 of the way. It was lying on the ground, its belly pressed tightly against the bridge planks, not moving at all. "Keep moving, we'll be across soon." Kale couldn't get angry at a donkey, so he could only persuade it earnestly. "It's more dangerous for you to crouch here." The group's movement stopped at this moment. Wilden turned back, preparing to walk back, seemingly wanting to help. Just then, the barking of the spirit wolves came from further ahead. That sound signaled uninvited guests. Mia looked over quickly. She saw that on the opposite side of the bridge, a shiny bald head had appeared at some point, holding. Ah no, a male tarnished with a shiny bald head had appeared. He was holding a spear, planting it on the ground, and supporting a tower shield with his other hand. Mia saw him take a deep breath. "This bridge was built by me, this road was opened by me. If you want to cross this bridge, leave behind the toll." Patch's Bandit Group. We have guests. Chapter 32. Patch's 6K, a 6K big chapter. Round it up and it's like 3 updates. Hurry up and reward me. Patch's Bandit Group, we have guests. The bald man's voice had just fallen. 4 or 5 guys of various heights scrambled up from below the cliff, blocking the retreat of Mia and the others. Where were they hiding? Kale's eyes widened in panic. The bandits were holding a hodgepodge of weapons, and wearing a hodgepodge of clothes. Among them were both tarnished and Erdtree folk. Although there weren't many people, the species diversity was shockingly high. Patches was blocking the bridge exit all by himself. The spirit wolves crouched down angrily, emitting threatening growls. Wilden gripped his spear tightly. "Don't move," Patches said, looking at Wilden, who was nervously gripping his weapon. Patches held his great shield in front of him, exposing only his head, and pressed the blade of his spear against the suspension bridge's ropes. Wilden frowned tightly. This was the worst-case scenario. The situation now was that the group was in a completely disadvantageous position. This was a suspension bridge, fixed entirely by ropes anchored at both ends of the bridge. No matter how sturdy the ropes were, they were still ropes, not steel cables, not stone. Once the two ends of the bridge were controlled, the people on the bridge could be said to be at their mercy. Cutting the suspension ropes and letting everyone fall into the rushing river below was something the bandits could do easily. And if they wanted to charge forward to resist, they would first have to run across those wooden planks where one had to be careful not to miss a step even when walking slowly. Compared to the distance Wilden would need to run, the time it would take for the bald bandit in front to cut the ropes was negligible. The three spirit wolves also clearly saw the crisis right before them. They stared intently at Patches. "That's right," Patches nodded with satisfaction. "Hurry up and hand over your money." Patches' cunning eyes watched them. Seeing that the group hadn't made a move for a long time, he spoke again. "What's the matter?" He put on an air of being very reasonable and spouted nonsense. "This bridge you're walking on was built by us, you know. It wouldn't be right not to pay a bridge toll, would it?" Somehow, the accent this Patches spoke with felt very annoying. Not to mention whether this sturdy suspension bridge could have been built by Patches and his group of ragged-looking lackeys. Just regarding the bridge toll, Mia knew this notorious guy was going to hike up the price and extort them. You ask why Mia knows Patches is notorious. Everyone who plays Souls-like games knows Patches. That old rascal Miyazaki has this jerk appear in almost every work, and his character design is pretty much the same. Chapter 35. Like Wilden, Mia could also see how disadvantageous their position was while standing on the suspension bridge. None of them had any proper ranged attack capabilities. Mia had never tried using fire to attack such a distant target, and furthermore, being on a suspension bridge, one careless use of fire could lead to tragedy. When that happened, there would be no need for anyone to cut the ropes. Mia could kill everyone herself. If there was really no other way, she would just have to bite the bullet and take the loss. Although she didn't have a single coin in her pocket. "How much money do you want?" But she couldn't lose her nerve. While shouting at Patches, Mia was also quickly thinking of a way to break the deadlock. Since forcing their way through wasn't an option, and using fire was problematic, she would listen to what Patches had to say first. The bald man scrutinized the group, especially Mia. "Judging by your attire and the fact that you have a local as a guard, you shouldn't be short on money, right?" Patches commented, rubbing his chin. "How about this? I'll give you a discount. 3,000 runes per soldier, for a total of 10,000 runes. Let's just call it making friends, how about that?" "How did you calculate 3,000 per soldier coming to a total of 10,000? Mia roared in frustration. "That donkey counts as 1/3 of a soldier." Patches shouted back righteously. "I didn't even count your dogs." "Who are you calling a dog?" The three spirit wolves barked in indignation simultaneously. The bald man shrank his neck, and it was clear he lacked confidence. Mia saw Patches' cowardice. A plan suddenly popped into her head, though she wasn't sure if it would work. "No money," Mia shouted righteously. This time it was Patches' turn to be stunned, completely not expecting that Mia, on the bridge, was not afraid of his threats at all. Rubbing his nose, he shouted helplessly, "Take out anything valuable, and that will count as paying." "We don't have that either." "Want her to pay a bandit?" Even if she were captured and humiliated, she wouldn't yield. After shouting, Mia took a breath and yelled again, "No money, but you can have my life. If you're capable, go ahead and tear down this bridge." The others weren't panicked, but Kale started to panic. Mia turned back and gave him a determined look. She was betting that Patches wouldn't dare cut the bridge. She looked at Patches, who stood on the other side of the bridge, eyes wide in disbelief. Mia had bet correctly. Patches's face, which looked wicked at first glance, was filled with astonishment. "If you've got the guts, do it." Mia added fuel to the fire. Judging by this guy's proficiency, this was clearly not his first time extorting travelers crossing the bridge. He must have made some money from this bridge. If he cut the bridge himself, wouldn't he be cutting off his own source of income? Besides, Patches's underlings were on the other side of the bridge. Would he dare to cut the ropes just like that? Watching Patches, who didn't know what to do, Mia proudly held her head high in her heart. "I am a female lecturer who is proficient in human nature. I'm telling you. We won't hand over anything." "You idiot!" Patches shouted in exasperation, angrily grabbing the suspension bridge ropes. He tried to shake the bridge, but unfortunately, with his strength, the bridge didn't move at all. Not only that, but he also saw Mia sit down directly on the bridge. The young girl stretched her legs out between the wooden planks, sitting on the bridge. Her legs dangled in the air, swinging nonchalantly. Don't look at her as if she wasn't afraid at all right now. In reality, she was about to pee herself. Forcing a contemptuous smile, she pointed at Patches, "Keep waiting." As she spoke, she provocatively took a water bottle from her storage space and took a sip, showing off her ample supplies. Wilden and Kale followed suit. Kale leaned against Amia, who was lying on the bridge, not daring to move, and started chewing on some dried meat. Wilden leaned against the suspension cables of the bridge and yawned. Patches jumped up and down on the other side, shouting and cursing Mia's cunning. "Yeah, keep going, I can wait you out all day," Mia said on the swaying suspension bridge, occasionally glancing at the big river below, pretending to be relaxed. Just at this moment, a member of the bandit group couldn't hold back anymore. "You guys, don't push it too far." Judging by his height, the soldier was likely a tarnished, wearing a dirty set of light armor. "Big Brother Patches. I don't see anything special about these guys, and it's not like we haven't defeated Royal Army soldiers before. Let's just all go together and grab their stuff." The minion shouted from behind Mia's group. Patches crouched at the bridgehead, looking slightly gloomy, neither stopping nor approving of this action. The minion raised a short sword and walked onto the bridge. The closest soldier to him was Kale. Kale looked left and right. Mia, who was relatively close to him, was always ready to help. But Kale didn't want Mia to help him. Along the way, the battles had been dominated by Mia and Wilden, and he, a mere wandering merchant, could only watch the two of them slaughter their way through everything, which left an adult male's self-esteem with nowhere to place itself. A mere tarnished bandit, it wasn't as if Kale hadn't handled one before. "I'll do it myself." He gripped his instrument, waiting for the bandit in front of him to approach. Kale could clearly see the sallow complexion of this scrawny tarnished. "Don't look down on people." The guy shouted and ran over, raising his short sword. Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared behind the bandit. Melina suddenly appeared behind that bandit, covering his mouth, and a curved dagger, which had appeared out of nowhere in her hand, was pressed against the guy's throat. "Ah, this." The bandits by the bridge all retreated 2 steps in fear. "When did this woman appear?" "Don't misunderstand, I'm just feeling a bit annoyed. And as a companion of Lady Mia, please protect yourself as well," Melina said, coercing the bandit to turn around and pushing him back into the group of bandits. Then Melina disappeared. Then, when she reappeared, it was behind Patches. Patches, who was crouching on the ground, heard the sound behind him and turned his head stiffly. There, the chestnut-haired young girl was looking down at him while reverse-gripping a gleaming curved dagger. A young girl holding a dagger suddenly appeared behind him. This scene didn't just appear in certain youth educational anime. Melina looked at Patches, and the eyes she had opened revealed an expression of disgust. The latter immediately dropped his weapon and scrambled onto the bridge. The elusive Melina was truly terrifying. Wait a second. He clutched his head with both hands. But Melina still walked over with a blank expression, holding the dagger. The bandits on the other side of the bridge became restless. Paw. Big Brother Patches. Go save Big Brother Patches. I'd like to see who dares. Kale held his sword, pointed the tip at those guys, and shouted. Although he hadn't been able to help at all just now, it didn't prevent him from taking advantage of the situation. After Melina showed her skills, the 4 men under Patches were all fearful of the enemy with unknown abilities. Seeing Kale holding a sword at them and Mia holding a golden sword in the back, the 4 men immediately shrank back. But a moment later, the bandits summoned their courage. If you dare to harm Big Brother Patches, we'll fight you to the death. This guy, unexpectedly, had a group of loyal underlings. Patches waved his hands frantically at the approaching Melina, retreating continuously, and accidentally stepped into empty air. With a scream, one leg got stuck in the gap between the wooden planks, and Patches fell onto the bridge on his butt. To make matters worse, Patches heard the low growl of wolves behind him. The spirit wolves were crouching low, approaching him in a hunting stance. Even worse, even more so, behind the 3 wolves was Wilden, approaching with a spear. Patches was on the verge of tears. He didn't expect to stumble here. I surrender. He put on an expression of extreme fear, trembling as he begged for mercy. However, no one paid him any attention. Melina, sharpening her blade, Wilden, and the 3 spirit wolves were still approaching him. Spare me, he wailed. With his legs stuck in the wooden planks and his weapon dropped at the bridgehead, he couldn't even put up a desperate fight. 36 Section 36 Chapter 36 Melina had already arrived before Patches, tightly gripping the dagger she could swing at any moment. Just when everyone thought Patches was about to be cut down, and even Patches himself had prepared to fight for his life, she looked toward Mia and spoke. They are bandits, one of those lives that makes no contribution and deserves no respect. Though it was a gentle voice, it traveled across dozens of meters and reached Mia's ears. Even though they are also living beings, I am willing to follow your lead on how to handle them. However, I also ask that you never regret any decision you make. Mia looked at Melina and nodded solemnly. This is far enough. Understood, Melina replied softly, and then she vanished. This time, she did not reappear behind anyone else. Seeing the immediate crisis dissipate, Patches let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, someone listened to reason. Thank goodness. Actually, I knew from the start that you guys would be reasonable, he. He gave a fawning smile. Could you please help me pull my leg out? Gerd Lapland let out a low, angry growl at him. All right, don't get excited. He quickly waved his hands. Big Brother Patches. The other lackeys were still shouting loudly from the other side. Patches looked at them and waved grandly, proving that his life was not in danger for the moment. Wilden, go to the back. Mia moved close to Wilden and spoke. She needed Wilden to help guard against the bandits who might try to ambush Kale from behind. Wilden gave Patches a wary look, while the latter tried his best to appear harmless. Wilden walked toward the rear, while Mia stood directly in front of Patches. Oh my, looking closely, aren't you a tarnished? It was a complete misunderstanding before. I thought you were some wandering noble who'd lost their mind or something. Mia had I almost believe you expression on her face. Did you think that extortion attempt just now didn't happen? Patches gave a sycophantic laugh. To him, since he was outmatched and the other party didn't seem intent on pursuing it to the end, there was no harm in acting soft. It was just pride, after all. How many lives was that worth? Perhaps only when encountering an enemy who wouldn't even listen to pleas for mercy would Patches show a rare bit of backbone. Let's leave this suspension bridge first, shall we? Sitting on the bridge, he struggled to pull his leg out while speaking flatteringly to the person before him. Mia nodded. Let's go then. She gestured with the sword in her hand. As for Patches, although this guy had plenty of clever tricks, was treacherous, and liked to scam people, he wasn't rotten to the core. Sometimes, he could be unexpectedly loyal. Having pulled his leg free, Patches walked off the bridge, looking back every 3 steps. Every time he looked back, the spirit wolves would let out a threatening growl. Mia also followed behind the 3 wolves, gripping her longsword. Wilden stayed with Kale. Kale was responsible for pulling Amy up, while Wilden held his spear, pointed at the restless lackeys who looked ready to save their boss at any moment. Kale pulled out a few fresh, juicy carrots to entice the little donkey forward. The moment Patch's feet stepped back onto solid ground, an impulse to bolt for freedom surged in his heart. But in the end, he suppressed it. It would be a foolish move to provoke the other party just as the situation had eased slightly. Keep walking. Mia pointed at him with the tip of her sword. Yes, yes. After walking a bit further and getting slightly away from the cliff, Mia finally let him stop. Stand still and don't move. Under coercion, Patches did as he was told. But even if his body complied, his mouth didn't. I already said it was a misunderstanding. Unfortunate misunderstandings like this happen all the time. Since it's a misunderstanding, why don't we let our grievances be like water under the bridge, eh? In your dreams. How can you be like that? You seem like a reasonable person, you know clearly this was a misunderstanding. Mia listened with interest to Patch's deceptive explanations. Of course, this so-called robbery hadn't actually caused any loss. At most, it had delayed them a little. Therefore, there was no real hatred between Mia and Patches. And given Mia's obsession with collecting story characters, she didn't want to have a permanent conflict with Patches anyway. Even so, Mia still mocked him sharply. I bet you're planning to beg for mercy, pretend to be my friend, and then look for a chance to kick me in the back, aren't you? How could such a thing happen? I, Patches, am the most sincere when it comes to friends. Patches explained hurriedly. As they were speaking, once Kale and Wilden had also crossed the bridge, the lackeys following behind them couldn't wait any longer and rushed forward. Big Brother Patches. Wilden immediately leveled his spear to block them, and the spirit wolves came forward to assist. The atmosphere, which had just relaxed, became tense again. Tell them to leave. Mia threatened, poking her sword forward slightly. Patches was dazed. Mia replied, don't try any little tricks. Put your hands up. You are now our prisoner. At this moment Patches was filled with regret. Had he known this would happen, he should have followed his heart and bolted the moment he got off the bridge. Maybe it was still in time. His shifty eyes darted around, and Patches noticed that the only mount Mia and her group had was that donkey. If he ran fast enough, maybe. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ring of fire appeared around his feet. The heat of the flames surged toward him, and Patches shuddered because he saw Mia snap her fingers just before the ring of fire appeared. Quick, save Big Brother Patches. 2 lackeys rushed forward, only to be knocked to the ground by Wilden with a couple of swings of his spear shaft. Another person plucked up the courage to bypass Wilden, but was immediately pounced upon by the 3 spirit wolves. Lapland and Texas each bit down on one of the guy's hands, and finally, Red walked over and lay directly on his thighs, leaving the poor fellow unable to move. It's all right, Mia, the culprit, smiled kindly. Since you're a bandit gang, you must be very familiar with the surroundings, right? I want you to lead the way for us. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. You say you won't hurt me, and I'm supposed to believe you. Patches roared in his heart. If he were Mia, he would definitely pretend to suit the person, then find a chance to kick them from behind. Preferably by a cliff. Yes, definitely a kick right off the edge. But even so, Patches, who valued his life, still bowed and scraped, I believe you, I believe you. Then he shouted most reluctantly at his subordinates, you guys, get out of here. The bandits all looked at him. Since Boss Patches says so, then I'm relieved. A tarnished bandit holding a rusty axe shouted loudly. Patches stared at him with wide eyes. If Boss Patches says it's fine, then it's definitely fine. Let's retreat. The bandits on the ground quickly scrambled up. They naturally knew they couldn't beat Mia's group. Their previous attempt to save Patches was just for the sake of brotherhood. Now that Patches had spoken, they vied with each other to run away. Patches was also stunned. They ran so decisively and cleanly. Was all that righteous indignation for their boss just an act? How heartbreaking. Watching this scene, Mia couldn't help but burst into laughter. What kind of sitcom is this, hey? The girl's shoulders shook from her uncontrollable laughter. It seems like the kind of leader you are determines the kind of team you have. Oh, ha ha. Patches forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Mia extinguished the flames at Patches' feet, and then handed over a bundle of rope. Come on, be a good boy. To prevent you from causing trouble, this is the only way. Patches tremblingly held out his hands. Mia tied his hands behind his back with a tight knot. Are we taking him with us? Kale looked at the retreating backs of the bandits in the distance and asked Mia. For now, let's have him lead the way for us. Having tied Patches up, Mia clapped her hands. This kind of guy. Kale stared at Patches, his eyes full of distrust. I'll keep an eye on him. The reason Mia dared to keep Patches by her side was because of her gamer's perspective. Kale certainly didn't have that awareness, so it was only natural for him to be suspicious. I'm looking for a reclusive mage to learn glintstone magic from. She should be living in some ruins, Mia explained to Kale. I think this bandit should be familiar with what buildings are around here. So that's why you're heading south, Kale nodded in understanding. I had been curious before why Mia wanted to head south. Because if one wants to become the Elden Lord, one should head all the way north and challenge the demigods. However, Kale trusted Mia's character, so as long as Mia didn't explain it directly, Kale never voiced his doubts about it. But you still have to be careful of that guy. Even if he's tied up, no one knows what's going on inside that slick head of his. He dares. Mia glared at Patches, whose eyes were darting around. Even if Patches is a plot character, if he dares to do anything detrimental to Mia, or those around her, he will have to pay the price. The young girl reached out, hooked her finger, and blew a breath onto the spectral steed whistle. The whistle sounded and Torrent appeared by Mia's side. Patches' expression changed again. He remembered his failed attempt to escape earlier. He had thought Mia's group only had a donkey, but he didn't expect them to actually have a summonable horse. If he tried to run, he wouldn't be able to outrun it at all. What else could he do? Just accept his fate. Mia mounted the horse and looked back to confirm that the small team hadn't left anything behind during the recent encounter. Instead, she had gained an interesting traveling companion. Let's go. Mia flicked the reins. Chapter 33. Kale, Group Status +1 regarding the reader's reaction about Wilden becoming the male lead. He's a good brother, don't be annoyed. It's just like Cyberpunk 2077, if someone writes a female V, does Jack have to be the male lead? Clarification, this text is Yuri. Don't novels these days care about character development? Watch me offer rebellion to the world of fast food literature. Red laser cannon. Alright, love you all, here is the main text. Patches walked forward in a slouched, wobbly manner, as if he had no bones. It seemed like he was using this way to protest the inhumane treatment he was suffering. Wilden struck his shoulder hard with the shaft of his spear, which finally made the guy walk a bit more like a human. Patches looked back resentfully. Where are you taking me? I should be the one asking you that, Mia replied. Where can you take us? Are you kidding me? I'm the one being escorted here. Patches, walking at the front, said discontentedly. With his hands tied behind his back and walking at the front, any movement of his hands would be seen by Wilden. He was also surrounded on his sides and front by those strange-looking white wolves. Now he was the one at the mercy of others. I want you to lead the way. Mia said loudly. Are there any ruins or anything nearby? Hearing the question, Patches, with his back to the group, rolled his eyes around. That. You've found the wrong soldier. Mia raised an eyebrow. This guy was truly clumsy when lying, his hesitation was visible to the naked eye. It was only because she was bullying a game character who couldn't speak that she couldn't expose him. However, Mia suddenly felt playful, and went along with what Patches said. Really, really? Patches nodded vigorously. I really don't know of any ruins around here. Is that so? Mia deliberately put on a thoughtful expression. Patches' eyes, stealing a glance backward, saw all of this. So please let me go. I am of no use at all. Mia nodded. Since you've said you're of no use, I might as well grant you death. After all, a guy like you is just wasting air by living in this world. Mia replied coldly. Torrent trotted forward a few steps and Mia came to Patch's side. Anyway, I know the approximate location of those ruins. It might take some time to find them on my own, but it certainly won't be difficult. She slowly drew her golden sword. Wilden stopped at the perfect moment. So please prepare to die. Looking at the golden sword gleaming in broad daylight, Patches dropped to his knees with a thud. Wait. I admit it. I was lying just now. Mia's tone rose slightly. Patches hurriedly explained, I know of a few ruins nearby, really. Which ones? Mia asked unhurriedly. Th. This immediately stunned Patch's bald head. Which ones? Patch's CPU was running frantically. There's a deserted small fishing village, about 20 or 30 miles along the lake from here. That's not the one I'm looking for, Mia shook her head. At least give me something useful to prove your worth, right? Otherwise, I'll kill you. Then. I know another one. Follow the stone path, and there's a ruin that was supposedly Waystation Street before. That's the one. Mia nodded with satisfaction, and sheathed her sword. Patches, still on the ground, was stunned. He looked up with a "are you kidding me" expression. Didn't you know the way? Looking at the guy's expression, Mia laughed again. Every time Patches kicked someone off a cliff in the game, he would make that annoying laughing sound. Now that the roles were reversed, Mia couldn't hide her own satisfaction. Facts proved that it wasn't that Mia didn't like tricking people. It was just that she hated being the one who was tricked. She said to Patches again. Stop dawdling. Yes. Perhaps realizing that Mia was just teasing him, and that no one really wanted to kill him. Patches slowly climbed up. Under the driving of the three wolves, Patches walked at the front again. So why on earth did you capture me? Patches' fingers, tied behind his back, moved around restlessly. Mia rode Torrent, walking side by side with Patches, her tone carrying a touch of the playfulness unique to a young girl. I felt like it. You have a really terrible personality. Do you have the right to say that about me? You're always thinking about how to kick people off cliffs or how to set traps to scam others, right? What makes you think you know me so well? Patches answered unhappily. Although Mia was right, that condescending tone was really annoying. Of course I know you. Mia narrowed her eyes and replied, looking into the distance. Patches pursed his lips. Forget it. Let's pretend what happened before never happened. You're all safe and sound, so let's call it even, okay? Just untie me. If I untie you, you'll definitely go out and harm people again. It's a huge act of mercy that I haven't killed a thief like you. I was planning to retire from the life of crime. Patches argued. That was our last job. We were going to change careers after this one, but I didn't expect to lose everything. Sure enough, doing this kind of robbery is extremely dangerous, so I plan to switch to doing business. If you let me go, I won't hold this against you. When you come to my shop, I'll give you a discount. What about those little sidekicks of yours? Mia asked. They're responsible for stocking the goods. So it's still robbing people of their property, right? Mia exposed him once again. That's stocking goods, stocking goods. How about it? I'll give you a special discount later, just let me go. Mia clicked her tongue. Your life is truly miserable. You're a tarnished, yet you do this kind of work. Patches made a disdainful sound. So what if I'm a tarnished? From the bottom of my heart, I don't recognize any of that two fingers guidance, or the guidance of grace, or any of that stuff. He observed Mia's expression. If Mia didn't like this topic, he would immediately stop. But he saw the young girl listening with great interest. So Patches moistened his throat with saliva. The Erd Tree, Marika, they didn't ask for my opinion when they brought me to the lands between. They just threw me here for no reason and expected me to fight, but I could die at any moment, I have no place to live, and they keep feeding me some pipe dream about becoming the Elden Lord. Who cares about her? So-called big shots are always so annoying. Besides the tarnished, many of my sidekicks are defeated soldiers of the lands between who worked like dogs for some people, only to be tossed aside after being squeezed dry. Everywhere you go, you're just playing out history repeating itself. What bastards! Patches cursed and glanced back. And this Mr. Soldier who looks so formidable, you better be careful. Patches gestured toward Mia with his chin. Women like this who love to be condescending are very dangerous. When you get thrown away like trash later, don't. Wilden struck him with the spear shaft. Did I say something wrong? My apologies. He apologized immediately. You guy. Mia felt a tick mark appear on her head. Don't think you can gloss over everything with an apology. Although what Patches said was a minor matter, Mia was annoyed by his attitude. This is being reasonable. Apologizing is being reasonable with you. Patches shouted unconvinced. Any reasonable soldier would accept an apology, right? I'm a reasonable soldier. No matter what others do, as long as they apologize to me, I'll forgive them. What if someone wants to kill you? As long as they kneel and apologize, I'll forgive them. Don't think I haven't seen people like that before. Patches shouted righteously. As long as there's an apology, grudges are just water under the bridge, right? Don't you think so? If apologies were useless, why apologize at all? Did the people you scammed do anything wrong? No, they were just unlucky. Patches said nonchalantly. If I fall one day, I'll just accept my bad luck. It's his skill if he can scam me. Oh right, haven't I fallen now? I don't hold a grudge against you. What an unassailable robber's logic. This speech of Patches is even reflected in the game. 38 Section 38. Even if the player-controlled tarnished attacks Patches again after he becomes friendly, as long as you perform the kneel gesture, Patches will act as if nothing happened, put away his weapon, and continue doing business with you. Even if the player accidentally gets killed by an annoyed Patches, when you return, he'll still be there, setting up his stall with an indifferent attitude, claiming he forgives you. This level of magnanimity puts even the turtle pope to shame. If he didn't like to trick people, Patches would be a total saint of an NPC. Mia sighed. This guy really is the same inside and out. Does he hold others to the same standard he holds himself? It's hard to say whether this guy, who is completely free of double standards, is actually a bad soldier or a good one. Could Patch's moral compass be considered a form of simplicity? Mia looked into the distance with a touch of melancholy. The words Patches just said about protesting the Erd Tree, and the two fingers were still echoing in her mind. To become a qualified lord, one needs more than just strength. She turned back to look at Wilden. Wilden nodded at her. Silent as ever but firm. Patches rolled his eyes at the two of them exchanging glances. So can you untie me? How many times do I have to apologize? I'm happy to. Mia replied sullenly. This guy's bandit logic left Mia not knowing how to retort. Hurry up and walk. You inexplicable guy. Mia urged. Because they were escorting Patches, the group's speed slowed down again. Patches started howling again without any decency. I'm dying of thirst, I can't walk. Just die of thirst then. Mia retorted angrily. I need to pee. You son of. No, a beautiful girl shouldn't swear. Later that day, the group lit a campfire under a cliff in the grasslands. They had now left the lakeside and turned northeast, looking for the main road and the nearby Waystation Street ruins. Patches had been noisy for most of the afternoon, and Mia finally couldn't stand his physical verbal attacks, so she cut the rope on his hands with a knife. Of course, this didn't mean Mia had simply accepted Patches as a member of the team. Even without the rope on his hands, he wouldn't escape being monitored. The three spirit wolves kept a constant eye on this bald head. As long as Patches made any out-of-line moves, the spirit wolves would issue a warning. Furthermore, as spirits, the spirit wolves didn't need to rest. Want to run? Can a mere Patches outrun a wolf? Want to distract them? There are 3 wolves here. Even if Lapland loses focus, there's still Texas, and even if Texas loses focus, there's still Red. Each spirit wolf kept at least one other spirit wolf and Patches within its line of sight at all times. It was a 24-hour, all-weather, no blind spot monitoring system, including automatic alarms, automatic crisis management, and other functions. Even on the grasslands without a prison, Patches couldn't escape Mia's grasp. Night had fallen. I'll keep watch. Kale walked to one of the spirit wolves. How about you catch a few rabbits for me? Only Mia could tell the difference between the 3 spirit wolves. The spirit wolf stood up, circled Kale a few times, and ran toward the distant grassland. This wasn't the first time the spirit wolf had done this kind of work. Although it came with cool fluorescent special effects, it could move without making a sound and didn't emit the scent of a wolf. It was unexpectedly useful when helping with hunting. Only one of the 3 left and Kale took its place. Even if he didn't take its place, with the remaining 2 watching, Patches couldn't do anything. He could only squat in a strange posture, looking distressed. Kale sat down on a rock next to Patches and tossed a handful of roa fruit into his mouth. He chewed while staring at Patches. Oh my, isn't this the nomadic people merchant? When Patches looked up at him, he immediately put on a smiling face. The nomadic people are all rare good people. You've met the nomadic people, have you? Kale leaned forward, very interested in what Patches said. Then do you know, we nomadic people have a rule. Even if we are looked down upon, abandoned by others, we don't need to think about seeking anything, but for those who have hurt us, we must never easily forgive them. The merchant narrowed his eyes, staring closely at Patches. Having such a rule sounds very persistent and annoying, right? Patches could feel the dangerous gaze in Kale's eyes. Ah, no such thing, haha. Patches smiled obsequiously with a guilty conscience. Having such tribal rules shows that your people are a very united race. Seeing Kale nod, he slowly straightened up. While breathing a sigh of relief, he rubbed his hands and said cautiously, by the way, before setting up camp, I saw the light of treasure in the west. It must be precious treasure, but unfortunately, I can't move around. Could I trouble you to go take a look? I'm only reminding you out of kindness. If you really get the treasure, I definitely won't ask about it. How about it? Do you want to go take a look? Kale wouldn't fall for such a low-level trick. He said coldly to Patches, I advise you not to play petty tricks. The man Patches, keep my word. Chapter 34. Waystation Street ruins. Night fell, day broke, and the journey continued. Patches was kept under surveillance by the spirit wolves, and was unexpectedly well behaved. Mia strictly rationed the water given to Patches, so now Patches didn't even make a fuss. If he kept shouting for another day, let alone causing physical harm to Mia and the others, Patches himself would have blisters on his mouth from dryness. He now looked neurasthenic. Anyone would be driven to neurasthenia if they were stared at by 3 pairs of eyes all the time, staring at everything they did, even having no privacy when relieving themselves. Unless you are SCP-173. Although it was 3 wolves staring at Patches, it was still 3 pairs of eyes. In the distance, they saw the Erdtree road that ran through the entire the lands between. The once wide and flat road was now full of traces of weathering. Weeds grew in the gaps between the paving stones, and patches of sand and soil covered almost the entire road. Mia looked out at the deserted road. The destination was Waystation Street ruins. Since it was a way station, it couldn't be too far from the main road. Let's follow the road. Torrance stepped onto the stone bricks of the main road. Every stone brick on the winding road was imprinted with the mark of the Erdtree. Of course, looking at it now, you could only see the weathered and unclear patterns. Further north, the grassland gradually turned into rugged terrain full of cliffs and gullies. Whether walking on the road or on the grassland, it was all walking. The road, which hadn't been maintained for who knows how many years, wasn't much flatter than the grass. Heading east, Mia saw 2 swaying, stone pillars in the distance on the road. No, those weren't stone pillars. They were 2 trolls. Hide quickly. Mia immediately called out to the others accompanying her. There was a higher cliff on the north side of the road, and they quickly ran up. Mia sent Torrent away, and Kale hid Amia behind the cliff. As for Wilden, he immediately pinned Patches to the ground and covered his mouth. The trolls didn't walk fast. They appeared from the undulations of the road, and it took more than 10 minutes for them to pass the cliff where Mia and the others were hiding. Mia heard the sound of the trolls' huge feet stepping on the ground. She held her breath and peeked out from behind the bushes on the cliff. She saw the troll's huge head pass in front of her. Trolls, descendants of ancient giants. Such creatures naturally don't exist on Earth. Behind the 2 trolls was a huge carriage that was slightly shorter than them but still 2 stories high. The trailer hitch was 2 huge swords that pierced through the bodies of the 2 trolls. The 2 trolls, one on the left and one on the right, pulled the great swords that penetrated their bodies, dragging the carriage, and moving forward with difficulty along the road. Every step made the ground shake. In order to hide her body, Mia lay on the ground, experiencing this vibration of the internal organs most intuitively. Behind the huge carriage was a long procession. Roaming nobles who still had some sanity left, under the protection of Godric's soldier, accompanied the black carriage on this pilgrimage to an unknown destination. The procession didn't discover Mia and the others. The roaming nobles and the soldier remained silent, following the creaking carriage until they gradually drifted away. It wasn't until the last soldier in the procession became a small dot like a grain of rice in Mia's eyes that they stood up from the cliff. The shock of that scene still lingered in Mia's heart, and wouldn't dissipate. Let's keep going. The group returned to the main road. Patches, who had been pressed down, and had his mouth covered by Wilden, started making noise again. Are you worried that I'll attract the attention of those guys? He complained dissatisfiedly. Do you know that if those people discover me, I'll die too? You bandit, you deserve not to be trusted. Kale retorted contemptuously. Patches curled his lip and didn't argue with Kale. By the afternoon, there were no other encounters. Chapter 39. Until they saw the ruins. The ruins sat atop a hill, like a lighthouse on the road, overlooking the thoroughfare below. A small path wound its way up from the roadside, leading to the ruins on the hill. Mia excitedly flicked the reins, taking the lead. It seemed the arduous journey of several days was finally coming to an end. That building ahead, standing in such a prominent position along the road, must be the way station. A way station for the main roads of this era was equivalent to a service area for a highway. Anything too far from the main road, or too inconspicuous, wouldn't be called a way station. Thinking that Teacher Selin was just ahead, Mia couldn't help but get excited. However, as she approached the ruins, Mia caught a faint, strange scent. The young girl reined in her horse. She vaguely saw huge flowers growing among the ruins. Wilden and Kale caught up from behind. What's going on? Need to clear out some trash. Mia dismounted and drew her weapon. Wilden also spotted the eerie flowers growing within the Waystation Street ruins. Miranda Flower, Kale said, looking at the scene in the ruins. Then, seeing Wilden drawing his sword, he kindly warned, best not to get too close, they're poisonous. If it were before, Kale wouldn't have cared whether a Royal Army soldier lived or died. Mia clenched her left hand, conjuring a small flame. Kale, wait for us outside. All right, Kale replied readily. He had come to terms with it. If he couldn't help in a fight, he wouldn't try. Everyone had their strengths. Although he couldn't be counted on for direct combat, he excelled at preparing daily meals for the journey and finding water sources. As for the fighting, he would leave it to Mia and Wilden. He would watch over Patches with the 3 spirit wolves. Mia and Wilden walked into the ruins. Since it was called the Waystation Street Ruins, it couldn't possibly just have 1 or 2 lonely ruined buildings standing there. This place was like one of those tiny villages that often appeared in games, made small due to hardware limitations. The crumbling walls were covered in vines tangled like spiderwebs, and the ancient ruins, lacking any distinct features, made the place look like a maze. It's not embarrassing to say this now, but when Mia played the game, she once got lost in Waystation Street for 4 or 5 minutes and couldn't find the basement where Selen was staying. If it was like that in a third soldier game, then in reality, let's take it one step at a time. Miranda Flower inhabited these ruins. How should one describe this creature? It looked like a soft cactus topped with a huge pink flower. It sounded like a plant, but it possessed roots as flexible as octopus tentacles, allowing them to move on the ground. Mia didn't know how this creature perceived its surroundings, but as soon as she entered the ruins, the Miranda Flower she could see extended their tentacles and crawled toward her like tentacle monsters seeing a magical girl. No, it shouldn't be like they really were tentacle monsters seeing a magical girl. Mia stepped back vigilantly, then, without a shred of pity, unleashed flames upon the monsters that were about her height. The raging flames rushed toward the Miranda Flower on the street. In an instant, the high heat scorched the petals, which were larger than a human face, and the flames spread across the ground. In the scorching heat, those evil plants writhed frantically. But their water-filled bodies didn't catch fire immediately. Under the high-temperature roasting, white smoke rose from the flowers. And there was a pungent odor. The Miranda Flower writhed frantically in the flames, waving their roots like live octopuses on a hot plate, which gave Mia the creeps. Even though the flames had reached their bodies, they were still struggling. The vitality of plants is much more tenacious than that of animals. It is difficult for humans to define the death of a plant. When a tree is cut down, does it die immediately? Its root system is still absorbing nutrients, and the trunk is still conducting biological materials. Which organ of a plant determines the moment of its death? Do plants have a moment of death? In the end, those Miranda Flower turned into a pile of indistinguishable burning matter on the ground. Mia was shocked to realize she had actually felt a trace of pity. No, the temperature of the flames needs to be higher. A beautiful girl has a kind heart, and cannot bear to see flowers suffer. Thinking this, Mia immediately put in more effort, exerting all her strength to continuously release flames toward the street in front of her. The flowers she burned were not all of them. On the ground of Waystation Street, there was still a huge Miranda Flower. What Mia had encountered now were just seedlings of the Miranda Flower. Meanwhile, outside the Waystation Street, waiting honestly for the two who had gone into adventure, Kale looked at the white smoke drifting over the ruins and yawned out of boredom. He glanced at Patches, who was sitting honestly among the 3 wolves. Probably thinking about how to escape, right? Must not let his guard down. If Patches knew Kale's thoughts, he would probably cry out that he was wronged, because he wasn't thinking about how to escape. Instead, he was hoping that Mia and Wilden would hurry up and die in those ruins. Suddenly, one of the spirit wolves that had been sitting honestly stood up. It let out a low growl that only happened when facing danger. But the only soldier or thing in front of it was Patches. What are you acting crazy for again? Patches was no longer afraid at all. A clear conscience fears no shadows, can't I even curse others to die in my own mind? Then, he saw a white speck of light suddenly appear before his eyes. This was just the beginning. Immediately after, a patch of white light specks emerged from the ground. Patches looked left and right in confusion. The surroundings were full of those rising white light specks. The light specks enveloped Patches, Kale, and the spirit wolves. Kale looked around, pondering suspiciously. These light specks reminded him of Mia's prayer. But clearly, Mia was not nearby. What's going on? Lapland tilted her head, looking at the light specks, and reached out a paw to scratch at them. Texas barked, and Lapland immediately tucked her tail, and ran out of the clearing shrouded in the strange light specks. The spirit wolf barked anxiously at Patches and Kale, who had not yet moved. Watching this scene, a chill shot directly from Patches' tailbone to the top of his head. He shouted. He immediately rolled to the side. Kale was also startled. Clearly, the wandering merchant's sixth sense, which had helped him escape countless dangers, had kicked in. He also scrambled to dodge to the side immediately. The next instant, a curtain of light descended from the sky. The curtain of light, like meteors, covered the place where the two had been sitting like raindrops. The light was like knives falling from the sky. Kale watched in terror as the weeds on the path were cut into thousands of pieces under the rain of light. If it hadn't been for Patch's warning, he would have been pierced by 10,000 arrows long ago. Cold sweat soaked Kale's back. What is this? Kale suddenly thought of the Miranda flower in the ruins, and a piece of intelligence from a long-forgotten memory surfaced in his mind. Huge Miranda flower, a terrifying flower that eats people, can release poisonous pollen, and summon a rain of light. There is a huge Miranda flower in those ruins. After that round of rain of light, the huge Miranda flower, whose true form no one had yet seen, seemed not to pay any more attention to him and Patches. But does Mia know about this? Kale couldn't help but worry. He shouted toward the ruins, "Watch out for the huge Miranda flower." He didn't know if they could hear him. While struggling with whether or not to enter the ruins, Kale glanced inadvertently, which once again filled his heart with horror. Patches was gone. Even the three spirit wolves were gone. Chapter 35. How much is a tarnished's life worth? Patches calling out to warn Kale was definitely not out of concern for him. He was just reminding himself. Maybe just a little bit. The feeling of not wanting Kale to die in front of him. That was because Kale wasn't someone he had scammed, the people he knew could only be scammed by him. But regardless, Patches was not an honest guy. After dodging that rain of light, he seized that momentary opportunity. The three spirit wolves as well as Kale were all distracted by the sudden attack of the rain of light. Patches, taking advantage of them not having reacted yet, immediately scrambled up and ran. Who's going to play with you bunch of do-gooders? He thought to himself. Since he was going to escape, he certainly had to look for complex terrain, and use the terrain to shake off his pursuers. The most complex place he could see was the Waystation Street ruins right in front of him. Taking advantage of Kale not having reacted yet, and not looking at him, Patches immediately broke into the Waystation Street ruins. However, there was one thing Patches seemed not to have considered. That was the three spirit wolves that were staring at him at all times. However, this was understandable. After all, with freedom right before one's eyes, not everyone could remain calm. Most of the time, a soldier's judgment had to rely on improvisation. Before Patches had even broken into the ruins, the spirit wolves reacted. They rushed over, howling. Patches heard the howling of the spirit wolves, and naturally, his hair stood on end. He ran quickly into the ruins filled with Miranda flowers. The entire ruins were shrouded in a strange fragrance. 40 Section 40 Chapter 40. The three spirit wolves had just rushed in when they slowed down. Canines, even when transformed into spirit forms, were still heavily reliant on their sense of smell. Aside from the strange fragrance, the ruins were filled with smoke from the burning and pungent odors. The entire ruin was shrouded in mist. The sound of crackling flames echoed in their ears. A Wu Red detected a trace amidst these incredibly intense distractions. She signaled to her companions and quickly ran in that direction. Patches was in that direction, but the vines covering the streets and alleys made every step difficult. A small Miranda flower was clinging to the wall and collided head-on with him. The flower instantly retracted its bud. Patches cursed his bad luck, lowered his body, and scrambled beneath the flower. With a pfft sound, the Miranda flower behind Patches sprayed a cloud of green toxic pollen, and a scent that made one's head spin shot straight into his nasal cavity. Patches shivered and continued running forward. The figures of the spirit wolves had already appeared at the corner behind him. Lapland was in the lead, yelling as she ran, while the other two charged toward Patches in silence, with the posture of a hunt. Then, Lapland rushed straight into the toxic mist. Just like its name, it felt completely unreliable. The spirit wolf was choked by the pungent odor and sneezed violently. With a whimper, it covered its nose and retreated outside the green toxic mist. Texas seemed stunned, coming to a screeching halt just outside the toxic mist released by the Miranda flower. Patches turned his head just in time to see this scene, and smiled triumphantly. "Keep chasing, will you?" Immediately after, Red leaped out from behind Lapland. Holding her breath, she jumped, passing through the toxic mist which didn't cover much area in an instant. Patches jolted, turned into a corner in a panic, only to find that this place was unmistakably a dead end. He looked at the walls in despair, but the spirit wolves didn't give him a chance, following close behind. There was no other way. Patches gritted his teeth. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, and when a person is desperate, isn't climbing a wall all there is to it. Who couldn't do that? Just as the spirit wolves lunged at him, he performed an extremely dangerous, backward-leaning wind-up motion, then leaped with all his might. Patches' hands gripped the edge of the ruined wall, but a spirit wolf lunged up and bit his foot. Two forces pulled constantly against the long-weathered wall. The fragile wall could barely support Patches' weight, and stone bricks fell one after another. Humph, humph, Patches' face flushed red, and he even lost his grip several times due to the loose bricks, but the desire to escape ultimately overcame everything. Patches used every ounce of his strength to hang onto the top of the wall. In that moment, he almost thought he would be torn in two. The biting force on his foot suddenly vanished, along with the force that had been pulling him backward. Patches, who was hanging on the wall and struggling to climb up, suddenly fell headfirst over the other side of the wall due to momentum. He fell face first onto the stone bricks. He lifted his head, looking utterly disheveled, and when he looked back, he saw that his boot had been bitten off by the spirit wolf. What a clever escape, Patches thought as he scrambled up, feeling relieved. Before he could even turn around, he heard the frustrated, angry howls of the spirit wolves. Now was not the time to stop. He had to keep running. He was currently in a space surrounded by ruined walls on three sides. There were two paths he could choose, one on the ground, and another leading to a deep, underground staircase. At a time like this, of course, one would choose the path with a better chance of escape, the one at the gap in the stone wall. But the path at that gap was crowded with Miranda flowers that had already noticed him, and were slithering toward him. This path was blocked. There was no other choice. If he couldn't escape, he'd just have to kneel and apologize. Patches gritted his teeth, and rushed into the dark staircase leading underground. I think I heard Kale's voice. Mia suddenly lifted her head. The surroundings were filled with the crackling sound of burning Miranda flowers, and the hot wind heated by the flames blew against her ears. But with those three little ones there, it should be fine. Mia comforted herself. One obvious fact was that she was lost again. It wasn't surprising in the slightest. Being in the middle of a fire, almost everything she smelled was air filled with a mixture of various pungent odors. Mia covered her face with a wet cloth to block out the foul smell. The wet cloth was naturally torn from that poor prophet's robe. The only consolation here was that, because of the fire dragon talisman, Mia had no issues even walking directly through the flames. Now this was more like a fire-type spellcaster. As for Wilden, Mia had cast a fire protection on him. It had to be said that fire was simply a devastating weapon when facing this type of biological enemy. After walking through several alleys, Mia hadn't encountered any resistance. Being lost was fine, she would just walk down every path she hadn't taken yet. You ask what a path she hadn't taken was. Of course, it was the ones that hadn't been burned yet, the ones still occupied by vines and Miranda flowers. By the time she finished, she would surely have found that basement. Flames continuously spewed from the girl's left hand. She had turned into a self-propelled humanoid sterilization device. As her proficiency increased, her control over her prayer became more adept. She realized that her growth didn't necessarily have to rely on golden runes. By going through battle after battle and constantly training herself, she could also improve her strength. Actually, this was a more intuitive way to get stronger, wasn't it? Like doing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and running 10 kilometers every day. The current Mia could already realize that the consumption of her prayer casting, compared to when she had just transmigrated, had decreased by at least a quarter. It was another indirect increase to her mana bar. As she was thinking this, she finished burning the Miranda flowers in another alley. Besides the alleys, Miranda flowers also grew in the rooms of those ruins. Apart from the stone, everything else in the ruins' doors, furniture, or anything else had long since weathered away into non-existence. Just as she was preparing to move toward the next target, Mia suddenly noticed a patch of white light spots emerging around her. Instantly, some not-so-friendly memories appeared in her mind. "Quick, dodge these white lights!" Mia shouted. Wilden didn't know what this was, but a normal person wouldn't question a comrade's warning. Before the white light spots could rise to their peak, the two of them had already run out of the area covered by those light spots. Next, Mia watched from a safe place that rain of light descending from the sky. Mia knew what this was, a prayer released by a giant Miranda flower. Well, plants in the lands between could cast prayers now. What did that leave for those tarnished with 9 intelligence to do? After one round of light rain, the Miranda flower, which had yet to reveal itself, didn't give Mia any time to catch her breath, and another patch of white light spots appeared under their feet. It seemed that the Miranda flower, which still hadn't appeared, didn't want to let them off so easily. "Keep running, don't stand in the white light." Even without Mia's reminder, Wilden had seen the danger from the rain of light they had dodged earlier. The light descending from the sky was far more imposing than crossbow bolts or similar things. One look and you knew it wasn't something to mess around with. The two of them quickly ran along the path they had come from, and the rain of light fell the moment their feet left the area. Immediately after, the white light floated up again. They were relentless. They wouldn't even give them a chance to breathe. The two had to open their legs and run again, but who would have thought that before they could dodge it this time, the white light suddenly appeared in front of them. Could this thing predict their movements? In her surprise, Mia quickly steadied herself and led Wilden to run in another direction. But this wasn't an aimless flight. She had to find that annoying giant Miranda flower as soon as possible. Blindly escaping wouldn't solve the obstacle between her and her target. Unfortunately, the terrain here was vastly different from that in the game. The flames in the girl's hand burned through an alley. This seemed to have originally been a corridor inside some building, but the building had long since collapsed and decayed, and this corridor had lost its ceiling, and was exposed to the open air. Now, the remaining rubble was covered with eerie Miranda flowers. The rain of light kept following in Mia's footsteps, occasionally even appearing in front of her, but a flower was a flower after all. The giant Miranda flower could only bring down the rain of light in one area at a time. If the light spots appeared in front of her, Mia would stop immediately, watching the light pour down onto the small Miranda flowers ahead. The small Miranda flowers swayed in the rain of light, as if they were just experiencing a breeze. However, Mia had absolutely no intention of testing the power of the rain of light. After the light in front dissipated, the light spots would rise under her feet again. And then she just needed to run forward. In the process, she torched those small Miranda flowers. This gave Mia a reminder. It's best if moves don't have a startup animation. From the corner of this corridor, the calls of spirit wolves echoed. Lapland. Mia saw with surprise the spirit wolves appearing behind the corner. And Texas. Why are you here? Where were Kale and Patches? What happened? Before she could ask more, the startup light spots for the rain of light appeared again. Just as Mia was about to step forward, attempting to pass through the area of light spots, Wilden's large hand suddenly grabbed Mia's collar and dragged her backward. Hey, hey! A dark shadow suddenly descended from the sky and fell in front of Mia. Mia saw clearly the dark shadow that had fallen from the sky. It was Patches. Patches fell to the ground covered in blood, his limbs twisted into strange shapes, and dark red frothy blood continuously poured from his mouth. Patches? Chapter 41. Clearly, having been knocked away for some reason, and then falling to the ground, Patches was already in a state of barely breathing. Even worse, Patches, who had flown in from the other side of the wall, had landed right in the area of the prayer that the giant Miranda flower was about to release. The white light particles had filled to the limit. In the next moment, the rain of light would fall and pierce Patches through with 1,000 arrows. Although she didn't know why Patches was here, nor why he was in such a miserable state, Mia had only one thought in her mind right now. Cannot let him die. Mia broke free from Wilden's hand and lunged toward Patches, who was lying in the danger zone. She had to pull Patches out before the rain of light. Even if the act of saving someone would put herself in danger. Mia didn't think her own life was worth that much. Being able to revive at grace, although she hadn't experienced death many times, the fact that she could revive was constantly subtly influencing her thoughts. Dying once for a cause was, to Mia, as insignificant as a muscle strain or a sprained ankle. When Patches lay so miserably before her, Mia knew that Patches could not revive. She was willing to use what she had in abundance to help someone resolve a life-threatening crisis. It was like offering a warm meal to a wanderer. To Mia, it was a trivial effort, with no barriers, just a small act of kindness that depended on whether she was willing or not. Mia didn't care who was in front of her, didn't care who was lying there, even if it were a stranger, she would still pull that soldier out. Moreover, Patches was not a stranger. Mia knew him. Although Patches acted very strangely, because of the game, Mia still held a certain fondness for this character. She didn't want to see anyone die in front of her. Of course, those hollows that couldn't communicate, or enemies with only the desire to attack in their brains, were not included. She ran back into the floating light particles, realizing it was already too late to drag Patches out. So she instantly threw herself onto Patches. Give a recovery first. She still had a long way to run for her corpse after she died. She had to ensure Patches could hold on even at that time. Mia knelt by Patches's head, her body curled into an arch, protecting this guy's head and chest. Patches had clearly already passed out. Mia closed her eyes, and while casting the prayer, she felt both nervous and expectant about the incoming attack. What would it feel like to be hit by the rain of light? Then, she was pressed to the ground by Wilden. The young girl's small face made intimate contact with the pebbles on the ground. The rain of light had descended, and the light, as if substantial, emitted a continuous sound of slicing through the air. Wilden pressed Mia to the ground, with half of Mia's body overlapping Patches. The soldier knelt halfway in the rain of light, shielding the two of them beneath him. The streams of light struck the brass shield on Wilden's back, emitting a series of dull clashing sounds. Mia trembled, a stream of light pierced through her unprotected calf. And some streams of light also passed through Wilden's shoulder. What are you doing? The immobile Mia asked loudly in anxiety. Wilden's golden eyes looked at her profile. I will not let the soldier I follow die in front of me again. He spoke a sentence that Mia would remember, but found hard to understand. I will revive. Mia saw the soldier's body trembling under the heavy rain. The brass shield couldn't protect his whole body, and light pierced through his hand. A beam of light passed through Wilden's neck, leaving a shallow bloody scratch on Mia's face. That won't do either. The soldier replied in an unrefusable tone. Before Mia could say more, Wilden urged, "Heal him quickly." He released the hand that was pressing down on Mia. Mia pursed her lips and got up. The piercing wound on her calf was still gushing with warm blood. Wilden was also wounded. Thus, Mia released an area of effect recovery prayer, and all three were shrouded in the circle of light. A moment later, the rain of light ceased, and Patches opened his eyes again. The first thing he did upon regaining consciousness was to stare fixedly at Mia with tear-filled eyes, grabbing her hand. "I'm sorry, I will never run away again." Having said that, he fainted again. Mia breathed a sigh of relief. She looked up. Wilden, who had been protecting her the whole time, also stood up. The young girl looked at the loyal soldier with a complex expression. "I'm sorry." She hadn't expected her actions to put Wilden in danger as well, actually. She stammered, never having thought that this journey had actually left an important mark in Wilden's heart. What Mia had originally thought was that the two would separate at the foot of Storm Vale. After all, Wilden was Godric's soldier. But that sentence just now evoked a different emotion in Mia's heart. The young girl realized that a close-knit friendship had formed between the two. "The thing you said before, the soldier you once followed, was it not Godric? We had better leave quickly." Wilden did not answer Mia's question, but straightforwardly stated the next phase of action. "I'll ask later if there's a chance." Mia did not dwell on that question. "Let's get Patches out first, then we'll come back." White light particles appeared again. "I'll do it." Wilden strode forward and hoisted Patches, whose clothes were covered in blood, onto his shoulder. Looking at the blood on Patches, Mia's heart suddenly sank. The culprit who made Patches so miserable was certainly not the Miranda flower, then it would be. A roar like a deafening bell suddenly rang out. The ruins around them exploded violently under a heavy blow. Chapter 36. The Snipe and the Clam. Sorry, the update is late today, woo-woo. The crazed giant, wearing a huge pumpkin helmet and bare-chested, crashed through the wall with a thunderous boom. Although the word giant had another meaning in the lands between, to Mia, the crazed pumpkin-head soldier that suddenly appeared before her was undoubtedly a giant. If he stood upright, he would be over 4 meters tall. His bare upper body was only draped in a cloak, his muscles knotted, covered in stains and blood. Holding a huge wooden flail, he was just like a killer who had walked out of a horror movie. From that pumpkin helmet, which was so huge that it was disproportionate to the giant's body, came a frenzied, inhuman roar. The roar passed through the metal helmet, casting a layer of echo over the already eerie sound that made one's internal organs tremble. The pumpkin-head soldier swung the weapon in his hand, destroying everything in front of him with overwhelming force. The flail, stained with dark blood and rust, left deep depressions when it smashed into the ground, spraying countless flying stones. Mia didn't know how that pumpkin-head soldier perceived things around him while wearing that oval metal helmet with no slits. That kind of helmet probably worked on a completely different principle than Mia's blindfold. The pumpkin-head soldier swung the flail in his hand. The fat body and the inhuman appearance made one think of a newborn baby. But it was precisely because the pumpkin-head soldier was not a baby, yet acted in that manner, that made people feel fear. The moment the pumpkin-head soldier crashed through the wall, he was exposed to the rain of light of the giant Miranda flower. Countless streams of light shrouded him. Although most were blocked by that huge pumpkin-shaped helmet, quite a few still landed on the pumpkin-head soldier's body, which wore no armor. The pumpkin-head soldier felt the pain, and let out another roar, swinging the flail in his hand upward. He didn't know that the thing attacking him was a prayer, he only knew that the pain came from above. Naturally, the flail swung into empty air. "Leave quickly." Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mia hurriedly shouted. She and Wilden were now carrying a burden, making it hard to engage in a direct fight. While the pumpkin-head soldier was held up by the Miranda flower's prayer, they had to leave these ruins quickly. However, the moment she finished speaking, Mia heard heavy footsteps coming from behind. The flail tore through the air. In an instant, Mia completed a lunge to the side, and the heavy flail head smashed down beside her. "Is it sound?" The young girl realized it in an instant. It was the sound of her shouting that attracted the pumpkin-head soldier to attack her. But there was no way not to make a sound now. The pumpkin-head soldier walked toward her with large strides. The difference in size made their walking speed vastly different. For every step the massive pumpkin-head soldier took, Mia had to run 3 steps to increase the distance between them. The young girl turned her head and released a patch of ignite. When the flames scorched the pumpkin-head soldier, he howled and retreated. Unfortunately, it failed to ignite the clothes on his body. But Mia also discovered that the pumpkin-head soldier was afraid of fire. This kind of huge soldier who had lost all reason, acted only on beastly instinct, could do nothing but attack and stare blankly, and was even stupider than a hollow. At least a hollow could still use a crossbow. It was only natural that he would be afraid of fire. The pumpkin-head soldier blindly attacked the flames that had already dissipated in front of him, completely unaware that his actions were meaningless. Now was the time. Leave quickly. Mia signaled. The spirit wolf quickly turned around and caught up with Wilden's footsteps. The pumpkin-head soldier did not feel the sensation of his weapon touching an enemy. Instead, he heard the sound of Mia moving again. He let out an angry roar and chased after her. A monster that relied solely on sound to identify enemies really had the atmosphere of a horror movie. The pumpkin-head soldier didn't care about ruined walls or corridor corners. He swung his heavy flail, destroying everything in front of him. Stones fell like raindrops. 42 Section 42 Chapter 42. Heaven knows how he managed to distinguish Mia's footsteps amidst the earth-shattering, cataclysmic noise he himself had created. Mia kept her head tucked, running quickly back along the path she had come from. Flowers and vines that hadn't finished burning still remained on the ground. The pumpkin-head soldier, in pursuit of her, also stepped into the burning alleyway. Then, he stepped on a cluster of Miranda flower that was still ablaze. Roar! The pumpkin-head soldier lifted his foot as if electrocuted, hopped backward a few steps on one leg, and fell to the ground because he couldn't maintain his balance. He crushed a stone wall. The pumpkin-head soldier rolled a few times amidst the rubble and struggled to stand up. He had never possessed any shred of sanity, let alone now. In a towering rage, he swung his flail, launching a frenzied assault against imaginary enemies. Naturally, no one was injured by this, but the ruins suffered for it. In Mia's past life, there was a specific term on the internet to describe what was happening in the ruins right now. Tornado destroys parking lot. The pumpkin-head soldier's flail smashed walls and shattered floor tiles. When he swung his flail at a dilapidated 2-story building, the stone-stacked walls were like foam, easily pulverized into a large chunk. The giant Miranda flower also gave up on pursuing Mia and the others, because to it, this frenzied pumpkin-head soldier was a greater threat. The pumpkin-head soldier had only destroyed a few walls before he encountered the young Miranda flower plants. The poisonous mist they released only invited even crazier attacks from the pumpkin-head soldier. The pumpkin-head soldier could trample a Miranda flower about as tall as Mia into pulp with a single step, and his flail, clearly a blunt weapon, could slice everything in its path in two. Rain of light descended one after another above the pumpkin-head soldier's head. Wearing a massive pumpkin helmet, the pumpkin-head soldier, with his vision cast in darkness, naturally could not discern the obvious white light that appeared on the ground when the giant Miranda flower unleashed rain of light. But such attacks were clearly ineffective against the pumpkin-head soldier. Most of the light was blocked by the massive helmet, and even if a small portion of the light managed to injure the pumpkin-head soldier's unprotected body, the damage caused remained very limited. With that guy currently demolishing everything everywhere, the giant Miranda flower's rain of light was barely better than nothing. No matter what, the pumpkin-head soldier couldn't get any more enraged. From the moment patches broke in until now, he had been provoked to his limit. Mia followed closely behind Wilden. Wilden's ability to find his way was far better than hers. Having walked it only once, he managed to find the entrance they had come through in the labyrinth-like open-air corridors and alleys. "I'm glad you're okay," Curry said with pleasant surprise as soon as he saw them. Wilden put down Patches, and Mia also ran out, with 3 spirit wolves following closely behind her. The pumpkin-head soldier did not follow them out. Wilden and Mia took the path they had come by, the path still burning with fire. The pumpkin-head soldier did not force his way into that area which would cause him unbearable pain. Instead, he threw a tantrum right inside the ruins. And now, the pumpkin-head soldier, who had disappeared from the sight of Mia and the others, was crashing through a wall. In front of him appeared a Miranda flower just as massive as he was. Of course, the pumpkin-head soldier couldn't see it. But that didn't stop him from hearing the pft, pft sound of the Miranda flower releasing poisonous mist. The pumpkin-head soldier charged toward the giant Miranda flower. He rushed into the dense poison released by that giant Miranda flower. The flail lashed out against the Miranda flower's thick receptacle, sending plant fragments and sap flying. The Miranda flower did not show weakness. It curled its petals and smashed its bud toward the pumpkin-head soldier in front of it. The seemingly soft bud was actually as hard as stone at this moment, slamming fiercely against the pumpkin-head soldier's massive helmet. Once, twice dents appeared on the heavy helmet. Every time the Miranda flower struck, the force was no less than a full-strength blow from the strong pumpkin-head soldier wielding his flail. The pumpkin-head soldier was forced to hunch over as the heavy bud struck his back. He roared, threw away his flail, and wrapped his arms around the swaying stem of the giant Miranda flower. Roar! The pumpkin-head soldier straightened his back again, clutching the thick stem of the Miranda flower tightly, attempting to uproot it. The root system of the Miranda flower gripped the stone tiles of the ground tightly, struggling to hold on under the monstrous strength of the pumpkin-head soldier. The stone floor tiles, tightly gripped by the roots, were pulled up one by one. Perhaps the Miranda flower could feel the emotion of panic. It continuously waved its roots, entangling the pumpkin-head soldier's legs. The rough, barbed roots dug deeply into the pumpkin-head soldier's flesh. But this still couldn't stop him. The pumpkin-head soldier's muscles were all tensed, and his feet, bearing the force, even sank into the ground. Suddenly, black-red blood flowed out from the seam between the pumpkin-head soldier's helmet and neck. The pungent poisonous mist had taken effect. Even though it was pitch black inside the pumpkin-head soldier's helmet, he still needed to breathe. There were still significant gaps at the junction of the helmet and neck, and the highly toxic pollen of the Miranda flower invaded the pumpkin-head soldier's internal organs through those gaps. Dark red blood dripped onto the stem of the Miranda flower. The flower had finally felt the hope of victory. It sprayed out an even more potent burst of poisonous mist. Whoa! The pumpkin-head soldier let out continuous roars, using all the strength in his body for the sole purpose of uprooting the Miranda flower. Even though he was poisoned, it didn't cause him to lose his strength. Steaming hot blood flowed rapidly within his body, and the pumpkin-head soldier had become flushed red all over from the exertion. The stem of the Miranda flower was leaving the surface of the ground bit by bit. The upheaved stone tiles and soil turned from individual pieces into large swaths. The Miranda flower, now at its wit's end, emitted a sharp, animal-like screech. The part of the stem in contact with the pumpkin-head soldier's arms had already been ground into a slimy pulp by the immense friction, and the pumpkin-head soldier's 10 fingers were dug deep into the Miranda flower's stem. The Miranda flower was still slowly being pulled from the ground. It was now like a live octopus on an iron plate, continuously flailing its roots in a death struggle. But under the upheaved stone tiles, the soil was loose and wet, and the Miranda flower couldn't find any decent footing at all. The only thing it could do was let its roots grip the pumpkin-head soldier's legs tightly. The barbed roots, like a meat grinder, embedded themselves into the pumpkin-head soldier's legs, constantly twisting, locking, and mincing away layers of bloody flesh. The rumors of the Miranda flower being man-eating were not just hearsay. The pumpkin-head soldier's blood flowed down, and was greedily absorbed by the Miranda flower's roots. In just a few dozen seconds, the pumpkin-head soldier's lower legs had exposed white, grisly leg bones. As the blood flowed toward the Miranda flower, the pumpkin-head soldier's skin, which had turned bright red from exertion, was turning gray-white at a speed visible to the naked eye. And from inside his helmet, blood had already poured out like a waterfall, and that dark blood also contained some pink chunks of flesh. The man-eating Miranda flower was using its poisonous mist to dissolve the enemy's internal organs. This was also a method of hunting. Would the Miranda Flowers' self-rescue succeed? Roar! Yet the Pumpkinhead Soldier still let out a powerful, full-throated roar, and the strength in his hands suddenly surged to a new level. With this surge of strength, the Pumpkinhead Soldier clutched the Miranda Flowers' stem even tighter. Snap! The hard stem emitted such a crisp sound. The Miranda Flowers' petals unfolded in a spasm, and a sharp screech pierced through the entire ruins. The giant Miranda flower, its stem, was finally snapped by two opposing forces applied to it. The Pumpkinhead Soldier had plucked this giant Miranda flower. He threw the giant flower onto the ground. From the already broken stem that had supplied nutrients to the flower, the nutrient-rich slime, just converted from the Pumpkinhead Soldier's blood, flowed down like blood. Roar! The Pumpkinhead Soldier was victorious. He let out a roar that belonged only to the victor. A maddened soldier is the final fate of a mentally broken gladiator. Halfway through his roar, it turned into the sound of coughing up blood. This was just another unremarkable victory obtained by him in his madness. It was not in an arena, nor on a battlefield, and no one cheered for him. The snapped giant Miranda flower writhed in its death throes. Countless roots coiled toward the Pumpkinhead Soldier in a desperate attempt to take him down with it. After all, it was a plant. They have no moment of death. As a plant, as a lower animal, the Miranda flower does not have a brain like a vertebrate. The ganglia distributed throughout its body form its consciousness. Even though its bud was crudely plucked and its stem snapped, the Miranda flower was still alive, only its consciousness had been split in two. The upper part, having no ability to resist, lay on the ground, having lost all strength like a fish thrown on the ground, and its petals twitched weakly like fish gills. And the roots that were still on the ground, along with the lower half of the stem, were writhing frantically, wanting to perish together with the Pumpkinhead Soldier. The roots coiled around the Pumpkinhead Soldier's body. The Pumpkinhead Soldier roared, trying to tear off the roots wrapped around him, but it was all in vain. Root after root wrapped around the Pumpkinhead Soldier, resembling both a spider's web ensnaring prey, and giant pythons. Ah-woo! The tighter the roots bound him, the harder it was for the Pumpkinhead Soldier to break free. The harder it was to break free, the tighter the roots bound him. Perhaps this was the Miranda flower's death rattle. The roots enveloped the Pumpkinhead Soldier's arms, neck and helmet. The tightening thorns turned him into a bloody mess, and that massive, heavy pumpkin-shaped helmet also emitted the sound of twisting. Roar-a-woo-roar-a-woo, more blood flowed out from inside the pumpkin helmet, and the crazed soldier wearing it let out a death shriek. The Miranda flower's roots greedily absorbed the Pumpkinhead Soldier's blood at such a rapid speed that it no longer cared whether it could digest so many nutrients. The Miranda flower, already snapped in half, no longer had any use for those nutrients. It had only one purpose: mutual destruction. It was not just some tree or weed that couldn't think and could only passively absorb nutrients. The Miranda flower was one of the creations of the Crucible, capable of thinking, praying, and at the same time, breaking through its own limits. Blisters swelled up one after another on the roots gorged with blood. Those blisters soon ruptured from the constant absorption, and the blood, having no time to be converted into nutrients, flowed out once again. The Pumpkinhead Soldier's roars gradually grew fainter. His resistance also weakened, but the Miranda flower's roots still wrapped around him, relentlessly tightening. Crack, crack. Just like the snapped stem of the Miranda flower, the Pumpkinhead Soldier's bones emitted a continuous series of crisp cracks like popping beans. A root probed into the already cracked pumpkin helmet and coiled around the Pumpkinhead Soldier's skull. Finally, accompanied by an inconspicuous crack, amidst the continuous snapping sounds, the Pumpkinhead Soldier finally fell silent. The moment the Pumpkinhead Soldier lost all signs of life, the tentacles of the Miranda flower also dispersed. It was just like another blooming. Chapter 37. Master Selen. Chapter 43. Another chapter coming later. The commotion within Waystation Street had ceased. Mia and Wilden cautiously re-entered the Waystation Street ruins. Following the path smashed open by the Pumpkinhead Soldier, the two saw the broken Miranda flower in the center of the Waystation Street ruins. But there was no sign of the Pumpkinhead Soldier, only a twisted pumpkin helm remained on the ground, along with a tattered cloak and a pair of oversized underpants. This was not the first time Mia had seen such a corpse, and she already knew what had happened here. It seemed the frenzied pumpkin-head soldier had collided with the Miranda flower, and both had perished together. Mia felt a bit regretful. She hadn't been able to experience the battle with the pumpkin-head soldier. The girl gripped her spear and rummaged through the clothing on the ground, hoping to find some loot. However, there was nothing of the sort. The only thing that could be considered a gain was that twisted, misshapen pumpkin helm, which was no different from having no gain at all. Forget it. Mia let it go. Anyway, she hadn't participated in this battle. If there was loot, it would be a lucky find, and if there wasn't, that was only to be expected. Who would have thought that the clash between the pumpkin-head soldier and the Miranda flower would end in such a situation where the fisherman profits? Mia looked around. After being devastated by the pumpkin-head soldier, the already dilapidated buildings of the ruins were in even worse condition. Suddenly, she discovered something. In the clearing where the giant Miranda flower had been situated, there were still traces of someone having lived there. She saw several wooden racks set up in a corner of the clearing, with a long-extinguished campfire beneath them. And on the other side, there were several shriveled corpses lying on the ground. The skin of the corpses had turned a pale white. Mia walked over and poked them with the shaft of her spear. What she felt in her hand was a texture like stone. Their souls have already returned to the Erd tree. Wilden walked over, crouched down, and rummaged through the items left aside by these tarnished. It seemed that it was precisely because of their stone-like bodies that the Miranda flower had not been able to consume them. These tarnished had been lying here for who knows how long, and their clothes had long since rotted away from exposure to the wind and rain. However, Mia discovered a few rusty chests on a tattered cart beside this small camp. She easily knocked off the rusty locks on the chests with her sword hilt. Inside, there was quite a bit of clear, accumulated water. Most of it was meaningless personal items, such as books and clothing, which had almost completely rotted away. The only thing worth mentioning was a small leather pouch. Mia picked it up, but as soon as she lifted it, the bottom of the pouch, which had been soaking in the water, split open, having become extremely fragile. A pile of shining gold coins fell out of the bag. An unexpected gain. The girl unhesitatingly pocketed the ownerless coins. Although it wasn't much less than 3,000 runes, it was enough to ease the emptiness of Mia having no money in her pocket. These had to be kept for emergencies. She couldn't let Melina convert them again. Satisfied with stashing away the loot, Mia heard rustling sounds coming from all around. The young Miranda flowers throughout the ruins seemed to sense the death of their mother, and were gathering, one after another. Even with Mia and Wilden standing nearby, these young Miranda flowers had no intention of attacking. They surrounded the broken body of their mother, stroking it with their tentacles. The offspring surrounded their dying mother. No matter how you looked at it, this was a touching scene. Mia let out a sigh. Even these man-eating monsters have feelings, it seems. Then I shall let you reunite. She reached out, letting flames engulf these Miranda flowers. The clusters of Miranda flowers ignited almost simultaneously, and acrid blue smoke rose in wisps. While they were still burning, it was time to clear out the Miranda flowers that still existed elsewhere. The Waystation Street ruins, having been torn apart quite a bit by the pumpkin-head soldier, were now much more spacious, and a more obvious benefit was that it was harder to get lost. Mia didn't spend much time clearing out the remaining Miranda flowers. Only then did Mia let Kale and Patches enter the ruins. Patches had already woken up, acting as if nothing had happened before, and swaggered in behind Kale, who was leading the donkey. Oh my, it seems I've had my life saved by someone. Patches' tone, regardless of the occasion, always gave people a flippant feeling. How sleazy. Then we're friends from now on, right? Patches said, winking at Mia. Mia sighed helplessly. To say they weren't, she didn't exactly mean that. But to say they were, admitting that she was friends with Patches, felt strange. Forget it, there was no point dwelling on that question. The Waystation Street ruins were finally safe. Weren't you looking for a reclusive sorcerer? Kale looked around at the horrific ruins. This place really didn't look like somewhere someone would live in seclusion. Well, this. Mia walked toward the basement entrance that had been exposed. She was a little nervous, not knowing if the Selene of this world was the same soldier as in the game. After all, a game was just a game, no matter the character, they just recited the same few lines of pre-written text over and over. Mia led the way down the stairs. The others behind her hesitated for a moment, but then followed along. The little donkey Amia and the 3 spirit wolves consciously stayed at the entrance of the stairs. For animals, these narrow steps were not easy to traverse. The stairs went straight down without any turns. Underneath was a spacious basement. In the center floated a golden grace that only Mia could see, and further ahead, on the wall of the basement, was a narrow door. Walking to the door, Mia took a deep breath and placed her hand on the door. Just as she was about to push the door open wide, the girl vaguely heard a strange sound coming from inside the door. Boom! The center of the door suddenly exploded outward. A blue crystal, spinning, shot out from inside the door, accompanied by countless fragments of the door. Everyone only saw a flash of light. With a hum, it flew past the girl's head and exploded on the stairs at the other end of the basement. Then, upon closer inspection, they saw that Mia had collapsed backward onto the ground. Back off. Wilden raised his brass shield, standing extremely seriously in front of Mia. At an extremely close range, Mia had been knocked down by the impact of this glintstone magic, which contained great power and speed. The loud noise exploded in Mia's ears like thunder, causing her brain to enter a momentary state of self-preservation. Whoosh! Another glintstone crystal flew out from the gaping hole in the door, hitting Wilden's brass shield with a thud. The soldier watched in shock as his tightly gripped shield spun away like a piece of twisted metal. As for himself, he felt a wave of dizziness, and when he came to, he realized he had been knocked to the ground. This scene snapped Mia out of her shock-induced stupor. Wait. Are you the sorcerer Selene? The girl shouted. From behind the ugly hole in the door came a soft, questioning murmur belonging to a woman. Then, the woman spoke in an intelligent voice, "Since you know my identity, are you willing to talk properly? Who are you people?" Chapter 38. Next, it is time for Glintstone, second update. Speak, what are your intentions? Selene's voice came from the hole in the door. Both Patches and Kale formed a semi-surrounding stance outside the door in that instant. Mia stammered. She forgot her lines. The girl breathed heavily, the shock from just a moment ago still had her heart pounding. Guided by her game experience, she had completely failed to anticipate that such a thing would happen. The gentle and considerate Selene from the game had actually hit her with 2 spells upon meeting. Selene inside the door was silent for a moment. The girl used this precious time to calm her emotions. Thinking about it with normal logic, Selene's behavior was completely understandable. If anything, she had been taught a lesson right upon meeting. One must be vigilant in everything. If she hadn't had strong mental fortitude, she might have even suffered cardiac arrest from the fright. So say it. You are here to become an apprentice to learn magic. But Selene, who opened with 2 glintstone projectiles, was so terrifying. You don't look like you have hostile intentions. Selene interrupted her, stammering, "It's hard to talk through a door, isn't it?" Selene let out a sigh, and a blue magic circle appeared on the broken door, which then rose on its own. In the room, which was filled with glintstone and simply furnished, the female sorcerer, wearing blue robes and a glintstone crown, lowered her hand. 44 Section 44. Chapter 44. As you can see, I am Selene, a sorceress. I would like to apologize to you for the earlier act of aggression. Because the commotion on the ground earlier was a bit too noisy, I thought those fellows who have been bothering me had appeared, Selene explained very gently. Now, Tarnished, can you tell me what business you have here? Such words made the image of the flesh and blood sorceress before her gradually merge with the image of the gentle NPC in Mia's heart. When Selene revealed her form, Wilden immediately scrambled up and blocked the space between Selin and Mia. "It's all right." Mia finally stood up as well and gently pulled Wilden aside. Wilden glanced at her, and Mia nodded at him confidently. Then, Mia said to Selin, "I am here to learn glintstone magic." She stated her wish openly and generously. Selin's face was hidden beneath her glintstone mask. The huge, heavy mask moved slightly, which was likely a nod. The sorceress crossed her arms and said with great interest, "Oh. The tarnished are truly peculiar, to dare to strike up a conversation like this even upon a first meeting." However, while speaking, Selin was also sizing up Mia. Although there were no facial openings on the mask she wore, Mia could still feel Selin's gaze. It seems people in the lands between are very good at perceiving their surroundings while wearing concealing accessories. "You are truly peculiar." Hearing Selin repeat this sentence, Mia looked at her, feeling somewhat nervous. Surely she isn't unwilling to take me as a student. "You want to learn glintstone magic?" Selin asked in return. Mia nodded vigorously. Your aptitude." Selin hesitated, visibly. "You do indeed have the most basic aptitude." Having said that, she looked at the others present, but unfortunately, only you have this aptitude. The gentle teacher Selin is actually quite direct in her speech. Mia looked left and right. There shouldn't be anything for me here, right?" Patches said, clasping his hands behind his head. "Then let's get going. After all, you're the one who wants to take on a master." However, Selin spoke up at this moment, as if to keep them there. "Whether one can master magic does not depend solely on aptitude." Forget it, forget it." Patches turned around and walked toward the entrance of the basement. "Hey, you guy. Don't think about slipping away." Kale also quickly followed Patches as he left the basement. Selin shook her head slightly and looked at Wilden. "You are an attendant, aren't you? It is quite rare to find a tarnished who can command the loyalty of the royal army." "We are friends," Mia corrected in a low voice. Teacher Selin's aura is so powerful. Although she is very gentle, Mia did not dare to make any loud noises in front of her. "Is that so? Then I have misunderstood," Selin said. "If you wish to audit, I don't mind having too many students." Wilden frowned, remained silent for a moment, and then put away his weapon. He bowed slightly to the powerful sorceress before him, and stepped to the side. Thus, only Mia was left facing Selin directly. The young girl stood straight, as if she were standing in front of a dean of students. Watching the young girl's appearance, Selin let out a soft laugh, but then became serious. "One must choose carefully when seeking a master. Since you know my name, you should also know my deeds, right? I was expelled from the Raya Lucaria Academy, the so-called heretical sorceress whom everyone avoids like the plague. Even so, do you still insist on becoming my student?" Mia pursed her lips. "I still want to become your student and learn," the girl answered firmly. Selin laughed again. "You really are a strange person." Selin's voice was very pleasant, it was intellectual and gentle. When she laughed, it was as if there was a magnetic force that could draw one's heart out. "Very well," the sorceress said lightly, "I am willing to take you as my student and teach you glintstone magic." It was as if she had been looking forward to such a thing all along. But even so, before agreeing, she repeatedly confirmed with Mia whether she really wanted to take her as a master. However, she changed the subject. "I am very strict, and do not follow the gentle method of teaching. Do not regret it." Mia looked solemn and nodded vigorously. "Then come here, I will teach you the basics of glintstone magic." Mia was stunned. "Are we getting to the point so quickly? Do you regret it?" Mia immediately denied. "Then come over here." Saying this, Selin turned around and began rummaging through the countless books piled on the floor. Mia did not dare to delay and quickly walked into Selin's room. "Student, since you want to learn glintstone magic, the first step is understanding." The female sorceress walked through the messy piles of books on the floor, searching for the teaching materials for Mia. Mia did not yet know what she was looking for. But watching Selen, who was lifting her robe to find a difficult foothold among the clutter, a sense of intimacy welled up. The young girl stood honestly in front of Selen's desk, watching her. This was indeed the first meeting between Selen and her. While rummaging, Selen said to her, "You must know that in the realm of magic, you are still a newborn infant who cannot even walk or speak. You must always recognize your own immaturity and constantly learn and seek knowledge to become a sorceress." By the way, she suddenly asked, "Do you have a staff?" Mia was stunned. The obvious answer was no. But what should she do? How should she answer? A tarnished who wants to learn glintstone magic without even a staff. Mia became nervous once again. If one doesn't have a staff, one can't cast spells, right? At least that's the logic in the lands between. Selen sensed what Mia's silence represented. You don't have a staff. She straightened up and glanced at Mia. The young girl lowered her head, feeling guilty. Selen shook her head slightly, but she did not complain or blame her. But Mia, seeing Selen shake her head, was already wailing in her heart. Teacher Selen. Don't suddenly go back on your word for such a reason. Although it was her own fault for not having a staff prepared. However, she still did not want Teacher Selen to reject her. Then there is no other way. Mia pursed her lips, feeling very aggrieved. Use my old staff for now. Selen pulled a wooden box that was as tall as a person out from the clutter. Selen handed the wooden box to Mia. The latter took it somewhat flusteredly. Open it and see. You and I were similar in build at that time, this staff should suit you as well. The young girl nodded gratefully and slowly opened the box. Stargazing staff, a staff held by those who look up at the stars. A glintstone is embedded at the tip of the staff, serving as a catalyst for casting magic. Is this for me? I already said I would give it to you, didn't I? Since it is something you already understand, there is no need to keep asking, otherwise, it will make people think you are foolish. Thank you. After all, you are my student. Mia stammered again. About the tuition for you. She lowered her head and peeked at Selen. Such a kind teacher. No matter how much money the teacher wants, she must scrape it together. Selen let out a light laugh. I do not seek payment for learning. After all, I have no place where I would need money. Mia wanted to ask again. But Selen interrupted her. From you, I sense a thirst for knowledge. That is the best reward you could give me. Afterward, Selen did not give Mia a chance to respond. Because she had already found what she was looking for. The sorceress picked up a textbook. Then now, let's begin. Why is Teacher Selen a god? Leave request. As the title says, I am about to die of sleepiness. I spent the day taking my younger sister to school, taking the train there and back. We had hard seats going there, and on the return trip, I stood for 3 hours alone. After getting off the train, I took the subway, and when I got home at 8 o'clock, I had to make a form on short notice. I am about to die of exhaustion now. Sorry, everyone, for making you wait all day. I will make up 6K tomorrow. I'm going to sleep first. Good night, love you all. Chapter 45, Chapter 39. What I want you to touch. Before you learn more about glintstone magic, I need you to understand the meaning of magic. In ancient times, people created magic to change reality and realize their wishes. The use of magic in war is merely a byproduct. First, you must know that no matter what power it is, there are countless ways to use it. Using power to fight others was not the original intention of the creators of glintstone magic. If you only want to gain power from glintstone magic to clear away your enemies. Of course, even then, I will teach you what you want to learn, but if you truly hold such thoughts, you cannot become a true sorcerer. In the basement illuminated by candlelight, a one-on-one lesson was underway. Selen gave the only table and chair to Mia, her student, while she herself conjured a black magic curtain in the air and wrote upon it with blue ink. It served as a blackboard for teaching. Mia lowered her head. Beside the neat paragraphs and illustrations in the yellowed textbook in front of her were dense, elegant notes in Selen's handwriting. The glintstone magic I will teach you is the magic of finding the power within glintstone, and then casting it. You might wonder, where does that power come from? What we call glintstone is amber formed by the stars. Golden amber formed from resin contains the power of ancient life fragments. By analogy, glintstone also contains the power of the star's life. Mia raised her hand, wanting to ask a question. Selen chuckled softly, "It's fine. I only have one apprentice right now, so you can just speak up if you want to ask something." Mia said, "Does the life of the stars refer to life on the stars?" Selen did not answer Mia's question immediately. Instead, she gripped a glintstone staff, raised the head of the staff high, and swept it over her head. The surrounding candlelight dimmed, and a brilliant starry sky appeared on the ceiling of the room. Mia looked in wonder at the ceiling, which had just been cold rock but had now turned into a starry sky. Her cherry-colored lips parted subconsciously, completely stunned into silence by the painted scene. Now, the two were under a semicircular dome of night, and the surrounding walls and the narrow basement had vanished without a trace. The ground beneath their feet reflected the starlight like a mirror, stretching on and on until it merged with the starry sky at an infinite distance. A colorful galaxy traversed the night sky, with brilliant stars twinkling around it, and fleeting streams of light occasionally streaking across the sky. In one corner of the sky, a full, round moon hung high. Although bright and conspicuous, the moonlight combined perfectly with the starlight, neither overpowering the starlight nor being obscured by it. The two together formed a beautiful and gentle scene, making this space as bright as day. She had never seen such a starry sky, and even if she had, it was only in various works from her past life. Selen cleared her throat. The young girl snapped back to reality. Selen looked at Mia with a smile, but the sorcerer's mask blocked all sight. Whether it was a smile or anger, the expression on Selen's face was known only to her. The female sorcerer and Mia looked at the starry sky together. The life of the stars is meant literally. The life of meteors, the life of comets, and the life of the stars twinkling in the sky. Glintstone magic explores the life of the stars themselves. Of course, life dwelling on the stars is also a very curious existence, and sorcerers also conduct research on life on the stars. But that is merely incidental. You must remember, glintstone magic seeks the life of the stars and explores the origin of the stars. Do you understand? Mia looked up and nodded earnestly. Very good. Selen replied with satisfaction, "In future lessons, you must raise any questions you have. The desire for knowledge is the most precious spirit for us sorcerers. You must remember that glintstone magic is intended to explore the stars and the life of the stars." There is a group of low-class sorcerers now who have completely forgotten this. There was a hint of complaint in Selen's tone. Then she waved her hand, "Let us continue the lesson. Glintstone magic is closely related to mathematics. Since we want to explore the stars, we must also learn to calculate the trajectories of the stars. Moreover, casting magic also requires the assistance of mathematics. Using formulas to understand magic and to deduce new magic, this is the biggest difference between magic and prayer." Upon hearing this, Mia subconsciously pursed her lips. As the saying goes, anyone might betray you but mathematics will not. Mathematics will not, simply because it will not. However, under this illusory starry sky, the young girl felt her heart was incomparably vast, as if it could contain anything. A confidence in knowledge suddenly appeared in her heart, something she had never dared to imagine before. But first, let us begin with controlling magic power, Selen said, asking Mia to turn the old textbook in her hand to a certain page. That page was covered with Selen's elegant handwriting. Without explanation, Mia could understand the knowledge in the book through Selen's notes from long ago. But teacher Selen still guided her step by step on how to sense the magic power of glintstone. She picked up a piece of glintstone that had been piled in the room, and placed it on Mia's desk. Try to use that method to sense the magic power sleeping within the glintstone, and then light it up. This is a process that everyone who wants to learn glintstone magic must do. The method I just taught you to guide the power of glintstone is actually the first lesson for many untalented people, and also their last. Mia picked up the glintstone on the table, dazed. In fact, the way to guide magic power is not much different from the way to concentrate when casting prayer. But that is limited only to guiding magic power. Compared to the knowledge required to cast true glintstone magic, that kind of thing, which can be done just by concentrating, is not only far from reaching it, but it doesn't even come close to touching the edge of it. The young girl held the glintstone, closed her eyes, and focused her energy. A moment later, she received feedback, a feeling like plucking a harp string. She found the trick. Then, following this rhythm, she continued to control the magic power. Before that, the glintstone was like a battery, with the energy inside as still as an ancient well. But now, Mia could feel that the energy within the glintstone was gradually becoming active. The young girl gripped the glintstone tightly, further stimulating the power within. In front of Teacher Selene, she must give it her all. The energy gradually boiled, turning from flowing water into rolling, boiling water, and then into boiling droplets. The activity was still increasing. But Mia had her eyes closed, and with the eye mask blocking her vision, she completely failed to notice that the glintstone in her hand was emitting an increasingly blinding light. And the fire dragon talisman on her body also made her extremely dull to the constantly rising temperature of the glintstone in her hand. The expression inside Teacher Selene's mask, from the moment Mia held the glintstone, gradually changed from expectation to satisfaction, then from satisfaction to surprise, and finally from nervousness to shock when the glintstone in Mia's hand began to tremble slightly, while the young girl still remained unaware. Let it go quickly. Mia opened her eyes and was immediately stung by the strong light, causing tears to flow. Selene quickly swung her staff to knock the glintstone out of Mia's hand, and then with another strike, hit the glintstone far away. The glintstone exploded the moment it hit the ground the second time. A white, strong light burst forth within the starry space. Shards flew clattering toward the two, who were at least 4 or 5 meters away. Selene waved her staff, and a deep blue, semi-transparent barrier appeared in front of them, blocking the glintstone shards. Mia looked somewhat dazed at the glittering glintstone shards scattered all over the ground. She glanced at Selene, who had clearly heaved a sigh of relief. Blowing up the glintstone should mean that she is very powerful, right? Just like in the Long Outyen novels of her past life, where the protagonist cracks the crystal ball during a capability test. Teacher Selene. Mia called out to Selene, who was turned sideways to her, feeling somewhat guilty. Apprentice. Selene said very seriously. Mia shivered. She could clearly feel that Teacher Selene's questioning gaze had already pierced through the glintstone mask. It seems that Teacher Selene is not very satisfied with this result. That means she completely failed just now. The glintstone exploded. Thinking about it carefully, this is a very dangerous incident, right? What to do? Apologize? Should she show her belly? I didn't mean to. Mia said, sitting upright. It is too late to say such things now. Why didn't you stop before the danger occurred? Selene stomped her staff forcefully. Mia twisted her hands like an elementary school student who had done something wrong. Looking at Mia, who knew she was wrong, Selene shook her head. No matter what, you must pay attention to safety. Selene said in a powerful and concise tone, I understand your desire to prove yourself, but you were truly too careless. The young girl nodded heavily. That is good. Selene let out a breath, however, it was also my lack of consideration. I did not expect to encounter such a situation with someone who has just come into contact with glintstone magic. Your talent is truly worthy of admiration. I have studied prayer before. No wonder you possess such incomparably powerful strength compared to a beginner. Selene nodded thoughtfully. Once the husband of Queen Renala of Kuria, the hero of the Erd Tree, and the Elden Lord Radagon who later abandoned Renala to marry Marika, also, like you, studied both prayer and magic, and enjoyed great fame in both fields. Perhaps you will write a new chapter of your own in the field of glintstone magic. Selene praised, then switched to an earnest tone. Of course, learning magic does not rely entirely on talent. Remember, always remain humble and never give up exploring. Understood. Mia responded. Selene's words undoubtedly represented recognition of the strength she had just demonstrated. So she didn't fail. The joy of being recognized by others sprouted in the young girl's heart like bamboo shoots after the rain. Selene waved her hand, and the writing on the magic blackboard disappeared. Very well, let us continue learning. Since you have mastered the basics of resonating with glintstone, what you need to do next is to further understand glintstone. Glintstone magic is magic that explores the power within glintstone and applies it. But we are creatures of flesh and blood, after all, not glintstone. Therefore, to deeply learn glintstone magic, you must imitate glintstone, construct similar magic circuits within your own body, and establish a casting model that belongs exclusively to you. As Selene spoke, writing appeared on the blackboard. Become close to glintstone, to the point of making yourself glintstone. The glintstone masks of the Academy of Magic were created and worn by sorcerers for this very purpose. But now the sorcerers of the Academy have lost even the resolve to transform themselves into glintstone, let alone pursue the origin of the stars. Being able to meet me as your teacher is your good fortune. Selene turned around and said enthusiastically, perhaps I am the only one left who still has the determination to pursue the root of magic. If you want to explore the origin of the stars, then you must make yourself into a star. Of course, that is a matter for later. For you now, it is too early to imitate stars. Let us start with the glintstone in front of us. As she spoke, Selene placed another piece of glintstone on Mia's desk. Looking at the glintstone in front of her, Mia's expression was somewhat complex. At Teacher Selene's words just now, Mia thought of the plot in the game. After the protagonist, the Tarnished, conquered the Academy of Raya Lucaria, and helped Teacher Selene find the two primeval sorcerers who created glintstone magic, and had already transformed into glintstone life, Teacher Selene returned to the Academy. To pursue the origin of the stars, Teacher Selene combined her body with the physical forms of the two primeval sorcerers and transformed into what sorcerers believed to be the appearance of the stars, the Sorcerer's Sphere. Having become the Sorcerer's Sphere, Teacher Selene, even though she had fallen into chaos and could only communicate in a delirious state, still had not forgotten the player who was her apprentice. Mia stared at the glintstone in front of her, pursing her lips. What is it? Selene asked with concern. 46 Section 46 Chapter 46 It's nothing. Mia forced a smile. Selene did not notice anything amiss and nodded. Then I shall teach you how to understand glintstone now. She drew a diagram on the blackboard that looked just like a molecular formula. Every piece of glintstone has different magic circuits, they have countless starting points, but in the end, there is only one destination. Selene's staff transformed into a pointer, moving constantly over that chemical formula. She pointed to a hexagonal shape and said, "This is a magic node." Then, pointing to the thin lines connecting these hexagons, she said, "These are magic veins." All magic veins are straight lines, they only change direction when passing through a magic node. Whether it is a magic vein or a magic node, they each have different characteristics. She then drew a complex table on the other side of the blackboard. This was summarized by Master Azza and Master Luzat, the creators of glintstone magic. It lists the 118 magic characteristics displayed by the magic circuits within glintstone. You need to imitate these magic circuits within your body according to your own constitution, and then you can guide your magic according to the formula to cast glintstone magic. If you can reconstruct all the characteristic glintstone magic circuits within yourself, you will be able to cast all currently known glintstone magic. The more magic circuits you have within you, the closer your body becomes to glintstone itself, and the stronger the glintstone magic you can cast. Glintstone crowns and magic staves can also serve as external magic circuits to reinforce your glintstone magic. Let's take it slow, because as of now, no one has managed to reconstruct all the glintstone magic circuits within their body. At Raya Lucaria Academy, students are divided into several large classrooms to learn different types of magic. Selene taught earnestly, completely unaware that Mia was staring intently at her back. A back clad in blue robes, immersed in knowledge, yet a slightly thin back. In order to see the source of glintstone magic, teacher Selene pursued a glintstone magic that possessed a pure spirit of exploration. That place which had lost even its name, becoming the Raya Lucaria Academy, the Carian Royal Academy, was controlled by the cold, aloof moon hanging above. Not only were sorcerers who pursued the primeval current considered heretics, but even those who viewed the stars and the moon as equals were branded as heretics. Selene wished to revive the origin of magic, to break free from that cold, aloof moon, and to change the academy that had lost its drive, using magic purely for show and sycophancy. For this, she sacrificed everything. Mia clenched her hands. Teacher Selene, I will certainly not disappoint your teachings now. But in the future, I will definitely ensure you have a better ending. I want you to use your own clear eyes to see the source of glintstone magic with your own eyes. You deserve a future much happier than becoming a sorcerer's sphere. Chapter 40. Days of Study Second Update. 3K, so that adds up to 7K. I'm really amazing. Well then, that is all for today's lesson. Selene dispelled the magic veil that had been shrouding them. Mia was already able to create her own magic circuits, although she had not yet learned her first glintstone magic. But this was the 0 to 1, she had successfully crossed the most difficult threshold. Selene, feeling very proud of Mia, also boasted, I didn't expect my student to learn to walk so quickly. It seems I am a good teacher. Even mature sorcerers occasionally reveal a playful side. The first lesson finally ended. Mia briefly bid farewell to Selene and walked out of the basement. Night had long since fallen. Wilden had been standing with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall of the stone steps leading to the surface. Everything all right? He saw Mia walk out and immediately asked. No problems. Mia raised the stargazing staff in her hand, showing it off. Everything is great. The first day of lessons, although it started a bit hastily. But under teacher Selene's patient guidance, Mia had absorbed most of the knowledge. Wilden nodded. Then he walked up the stairs ahead of Mia. Mia held that old textbook from teacher Selene in her other hand. Selene had gifted this textbook, filled with notes, to Mia. Although it was just the most basic textbook. After all, everything must start from the first step. One must learn to walk before one can learn to run. The notes in this textbook were enough for Mia to smoothly understand the knowledge within, even without explanation. Ah, teacher Selene, you are so kind. Mia held the stargazing staff, which was as tall as she was, in one hand, and that old textbook in the other. Arriving outside, she discovered that the entrance to the basement, which had been empty before, had changed drastically. As mentioned before, the basement entrance was located in a room surrounded by walls on four sides with an opening in one wall, now in an open space. After half the wall was demolished by the pumpkin soldier, the room was even more dilapidated, but Kale had blocked that gap with crates, carts, and barrels collected from around the Waystation Street ruins. Now, it was surrounded on all four sides again, with only one narrow opening, making it a place that could provide a sense of security. The changes didn't stop there. Kale had also used wooden sticks and large pieces of cloth found from who knows where to erect a square canopy on the ground, which was just enough to cover most of this open space, allowing everyone to stay under shelter. Where the canopy didn't reach, dry firewood in the campfire was crackling, and the flames illuminated the surroundings. Above the basement, it had now become a safe and cozy campsite. Kale was roasting some kind of green, blocky object. 3 spirit wolves were also resting nearby in various postures. Patches lay on one side, facing the wall, with a pile of fodder underneath him. You're out. Kale waved at Mia. Mia looked around. This is. She hadn't expected it to be set up so well. After all, I considered that we would be staying here for a while. Kale explained very optimistically. A long-term campsite cannot be set up like an overnight camp. Staying for a while. Mia blinked. Aren't you going to continue heading south? I didn't say we were heading south right now. We nomadic people do have times when we stop occasionally. Kale said, turning the object he was roasting in his hand. Mia nodded. Presumably, he actually wanted to travel with her and was worried, right? Mia couldn't help but feel moved. Kale, actually, I'm afraid of losing my free bodyguard. However, the girl stared at the thing turning in Kale's hand again. What is this again? Mia recalled the memory of Kale roasting rats before. Roasting rats was because he had killed many rats. Then this thing couldn't be. Miranda flower, oh. There were some stragglers, so I finished them off. As expected. Mia sat down beside Patches. She looked back at Patches. That heartless guy was sleeping quite soundly. He probably didn't help much while Kale was setting up the camp, just purely enjoying the fruits of others' labor. It should be about ready. Kale pulled the green tuber of the Miranda flower off the fire. One look and you could tell this thing was the fleshy part of the Miranda flower, just like a cactus. Want a taste? Kale handed the tuber in his hand over. Mia did not hesitate. Her acceptance of strange vegetables was much higher than that of strange meats. She looked closely at the tuber skewered on a wooden stick. Its surface was dried from roasting, and it was only sprinkled with salt. She took a bite. It had a potato-like feel, but it was a bit watery. It was sweet, and combined with the salt Kale had sprinkled on it, the taste wasn't very good. It would probably be better raw, Mia commented critically. Just like jicama. Is that so? Kale took the skewer from Mia's hand and took a bite as well. He frowned. It seemed he wasn't very satisfied with the taste either. Whatever, never mind, as long as it's edible. Tomorrow, I'll ask the spirit wolf to catch some meat, and then find a chance to go out and get some wild vegetables. After all, the pot can't just be a decoration. I have to find a chance to use it, to make some stews or something. There's more over there. Kale pointed to a spot where quite a few Miranda flower tubers that had only been simply processed were piled up. Kale had cut off the roots and flowers of those plants. Clearly, finishing off those that were still wriggling within the ruins was something he had done alone. After all, no one gave Patches a weapon. However, Mia now had the stargazing staff. The spear was no longer needed. She would give it to Patches after he was willing to fight together. Right, Kale added, go out through that opening, turn left, and there is a well that can still be used. Mia simply filled her stomach and washed up. Looking at the campsite on the ground, she trotted back to the basement into Selen's room. Selen seemed to be writing something. Are there any problems with the magic? She asked. That's not it. I just wanted to ask, can my companions come down to stay? Mia said, fidgeting at the door of Selen's room. Making such a request was still a bit embarrassing. But being able to live in the basement was definitely much better than sleeping half open under the canopy and broken walls. That's not a problem. The basement was very large. Selen's room was just an extension on one side of that spacious basement. Thank you, Teacher Selen. Mia ran out happily to announce the good news to her companions. Thus Kale spread the sleeping bags and mats of the group into the basement. But the campfire remained outside. After all, the deep basement did not have good ventilation. Under the strong insistence of Kale and Mia, Wilden and Kale took turns keeping watch with the help of the spirit wolf. Chapter 47. Having finally settled down, even a soldier should take a rest. In the middle of the night, Mia was in the basement with candles placed beside her. She was leaning against the backrest of her sleeping mat, reading the textbook Selen had given her. Although it was called a backrest, it was actually just a wide wooden board propped diagonally against the wall. So much time had passed since she transmigrated. Mia was in this secure basement. Not far away was the gentle and reliable teacher Selen. There was also Melina, who, although she didn't appear often, was always there when needed. There were also Wilden, Kale, 3 spirit wolves. and patches. For the first time, the young girl felt as at ease on this night as she had in her previous life. The days of studying glintstone magic would pass like this for a month. Chapter 41. In the days of study, too, it's being published this Friday, I'm doomed. The plot doesn't seem to be advancing to the expected node. I will strive to release an extra chapter before Friday. Starlight. The young girl loudly shouted the name of the technique, and raised the stargazing staff in her hand. Points of light appeared at the tip of the stargazing staff, manifesting beneath the curtain of the starry sky. Clap, clap, clap. Selen clapped her hands in satisfaction. Today was the afternoon of the second day of Mia's study of glintstone magic. In other words, from the moment she first came into contact with glintstone magic to successfully casting her first glintstone magic, Mia had only spent 1 day. After all, she had only arrived at the Waypoint Ruins yesterday, and hadn't taken a full day's worth of lessons. And in just this short day, Mia had already become a mage. In the morning, under Selen's guidance, the young girl established a magical circuit within her body that mimicked glintstone, learning to control the energy of glintstone. She released the energy, then controlled and stabilized it, turning it into starlight that could illuminate the darkness. You accidentally performed an incorrect guidance when your magic power passed through the third magic node, right? As her teacher, Selen saw the small flaw in Mia's spellcasting at a glance. Mia smiled embarrassedly. She still lacked proficiency in casting magic. However, being able to successfully cast starlight on the second day was all thanks to teacher Selen's magic mirror realm. Magic Mirror Realm was the formal name for the starry curtain currently covering their heads. In the past, this was a magic circle that started from the highest clock tower of the academy and covered the entire academy. It contained inspiration that could allow one to instantly comprehend, capable of turning an infant who couldn't even walk into a mage. Although turning an infant who couldn't even walk into a mage was likely an exaggeration, the mini version of the magic mirror realm that teacher Selen deployed had truly allowed Mia to feel the benefits. From the moment Selen first used the magic mirror realm yesterday, Mia had already felt the changes in herself. Here, she was like a different soldier, with an incredibly agile mind. Under the inspiration of the magic mirror realm, Mia learned quickly, and Selen taught quickly as well. Apprentice, let's end today's lesson here. Seeing Mia, who was still full of energy, teacher Selen advised her the opposite way. It shouldn't be late yet. She could still memorize more things. Because you have completed a small stage of learning. Selen explained, for the remaining time today, I need you to review the knowledge you have learned over these 2 days. Tomorrow we will proceed to more complex subjects. Mia nodded very seriously. Glintstone magic was divided into many subjects. This was something Mia had known since teacher Selen introduced it to her yesterday. Although the mages of the academy were divided into different classrooms to learn different types of magic, there were still complex general courses, including potions, crafting, magic circles, divination, arithmetic, glintstone deconstruction, and so on. Selen withdrew the magic mirror realm, and only then did Mia feel a wave of fatigue, having been suppressed, wash over her from the depths of her mind. She subconsciously rubbed her dry eyes. Even with the magic mirror realm, one must use it cautiously. You are not yet mature enough in the field of magic and cannot sustain long periods of study within the magic mirror realm. If it causes damage to your spirit, the loss will outweigh the gain. This was also the reason teacher Selen paused today's lessons. Mia nodded. She had already known from yesterday's introductory lesson that glintstone magic was a complex field of study. Even though the academy had divided students into several large classrooms to teach comet magic, meteor magic, crystal magic, and other different types of magic, outside of these classroom magics, there were many general courses, such as mathematics, potionology, astrology, magic circle studies, engineering, and so on. It could be said that the complexity of the subjects in the Magic Academy was no less than, and perhaps even more than, the compulsory education of Mia's previous life. But fortunately, there was the assistance of the magic mirror realm. The strength of any magic would change with the mage casting it, including the magic mirror realm that granted inspiration, because the essence of the magic mirror realm was to turn the caster's experience into inspiration and impart it to the magic apprentices within the magic circle. And as a disciple of the Archmage, the originator of glintstone magic, Selen, who was known as the Witch, could have her experience turned into countless inspirations to be passed on to Mia. Under Selen's guidance, Mia's learning progress could be completely described as whale swallowing. The moment the inspiration from the magic mirror realm faded, it was like waking up from a dream. However, all the memories in the dream were branded into her mind. Thinking about it now, she could only marvel at her own divergent thinking at the time. Although she felt some nostalgia for the feeling in the magic mirror realm, she did not feel any lingering dissatisfaction in her heart. If one were to make an analogy, it was probably like catnip, right? Although it made one feel clear-headed, it wasn't addictive. Of course, that was only true for Mia herself. The young girl never projected her own experiences onto others, whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. She politely said goodbye to teacher Selen. The sky had barely just reached dusk. Mia wanted to take a bath. Among the miscellaneous items Kale had moved over to block the gap in the wall, Mia had found a small wooden bathtub. It didn't look like it was leaking, so it could be put to good use. After reminding her companions, Mia first moved the bathtub next to the well and cleaned it with clear water. Mia then asked Kale for 2 thick cloths and some rope. She moved the bathtub to a place where she could avoid others, using the corner of a wall to create a cloth curtain covering 2 sides. After confirming it was safe, the young girl placed a few eternal candles by the bathtub to illuminate the surroundings, and only then began to add water into the bathtub. Then she removed her clothes and began to boil herself in the wooden bucket. Ah no, this wasn't some kind of river dam play, although Mia was quite interested in that, but she was really just taking a bath. She was wearing the fire dragon talisman. The flame that appeared from Mia's hand only needed her own energy as fuel and accelerant. As long as she didn't let go, it could burn even in water and heat the water. So, after tying the fire dragon talisman to her wrist, Mia very decisively soaked herself in the bubbling, boiling water. She started to boil herself. It was so comfortable. With this way of bathing, any bacteria could be killed, right? She also boiled her hair. No shampoo could achieve the powerful degreasing effect of boiling water. Mia submerged half her face in the water, and then coughed because she was choked by the bursting water bubbles. Better get up early. After the bath, the method of drying her body was also simple and crude. It was just to roast herself dry with fire. After washing, she felt much more awake. Returning to the camp, she ate something and continued to open Teacher Selen's textbook to study glintstone magic. After a soldier has ideals and expectations, their life will be fulfilling and happy. Mia was now immersed in such a state. In the magic mirror realm, she never worried about whether she would make progress tomorrow. Because that was inevitable. Every day, she could truly feel that today's self and yesterday's self had undergone earth-shaking changes. From knowledge to the soul, she was growing. Those illusory stars and the mysteries between the stars made Mia advance with the goal of becoming a true glintstone mage, rather than just borrowing the power of glintstone magic to become the Elden Lord. In the 20 years she grew up in the reinforced concrete city, she had never felt that the starry sky was actually so beautiful. The things Selen taught increased every day, and Mia was like a starving beast, absorbing all the knowledge placed in front of her. The textbook in Mia's hand was replaced every 2 or 3 days. After learning to cast starlight on the afternoon of the 2nd day. On the 3rd day, Mia learned how to imbue items with magic power. On the 4th day, she learned to use the magic power imbued in items to drive the magic circles attached to the items. Mia successfully made a stone achieve optical invisibility in front of her. On the 5th day, she was learning the language of the stars, using mathematics to calculate the trajectories of the stars. Even though the stars above the lands between had been sealed, the exploration of glintstone mages had never stopped. On the 6th day, Mia had gradually perfected the magic circuits within her body, successfully guiding the energy of glintstone, turning the energy into a physical entity, and casting her first offensive magic, glintstone pebble. On the 7th day, she went on to master Glintstone Shard and Glintstone Great Shard. 1 week later, Selene began to teach her meteor magic, and another week later, Selene also taught her crystal magic and carrion magic. Although Selene had always disliked Carrion's dominance over the academy, she understood even more that only knowledge was innocent. And when time reached the end of the first month, another lesson ended and Selene did not say goodbye to Mia as easily as usual. Instead, she looked at her and said, "Apprentice." 48 Section 48 Chapter 48 Selene nodded. "In terms of theory, I have nothing left to teach you. But it's only been a month." Mia looked at Selene in surprise. For a moment, she didn't understand what Selene meant by these words. She had prepared herself to learn magic from teacher Selene, ready to spend several years on it. But she never expected it to be just 1 month. Even the college entrance exam sprint lasts 100 days. "Although it's only a month, think back on it yourself," Selene replied. "But what you learned in the magic mirror realm over this month is knowledge that countless people couldn't master even after several years, even a dozen years. Your teacher merely helped you condense the key points of magic and spared you the examination process." Mia tilted her head, looking at Selene. Only after Selene said this did Mia realize she hadn't taken any exams this month. Recalling her past life, well, it did seem to make sense. Years' worth of knowledge points were summarized into just a thin book, and 95% of a student's life was spent on exams. Monthly exams, weekly tests, daily written exams, homework, then the teacher would go over the test questions. Sometimes a whole week would pass like that, yet the progress in the textbook hadn't budged. This led to schools taking away holidays, even starting the next semester early during the winter break of the previous semester, just to catch up on the schedule. Although the goal was to make students firmly remember what they had learned. But it was so annoying. However, in teacher Selene's class, in the magic mirror realm, the inspiration transformed from her experience imprinted all the knowledge she had taught, branding it into Mia's mind. "What you lack now is proficiency and experience," Selene pointed out sharply what Mia was missing. Sharp, of course, because Selene had personally taught her. "So, I will have you undergo your first examination." Examination. Mia stared blankly at Selene. Bad memories were becoming clearer. But this was no longer her past life. Her current self could definitely handle it. Mia swallowed, nervously awaiting Selene's explanation. "Of course, I won't make it too hard for you. This examination is open book." Mia nodded. Her confidence increased considerably. "Well, the examination topic is..." Selene deliberately paused, to see if Mia truly cared about this matter. She was not disappointed, of course, so Selene proceeded to announce the topic. "I want you to create a new spell." Starting off with such a huge goal. Creating a new spell, isn't that something only grand mages can do? Seeing Mia frozen in place, Selene guessed what she was thinking. She explained, "Don't think creating a spell is too difficult. It's a way to test if you've truly integrated and mastered the knowledge you've learned. Let me give you an example, hoping it will make you less confused." As she spoke, Selene raised her staff, and a silver starlight appeared above her head. Normal starlight should be cyan. Actually, this counts as a new spell. Its creator was a former classmate of mine, Selene said. Only someone who understands the starlight spell extremely thoroughly, and is highly skilled in casting it can create silver starlight. Not only silver starlight but also purple, green. Their creators are different but without exception, they are all unique spells belonging to specific individuals. Mia nodded thoughtfully. It sounded like a graduation thesis. Before university, she thought all theses were impressive scientific literature. But in reality, most people just pieced together all sorts of messy things and called it their own thesis. As a mage, never fear new things. Creating a new spell is not something unattainably distant. As I said, you must learn to walk before you can run. Mia suddenly interjected, "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step." Exactly right. What matters is not how great your creation is, but whether you possess an innovative spirit, Selene nodded. So the examination I'm giving you is to create a spell that belongs to you. Understood. Understood, Mia nodded vigorously. Chapter 42. Mia's spell. Mia walked out of the basement. Her mind was completely occupied with thoughts about new spells. When she reached the surface, she found Kale wasn't there. Patches was squatting on the ground, idly teasing a frog he had picked up from somewhere with a blade of grass. Lapland was napping by the campfire not far away. Wilden sat by the campfire, staring at the stew bubbling on the rack over the fire. Practicing again today? Wilden asked, turning his head as Mia emerged. Over this month, Mia, with her high enthusiasm for learning, wasn't satisfied with just studying glintstone magic. Every night after class, if she had time, she would go find Wilden to practice martial arts. Not just swordsmanship but also techniques for using polearms. Swordsmanship went without saying. As for polearm usage, although Mia had already shelved the spear, after learning carrion slicer, Mia was surprised to find that the stargazing staff combined with carrion slicer could be used exactly like a spear. Moreover, the magic-formed blade could only be blocked by something equally imbued with magic. Ordinary rocks and swords would simply be cleanly cut by the magic blade, as convenient as a lightsaber in sci-fi. Naturally, Mia, having found a new toy, began learning polearm techniques again. Of course, during practice, she still used a physical spear. Otherwise, with the cutting power of the magic blade, nothing could block it. However, today, when faced with Wilden's invitation, Mia shook her head. Not today. Because Teacher Selene had assigned homework. Scanning the camp and not seeing Kale, Mia asked, "Where's Kale?" Patches didn't even look up, yawning. Said he went looking for a salt mine. Left in the morning, hasn't come back yet. Wilden added, Texas went with him. After spending time together, Wilden could more or less distinguish the three wolves now. Mia glanced at Patches a couple more times. A month of peaceful coexistence had allowed Patches to barely earn the trust of a few people. Even the wolves watching him weren't as vigilant anymore. Patches hadn't tried to escape again, seemingly remembering the oath he swore a month ago. Although he still wasn't given any weapons for self-defense, and Kale didn't let him touch his things. It was still much better than being tied up and dragged along at the beginning. Compared to a month ago, this campsite had also undergone quite a few changes. During this month, while Mia was immersed in learning, the idle Wilden and Kale hadn't been idle either. They started studying how to repair structures. They went to the nearby grove to cut trees, then used the wood to repair the three walls of the campsite and made some furniture like chairs. Now, it was a sturdy campsite amidst the ruins, offering a distant view of the road. Mia left the camp, heading through a gap in the wall to the clearing where the pumpkin-head soldier and the giant Miranda flower had fought a month ago. A new spell. Those two examples Teacher Selene gave. Starlight of different colors. So what could she do? The girl pondered. If she also researched Starlight, wouldn't she fail the plagiarism check? And Teacher Selene would definitely look down on her, right? Mia thought. To create a new spell based on an existing one, you must have a deep understanding of that prototype spell. But as Teacher Selene said, Mia currently lacked proficiency. Almost all knowledge about glintstone magic was in Mia's mind, but she only knew the theory, with almost no practical experience. Only after Selene taught Mia a spell would Mia try casting it once. Then, Teacher Selene would immediately flip to the next chapter and teach her the next spell. It was pure cramming. It seemed Teacher Selene really wanted Mia to become a proper mage as quickly as possible. It couldn't be said this cramming method was ineffective. After all, with the Magic Mirror Realm's enhancement, the knowledge was truly crammed into Mia's head. Now, Mia could be considered a more purist academic than most academics. First, try recasting all the learned spells, see if she could find some leads. As for the spell target, it was that twisted pumpkin helmet that had been lying on the ground for a long time, untouched. Glintstone pebble, Mia raised her stargazing staff. A cyan streak of light shot out from the tip. It made a thud upon hitting the twisted pumpkin helmet. Pausing for a moment, Mia cast Glintstone Swift Pebble. Although the stronger the caster's own power, the greater the spell's potency, fundamentally different from prayer, Glintstone magic was cast strictly according to formulas. No matter how strong one's magic power, when casting Glintstone Pebble, if one didn't activate the magic circuit according to the formula that increased Glintstone Pebble's flight speed, one couldn't cast Glintstone Swift Pebble. Even if your Glintstone Pebble was powerful enough to blow up a city in one shot, it would still be Glintstone Pebble. Its flight speed couldn't match Glintstone Swift Pebble's. Because in the formula Glintstone Pebble equals X, there was no variable to increase its speed. Moreover, the Glintstone Pebble formula also lacked a variable to accumulate magic power. That is to say, no matter how powerful Glintstone Pebble was, it couldn't be charged. This spell depended on the caster's instantaneous magic output. The Glintstone Pebble that could be charged and released was called Glintstone Comet. More complex than Glintstone Pebble, ordinary people found it even more difficult to learn. Mia cast another Glintstone Pebble. She carefully savored every process of this spell. The young girl suddenly thought of something, rummaged through her personal space for a while, and found a textbook teaching elementary magic from a pile of books. Waving her staff, starlight appeared above her head. Mia tucked the staff under her arm, and used the starlight to flip through the textbook in her hands. In the chapter on Glintstone Pebble, stripping away the complex formulas, diagrams, experiential guidance, exercises, and so on that Mia already understood, the 7 or 8 pages of content could be completely condensed into this one sentence. Glintstone Pebble, releasing magical pebbles from the glintstone on the staff, is the starting point of the journey of exploring magic. The essence of this spell is to use magic to condense glintstone pebbles, then fire them out. Mia fell into deep thought. This is actually magic that converts energy into matter. While thinking, Mia cast Glintstone Pebble again. This time, she didn't aim at the pumpkin helmet, but released the Glintstone Pebble into the sky. The physical pebble trailed a cyan magical tail, turning into a thin, reverse-flying comet, flying toward the Erdtree thousands of miles away. Of course, it couldn't fly that far, the pebble dissipated at the far end of the sky. As matter condensed by magic, the pebble was fleeting. In that case, Mia suddenly had an idea for creating a spell. Clatter, clatter, she poured out more books from her personal space. Finding a relatively flat piece of ground, she held a reference book, and began writing with a piece of glintstone in her hand. Of course, before starting research, she first cast a magic mirror realm on herself. Although the magic mirror realm Mia cast didn't carry the experience and inspiration of a great mage, it at least allowed one's attention to be more focused and thinking to be clearer. The formulas of glintstone magic are like programming. If one treats the formula a certain spell equals D plus A as a program, then it means that connecting code D and code A can form a runnable spell X. Teacher Selen had taught her that there are 118 characteristics of magic nodules and magic circuits within glintstone. And these 118 characteristics are like letters and punctuation marks on a keyboard. By combining these letters and punctuation marks, lighting them up in different orders, and writing code, magic flows according to established rules. It awakens the life force of the stars contained within the glintstone and guides it. It performs a 1 + 1 greater than 2 magic reaction to construct a runnable spell. Under the starlight, the glintstone in Mia's hand left bright traces one after another on the ground. The young girl squatted on the ground, her gaze fixed on the floor in front of her, as if the entire world had disappeared into the background. Her brows were slightly furrowed, her lips tightly pressed. In the intervals of thought, she would occasionally flip through books, searching for formulas that could serve as references. The surrounding noise seemed irrelevant to her. She had entered a state of complete focus, concentrating wholeheartedly on the research at hand. The night had deepened. Only a sense of hunger brought Mia out of her engrossed focus. Mia stood up, looking at the dense, messy mess of handwriting in front of her. She held her staff horizontally across her chest, supporting the circular glintstone on it with her hand. Then, she activated the magic circuits within her body to resonate with the glintstone on the staff. A familiar cyan light appeared before her. It was the exact cyan light that appeared when casting glintstone pebble and its extended spells. But now, no pebble flew from the tip of Mia's stargazing staff. Mia stared intently at the blue light. After the deduced casting process had run once, a layer of cyan growth appeared on the blue glintstone of the stargazing staff. It was unmistakably the appearance of a glintstone pebble. It felt different from what she had expected. Mia touched the cyan rocky growth on the tip of the staff. With just a slight touch, those shimmering cyan gem fragments fell all over the ground, then turned back into dissipated magic. It failed as expected. The next day. You want to create a spell that can generate glintstone that doesn't disappear. Selin was still writing something. When Mia came to ask her, the female mage looked up at this young apprentice. I have not heard of such a spell. Selin reached out and stroked the chin of her glintstone mask. Mia told Selin about her attempts yesterday. However, I am willing to provide some help to my apprentice. Selin said, after all, in this era where the stars have been locked, we mages must unite, if we wish to explore the origins. To Mia's delight, Selin asked her to replicate the spell she had failed to cast yesterday. Watching the cyan glintstone growth on the tip of the staff being easily peeled off and falling to the ground to turn into energy, Selin also fell into deep thought. Apprentice. After thinking, she said to Mia, perhaps you can find some inspiration from the crystalline magic I taught you. Crystalline magic. When Selin pointed this out, Mia immediately understood why. Crystallians, which coexist with glintstone, are existences that are both inorganic matter and biological organisms. Their life form approaches the ideal of the origin of glintstone magic, so they are honored guests of mages. And crystalline magic can form shattered, explosive glintstone crystal blocks. Thank you, Teacher Selin. Mia replied excitedly, unable to wait to go and try her new idea. And this glintstone creation spell took Mia another whole week. 2 weeks later, when Mia appeared in front of Selin again, feeling depressed, she displayed her masterpiece. A beautiful gemstone. It was just a gemstone that looked very beautiful and expensive. 4 or 5 days had passed since she first managed to rub this gemstone into existence, and in these 4 or 5 days, this gemstone had neither disappeared nor exploded. However, it completely lacked the magical characteristics that a glintstone should have. It had undoubtedly strayed from her original expectations. But no matter how she tinkered with it, she couldn't turn this gemstone into a real glintstone. In fact, Mia had reached the point where she could conjure gemstones at will. But she still had no clue how to add glintstone-like magic circuits to the gemstone in her hand. Even Selin admitted this was a difficult problem. But there was another piece of news, though it was unclear if it could be considered good news. While Mia was researching her own new spell, glintstone creation, she accidentally created another new spell. Mia called it crystal caltrip. It was created unintentionally after studying the crystalline crystal magic. It could spray thumb-sized sharp crystal fragments that would explode after these crystal fragments attached to or struck the target for a few seconds. This is indeed a new spell. Teacher Selin commented with gratification, you did very well. Mia's mood at this moment was extremely complex. She had intended to create glintstone from the beginning, but what her teacher praised was just a byproduct of her research. I approve of your spell. Although Selin said this, she must have actually been approving of crystal caltrip, right? Seeing through Mia's disappointment at failing to achieve her goal, Selin comforted her, you must not be discouraged. As a glintstone mage, the path to exploring the truth must inevitably pass through a long time. There is no achievement that is accomplished in one step. However, she tilted her head slightly, her huge glintstone mask tilting. Selin stared at Mia like this, now you can be considered ready to graduate, right? Graduate? That is to say, although you still lack experience, you have become a glintstone mage capable of standing on your own. Chapter 43. Witch of the Glintstone Crown. Apprentice, I want to have a serious talk with you. From Selen's words, Mia felt a heavy atmosphere. It had been a month and a half. She had never seen teacher Selen strike such a pose before. Mia realized the importance of what Selen was about to say. She immediately straightened her posture. Putting away the unhappy expression she had just shown because of the problems with the created spell, Mia prepared to listen to what Selen was about to say. I once mentioned that I was expelled from the Raya Lucaria Academy, do you remember? Mia nodded. The reason behind it is that I want to revive the origin of glintstone magic. Current glintstone magic has lost its core, becoming a plaything of the Carian royal family, knowing only how to show off its own learning. What I pursue is glintstone magic without taboos, with a spirit of pure exploration. To fulfill this wish, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Selen paused. Apprentice, I do not force you. Even parting ways is a normal occurrence between master and apprentice. Under this premise, I want to ask you, are you willing to contribute to reviving the origin of glintstone magic? Are you willing to work together with me? Mia lowered her head and pressed her lips together. Selen pursued magic without taboos, and then was expelled from the academy. Clearly, it was because of her title, Witch of the Glintstone Crown. Mia took a deep breath. Teacher Selen. 50 Section 50. Chapter 50. Selen was waiting for her reply. However, what she heard instead was Mia's counter-question. As a primeval sorcerer, must one become a sorcerer's sphere in order to explore the source? It seemed she had never expected to hear such a question. Selen's eyes, hidden beneath her glintstone mask, trembled slightly. Her shoulders drooped, she raised her hand, then lowered it, appearing completely at a loss. My apprentice, she said, her voice suddenly growing weak. In truth, you have always known of my past, my desires, yet you still chose to take me as your master. Mia nodded calmly. Selen let out a heavy sigh, stepped back a few paces, and shifted her feet uneasily. I thought I could hide it from you. I apologize. The sorceress beneath the mask revealed a bitter smile. I am actually quite terrifying, aren't I? A witch who has harmed countless sorcerers and explored forbidden realms. That is not the case. Mia shook her head very earnestly. At the very least, Master Selen had always been gentle with her apprentice. In this the lands between, which was neither friendly to the tarnished nor devoid of danger. Master Selen was one of the few sources of warmth. Even if she truly was a witch who had harmed countless sorcerers, so what? Before the tarnished, she was always that gentle, patient Master Selen who was willing to accept the protagonist. She had never told our tarnished why she was called the Witch of the Sorcerer's Sphere, nor what the Sorcerer's Sphere truly was. Only when the tarnished saw that Sorcerer's Sphere in the Grand Library of the Academy, hearing a familiar call from the mouth of that sorcerer who spoke in fragmented sentences, and let out pained groans from time to time. Shock, confusion, sorrow, and other emotions flooded the players' minds. Why had Master Selen become like this? Why did she have to become this way? Could all of this be changed? Master Selen, why did you choose to become a sorcerer's sphere? With that scene appearing in her mind, Mia's tone carried a hint of interrogation. It is one way to explore the primeval. Selen did not dare to look at Mia, turning her gaze away as she answered. Ever since that demigod, Radon, shattered the law of the stars' movement, their inherent circulation came to an abrupt halt. Those who pursue the life of the stars find their fates naturally turning with them, but that moon is the seal upon the stars. The stars have ceased their movement, which is undoubtedly the worst news for us sorcerers of the primeval current. Selen was visibly becoming angry. Merely to prevent the 1 in a million falling meteorite from harming life on the ground, he chose to seal the movement of all stars. This is undoubtedly an extreme display of the selfishness and hypocrisy of the Carian royal family. It is an evil act that should be condemned by all. After doing all this, what are we sorcerers who explore the primeval to do? Just because we turned ourselves into glintstone in pursuit of the primeval, just because of this, a matter that is only natural on the path of seeking truth. We, the primeval sorcerers, are shunned and cast aside by carrion. In an era where the stars have stopped moving, where are we to go? She sighed and turned away. Once the planets had stopped flowing, these sorcerers who wished to explore the life of the stars and the origin of the stars had to choose to use an even more extreme and horrifying method than turning oneself into glintstone, becoming the seed of the stars, the sorcerer's sphere. Hoping, through this, to draw closer to those stars that no longer flow, like a dead sea. Yet, even with this, they are still not satisfied. The Academy, manipulated by the Carrion royal family, even banished my master, the primeval sorcerer, as of the comet, and another primeval sorcerer representing the falling stars, Luzat. They cast aside the origin of glintstone magic, their roots, like filth. And even now, those primeval sorcerers who persist in the original intent of glintstone magic, who refuse to give up exploration even under the sealed starry sky, are being hunted down by the lackeys of the Carrion royal family. My apprentice, may I ask you, who is it that truly committed the crime? Should the Carrion royal family, who stand high above, acting tyrannically and arbitrarily, where those who follow them prosper and those who oppose them perish, not be driven out? And should those dregs of the Academy who blindly revere the strong, casting away their own hearts completely to become accomplices to evil, not be eradicated? Selene clenched her hands, her whole body trembling. She paced back and forth in the room, unable to sit down, unable to calm herself, as if she had lost control of herself. That's right. I am the witch of the sorcerer's sphere. Ever since that queen, with her beautiful full moon, unreasonably conquered the Academy of Magic in Liurnia, the end of primeval sorcery had already begun. And all of this was grievance, all was resentment, all was the loss and hesitation of being unacknowledged and abandoned. I am the calamity of the Academy of Raya Lucaria, the witch of the sorcerer's sphere who harmed countless sorcerers, and was banished by the Academy. There was a choke in her voice. Then, in that very instant, weak and slender arms wrapped around her from behind. Master. Mia pressed her face against Selene's back. That was, in truth, a body without warmth, without a heartbeat, existing as a tangible phantom. But even with such a body, her back was heaving from intense breathing. Selene lowered her head and grasped the small hands wrapped around her waist. My apprentice, she called out softly, her breath slowly calming down. Mia responded softly, I am willing to revive the origin of glintstone magic with you. Selene remained silent for a long time. Just like that, Mia snuggled against Selene in the dim basement. And Selene held the girl's hand tightly. I apologize for burdening you with such a bizarre matter. No, I am serious. I am willing to travel with you. Mia tilted her head, pressing tightly against Selene's back. If I can restore the movement of the stars, you won't need to become that way anymore, and you will be able to explore the stars, right? Selene nodded gently, tacitly agreeing with Mia's thought. Thank you, my apprentice. I am very happy. Selene held the girl's hand, gently lowered it, and then turned around. Subsequently, that glintstone mask, which evoked a slight uncanny valley effect, was removed. She shook her head, letting her long black hair, now returned to freedom, sway lightly, her neat braid hanging down naturally. This should make it easier to talk, right? The sorceress smiled, looking at Mia before her. Mia looked at those azure eyes, as bright and beautiful as gemstones. She couldn't help but be mesmerized. Selene gazed intently at Mia. I am actually not a very good teacher, am I? Revealing such an ugly side in front of my apprentice. Mia shook her head. You are a very gentle teacher. I am very happy to have an apprentice and confidant like you. Selene looked at Mia with attachment, as if she were viewing a work of art carved by her own hands. She reached out and patted the girl's head. My first apprentice has, in this short time, grown into an outstanding and understanding sorcerer. You are a tarnished, right? Although Selene spoke the sentence as a question, there was no questioning intent in her tone. I know that the Tarnished came to the lands between to become the Elden Lord. Sending a child like you to kill demigods and become a ruler, that Erdtree is truly as unreasonable as the Carian royal family. But I believe you have the potential to become the Elden Lord. So, my apprentice, please become the Elden Lord. If you are unable to become the Elden Lord, then return to my side. Sellen smiled, like the bright north star in the sky after the storm clouds have passed. Don't worry, Sellen's fingers brushed Mia's earlobe, smoothing out her messy blonde hair. Even if my apprentice does not succeed, I will still prepare a place for her to stay. The sorceress took a step back and put that glintstone mask back on her head. The witch's mask had lowered eyelids and a smiling mouth, as if it were having a beautiful dream. And Sellen's smile, as captivating as the North Star, had vanished like a phantom dream. But it would surely, always linger before the girl's eyes. Chapter 44. Past and Present Vows, 8K before launch. Launching on March 31st at 10 a.m. Accept this is my final burst of effort before the launch. 8,000 free words presented to you. The episode one liked most when I was little, just as Sellen said. It is common for master and apprentice to part ways. Once Sellen acknowledged Mia's magic, it meant that Mia had already achieved the goal of her initial journey south. Having become a glintstone sorcerer, she could set off again, heading north to Stormvale to fulfill her destiny. To become the Elden Lord. How could Mia not wish for this light, daily life to continue just like this? She, Sellen, Kale, and Wilden just living easily here in the Waystation Street ruins, ignoring the chaos of the outside world. Surely there would be subsequent Tarnished who would challenge this path, become the Elden Lord, and restore order to the lands between. Before that, it might be better to just stay here in this quiet corner. But Mia still hoped to be the one to do the saving. She hoped that if one day the lands between regained its former vitality, she would be able to say, "For this day, I gave it my all." Rather than waiting like a beggar for the charity of others, to enjoy the fruits of someone else's hard work. Whether it be Sellen, Wilden, Kale, or even Patches, they all deserved a better future than spending the rest of their lives unchanged in the Waystation Street ruins. Mia hoped Sellen could see the flowing stars once more. She hoped Kale's people would no longer drift and wander. She hoped that for the countless soldiers like Wilden in the lands between, a different color would appear in those memories filled with the gray of war. Even Patches. Mia also did not wish for more Tarnished to arrive in the lands between in confusion like him, fighting to the death because of some grand plan by someone they had never heard of. Although Mia should probably be considered such a Tarnished as well. But even if it was just because she wanted to rise above others, to be respected, to be admired, to become the kind of leader role she could only look up to in her previous life. This childish and selfish thought. Mia also wanted to become the Elden Lord. Therefore, it was time to say goodbye. The girl took a breath. "Master Sellen, I think I must leave." Sellen nodded, looking at the girl's face before her. Eyes should be the windows to the soul, but Sellen could not see her eyes, which were obscured. Chapter 51. Neither of them could probably mock the other for this. After all, a glintstone sorcerer's headstone was much thicker than any blindfold. "Actually, if you're willing, you can come with us," Sellen shook her head. "This body is merely a physical projection. Its existence depends entirely on the glintstones and the magic circle within these ruins. I can help you." Shoo. Sellen raised a finger, signaling Mia to be quiet for a moment. Sellen originally had more to say to Mia, things she wanted to ask of her. Her true body was currently imprisoned in the Weeping Peninsula, thousands of miles away. If Mia could find that body and extract the substance her soul had turned into a primal glintstone, and then find a suitable body, perhaps she could help her escape the constraints imposed by the Academy, allowing her to return to the Academy once more. But Sellen opened her mouth and found she couldn't bring herself to ask Mia for another favor. Am I relying too much on my apprentice? Such thoughts echoed in the sorceress's mind. Even if Mia could find her primal glintstone, she might not be able to find a suitable body to house it. Someone else would be the one to help Selen regain a new body, and the current Mia was unlikely to cross paths with that person. As an elder and a teacher, her role should have been to secure a path forward for her apprentice. But now, she was relying on her apprentice like this, even imposing her own unfulfilled wishes onto her. It reminded her of those incompetent people who force things they couldn't achieve onto their descendants, thrusting their own desires upon others. She had already made a request like, "Please restore glintstone magic with me." Mia had even made a grand vow to defeat the demigods and set the stars in motion once again. And yet, as an unfit teacher, I still want to rely on her for even more. Until the very end of the silence, Selen couldn't convince herself. At least not for now. "Apprentice," she said, "you cannot help me yet. So for now, please continue forward on your path to becoming the Elden Lord. If you feel sad or lost, your master will always be here waiting for you." Even Selen wanted to see her apprentice rely on her, rather than being a teacher who could only achieve her dreams by constantly asking favors of her apprentice. Selen didn't believe that the knowledge she had taught Mia in this short month was enough to make her weep with gratitude. Regarding the origins of glintstone magic, how to explore the starry sky in a world where the stars had stopped moving, there was still too much knowledge Selen hadn't had time to pass on. "Whenever you want a lesson, I am always willing to teach you. If the knowledge I've given you allows you to reach the shores of Liurnia, and you haven't forgotten this teacher of yours, please come here again. I have something I hope you will do." Perhaps by then, Selen could comfort herself with the thought that it was she who had allowed Mia to travel so far in the lands between, and that the debt between them wasn't so lopsided. Only then could Selen ask for her help again with a clear conscience. "Okay," Mia nodded. Then she smiled playfully. "But it's too late today. It won't be too late to say goodbye tomorrow." With that, she said goodbye to her teacher as she usually did after a day's lessons. Selen watched the girl's light-footed retreat and returned to her desk. She opened the book she had been writing since the day she took Mia as her apprentice, deciding to give it a peaceful conclusion. When Mia returned to the surface, she announced the news of their upcoming departure to her companions. "I told you so." The most boisterous one was, of course, Patches. "It's about time we left this place, my joints are starting to rust." "When did you ever say that?" Mia looked at the fellow completely speechless. But unusually, Kale, who always bickered with Patches, didn't retort. Instead, he rubbed his chin. "Come to think of it, it really is about time." As one of the nomadic people, staying in one place for too long wasn't normal. Especially back when he was alone. Without companions to watch his back, being alone anywhere was often dangerous. Kale looked around the campsite. Kale and Wilden had put a lot of effort into making this place feel like a home. The overhead shelter, the wooden walls blocking the gaps, the crooked furniture. Not just Kale, even Mia felt a bit reluctant to leave these things behind. "Is that sorceress coming along?" Kale asked. In over a month, Mia was the only one who had much contact with Selen. The others only knew her as a mysterious sorceress who rarely appeared and never left her study. Mia sat on a wooden crate. "She's staying here. We leave tomorrow." She stared blankly into the empty air. No one knew what she was thinking. But Kale could sense that Mia's heart was a bit heavy. The merchant looked up at the sky. It was still afternoon, and the sky was bright enough even without a campfire. "Since we're leaving tomorrow, how about we have a good meal?" he suddenly suggested. Everyone, including the spirit wolves, turned their heads to look at him in unison. A pink, whole sheep was mounted over the camp's bonfire. The source of the sheep was, naturally, the 3 spirit wolves. After the decision for a farewell feast was made, Kale specifically instructed the spirit wolves to catch a fat ewe. Mia had to follow behind the spirit wolves on Torrent. Because once they successfully killed the prey, they couldn't quickly transport the sheep back. They had to rely on Torrent. When Mia returned to camp with the prey, Kale skillfully began processing it. Before dark, the plumpy was already over the fire. That was no ordinary fire. It was a fire Mia was controlling with precise temperature. With the same focus she used for researching magic, she carefully manipulated the flames surrounding the whole sheep. She watched as the sheep slowly roasted, its skin gradually turning golden and crispy under the high heat. Mia would stop from time to time to let Kale sprinkle the roasted sheep with the precious spices he had been saving for a long time. Mia's precise control of the flames ensured that the skin didn't char while keeping the innermost meat tender and juicy. It was almost ready. Kale suddenly remembered something. How can we eat meat without wine? As he spoke, he rummaged through his luggage and pulled out a small wooden keg the size of a human head from a pile of goods for sale. And at a time like this, Mia couldn't forget the other person. Mia stood up and shouted. "Dinner's ready. Please do not call me that in public." Melina, who hadn't appeared for a long time, sighed helplessly and appeared beside Mia. But her face still bore that same calm, unruffled expression. "I'm calling you to eat. It's been a while since we last saw each other," Mia waved her hand. "Actually, I have been by your side all along." Melina stood next to Mia. Mia curled her lip. Indeed, Melina had always been by her side. Whether she was bathing, sleeping, or attending lessons with Master Selen, Melina was always there. Their thoughts and even their senses were partially connected. Even without many words, they were closely linked like a flower and its leaves. But as long as Mia didn't actively call her, Melina wouldn't show herself or speak. Mia didn't like this familiar stranger feeling. If possible, she still wanted to get closer to this unique, self-proclaimed sister. Melina's nostrils twitched slightly, and she naturally looked at the sheep on the bonfire. "And I do not need to." Mia looked at her sideways with a knowing look. That look clearly said, "You're interested in the roast meat, aren't you?" The girl withdrew the flames and leaned down to sniff the sheep. The roast meat emitted a mouth-watering aroma. Kale pried open the stopper of the small wine keg. "Is it ready? Is it ready?" Patches, noticing Mia had stopped, was the first to crowd in. Slicing into the thickest part of the leg with a knife, he could see it was perfectly cooked. "Let's eat." With his hand wrapped in a cloth, Patches reached out and tore off the largest piece of meat from the leg. Veins popped on Kale's forehead. "You scoundrel. Come and eat too. Or it'll all be snatched away." Mia waved to Kale, who was holding the wine keg and still looking for cups. "And Wilden. Come over here." "Just a moment," Kale replied. Wilden walked over, took off his gear, and sat down opposite Mia. "Here, help yourself," Mia said casually. Compared to Patches, the beautiful girl's eating manner was quite refined. 52 Section 52 Chapter 52 She cut the meat with a knife, piled it in a bowl, and then used a fork to bring it to her mouth. The fresh and tender meat retained its original flavor and chewiness. Melina glanced slightly, watching Mia's soft, white cheeks as they moved. Mia handed the meat to Melina. For Melina, this was truly a rare occurrence. "I do not need to eat." Melina looked at the bowl of meat. The aroma of the meat wafted out, quietly entering Melina's nostrils and lingering in her mind. Mia keenly noticed that the muscles in Melina's throat moved. Mia urged. Melina furrowed her beautiful brows. Mia's attention was completely captivated by this rare expression. What did this frown represent? No matter what it meant, today she had to let Mei taste the skill of her so-called older sister. For such a mysterious reason, Mia made a vow in her heart. She picked up a piece of meat with her fork and held it to Melina's lips. "Please let me do it myself." Mia's hand only nudged forward a bit, showing no sign of giving up. Instead, she was urging her. Melina sighed, then obediently opened her mouth and took the piece of meat. The moment the food entered her mouth, the pupil of Melina's open right eye constricted slightly. This was a taste she had never experienced before. As she chewed, the aroma of the meat suddenly dissolved in her mouth. But being fed like this was truly uncomfortable. But the soldier was. Why didn't she refuse or push her away? Instead, she had performed such an action as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Even though she rarely spoke and only appeared at necessary moments, theoretically, the relationship between her and Mia shouldn't be much better than that of strangers. If there were such an overstepping of boundaries between strangers, a conflict would surely break out. Is it because I have actually been watching her all this time? Whether sleeping, walking, in class, bathing, or eating, Melina was watching Mia every moment, right by Mia's side. No matter what she did, Melina accompanied her silently. Perhaps some kind of emotion was destined to sprout from the first time the two met, when Melina decided to attach herself to her. How is it? Mia looked at her with a smile. It tastes very good, Melina replied. Because she had never tasted it before, it was hard to describe, so she could only say very good in the end. Mia picked up another piece of meat and held it to Melina's lips. I can do it myself. I'm the big sister, so be good. Mia interrupted quite unreasonably. An indescribable emotion surfaced in Melina's heart once again. It was not a negative emotion. But looking at Mia before her, Melina felt a bit of unease and a bit of expectation. Whether it was the roasted meat or being hand-fed, these were both tastes Melina was experiencing for the first time. Melina's peripheral vision scanned the surroundings. She didn't understand why she was afraid of others' gazes at a time like this. But it was fine. It seemed that because of the wine, Kale and Patches were bickering again. And Wilden's upper body was completely hidden by the whole roasted sheep in front of him. Melina closed her eyes and obediently opened her mouth. This was the emotion called shyness. As another piece of meat was placed in her mouth, chewed and swallowed. Melina opened her eyes and finally found some courage to move Mia's hand away from her face. I can eat by myself. Then, as if by a coincidence destined by heaven, Kale's voice suddenly cut in, Mia, do you want some wine? Only then did Mia realize she had been acting embarrassingly in front of others, and her face turned slightly red. Not even daring to look at Melina again, Mia responded. Inadvertently, Mia shifted a bit in the opposite direction of Melina. Now the latter was holding Mia's original bowl, elegantly eating the roasted meat in a well-behaved and cute manner. Kale poured a cup of wine for Mia. How could a bonfire party be without wine? The wine was pale yellow, with a small sip. What she felt for a moment wasn't the sharp sting of alcohol, but a rich fruit aroma. Thus, the girl naturally developed a sense of contempt for such a drink. Just right, having eaten some roasted meat, her mouth was a bit dry. Mia drained the cup of wine in one gulp. Good wine. Beside her, Patches suddenly let out a very poorly timed belch. The meal of vengeance has ended. Why do you eat so fast? Mia stared at him with wide eyes. It seemed like less than 10 minutes had passed. Patches wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Old habit. Back when I was a bandit, if you didn't grab fast, the loot would be divided up in an instant. As someone who could become a boss, how could I not have a secret skill? In contrast to Patches was Wilden, who ate unhurriedly. Does that have anything to do with eating fast? Wilden was chewing slowly now, savoring every bite. Compared to a soldier, he seemed more like an elder. It does, it does. Patches rubbed his belly, wiping the grease from his hands on his clothes in the process, and burped again. He leaned lazily against the wall behind him, and looked at Melina. Speaking of which, Miss whom we rarely see, what exactly is your relationship with our boss? Who's your boss? If she could, Mia would have liked to roll her eyes. She asked Kale to pour her another cup of wine. By now, a flush had appeared on the girl's face, but she herself seemed completely unaware. Hee, you get the idea. Patches chuckled. Are you a finger maiden? Melina put down her bowl. She looked at Patches seriously and said, I am Lady Mia's finger maiden, and I will assist her in becoming the Elden Lord. Patches smacked his lips. That's something I wouldn't even dare to think about. Elden Lord and all that. Hey Mia, what do you plan to turn the lands between into? Use proper honorifics for me. Kale said, very displeased. It was fine for him and Wilden to call Mia by her name. But this bald bandit, who was practically useless and a waste of air, also called Mia that way. It was truly annoying. As for that. With a thud, Mia placed her cup on the ground. Kale, another cup first. Kale squinted at her, unsure if it was an illusion. This girl seemed to be swaying already. You should pay attention, don't drink too much. Kale took the cup and poured her half a cup. Not at all. Gulp. Mia let out a soft belch. It's just fruit juice. She was clearly drunk. Mia waved her hand grandly. As for the Elden Lord, naturally it's. The somewhat dazed girl could no longer speak any inspiring grand principles. She drained the wine in her hand. Then, shouting, she made a plain declaration that sounded very Chinibu and anime style. A king, of course, must make the people happy and able to smile. Then, as if having a split personality, her expression suddenly became serious. She was clearly quite drunk. Without the recognition of the people, even if one guards a territory spanning tens of millions of kilometers, they are but a fake king. The girl stood up again, her cheeks flushed as she looked toward the Erd tree. She shouted. One who only has power is not a true king. One who makes countless people suffer just for their own desires is also not a true king. Asterisk gulp asterisk burp. Such a passionate declaration ended with a wine-induced belch. Another cup. Kale refused Mia's request with a wry smile. If she drank any more, she would probably pass out. Her alcohol tolerance was truly unimpressive. Oh my, oh my. Patches waved his hand in front of his nose as if fanning away some odor. Anyone can talk big. Even those shardbearers couldn't do it. Please recognize your place, slug. Then Patches looked at Melina, who had spoken, with extreme disbelief. He shouted, his voice cracking. Chapter 53, that smooth head of yours really reminds one of a reflective slug. Melina spoke those highly aggressive words with a deadpan expression. A slug wouldn't be that hard. In her days, Mia's words were slurred, no matter how you look at it, he's a snail. Patches, I can tolerate your lack of courage to fight, but I will not allow you to mock those who do have the courage to fight. Melina looked at Patches and spoke with extreme gravity. He seemed to realize his previous remark was somewhat inappropriate. Patches' gaze flickered away as he rubbed his head. The memory of Melina suddenly appearing behind him and cornering him over a month ago was still fresh in his mind. May, you're the best, hug. The dead drunk Mia suddenly threw her arms around Melina's shoulders. Like a cat with its fur standing on end, Melina's entire body tensed up. Mia's warm breath, carrying the fragrance of fruit wine, brushed gently across Melina's shoulder blade. An electric, tingling sensation spread through Melina's entire body. May, the young-looking girl, was already unconscious from drink, acting spoiled in Melina's arms. Lady Mia, please, conduct yourself with dignity. Melina's voice became faint and trembling. What should she do at a time like this? Let alone being hugged, Melina had never even hugged someone else before. Melina pursed her lips, trying her best to draw in sharp, hissing breaths. Her hands trembled slightly, clumsily trying to find a place to rest. Ah, my fault. Kale scratched his head in distress. I suppose we should just let her rest. Melina, completely at a loss, had no choice but to follow Kale's lead. She had no other option. Melina picked up the girl in her arms. The soft, supple body offered no resistance whatsoever. Melina. Littlewood. Mia murmured, her arms looping around Melina's neck. Melina's eyes involuntarily drifted toward this girl, who might be her sister. Mia's fair and youthful-looking cheeks were flushed from the alcohol. Her already messy long golden hair was now damp at the roots with fine beads of sweat, and the ends were drifting apart in disarray. Only the dark cloth covering her eyes remained as cold and unyielding as ever, firmly tied across her face. It shielded those eyes which, if revealed, would surely be glazed and hazy. Yet it was precisely this blindfold, blocking that ethereal gaze and resting on the girl's coquettish face, that brought a half-hidden, irresistible allure. Ah, what on earth was this? Was this a kind of emotion? As a girl born to be kindling, she was extremely eccentric in how she treated both others and herself. After all, before she knew her mission, she had almost never interacted with anyone. Even after knowing her mission, it was only about searching for the destined soldier alongside Torrent. The only emotional connection she had with another soldier was the thin bond shared with her cold mother. The intoxication of the girl in her arms seemed to pass into Melina's mind through empathy. Her cold body, manifested from her soul, also grew warm from the warmth in her embrace. Along with thoughts as tangled as spider silk. Confusion, ignorance, bewilderment. Melina walked down the stairs and laid Mia down on the bed in the basement. The girl seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Just as Melina was about to stand up, she was suddenly pulled back into that meager embrace. "Don't go," Mia murmured. She saw Melina before her, and in her half-dreaming, half-waking state, she also saw fire. Born as kindling, one who walks alongside fire. "Walk with me, Melina," she said, "I will save you." Melina gently pried those drunken, weak arms from her body. She always remembered, even without Mia's reminder, she would remember her mission. The one who walks with fire will one day meet destined death. Therefore, I only hope for you to become the Elden Lord. That would be enough. The kindling girl sighed and stood up. From behind her came another soldier's voice. "Are you the one attached to Mia, accompanying her at all times?" Melina turned and gave a slight bow to Selen. "My apologies for it being our first meeting after so long. I am Melina, merely a nobody who wishes to help Lady Mia become the Elden Lord." Selen leaned against the study door with her arms crossed. She looked at Mia, who was sleeping as soundly as a baby on the mattress. Yet she asked Melina, "You know this child very well, don't you? Can you tell me more about her?" Selen looked up at Melina. "Of course, without involving any secrets. I just want to know about her life outside of my lessons." "Would you tell me?" Melina nodded. "I sincerely thank you for the effort you've put into Lady Mia. Therefore, I will tell you everything I know. Of course, without involving that secret. Mia is my sister." Wilden put down his knife, which he'd used as a utensil. "Your seasoning is delicious, Kale." The soldier stood up. "You're full." Wilden nodded. Kale shrugged. He watched Wilden walk out of the camp. Now, only he and Patches were left. "Why is it always me who has to stay with you?" The merchant grumbled, then forcefully tore off the left hind leg of the roasted sheep. The soldier who left the camp arrived at the highest point of the way Station Street ruins. It was a massive piece of debris that had fallen from the sky to the ground. He sat down at the very edge of the debris peak. He gazed absently at the seemingly unreachable Erd tree. A king, of course, must make the people happy, make them smile. The innocent girl's drunken words still echoed in his ears. Wilden didn't know how much of those words were true, and how much were false. But he knew. In that distant place, at the foot of the Erd tree, in the highest tower of the palace, there was once a young man with golden hair as brilliant as the sun, looking down upon the royal capital where petals covered the streets, and tiles were plated with gold. "I want this prosperity to last forever. I want my people to laugh to their heart's content under the Erd tree." The young man's voice, his appearance, and his wish, had never been forgotten by the knight who stood behind him then. Post-serialization remarks. Let's save the heartfelt talk for later, and start with some spoilers. Since this book is of the infinite flow genre, let's mention the worlds we'll be visiting later. Confirmed worlds include, in no particular order, Warhammer Fantasy, The Hobbit/Lord of the Rings, Type Moon World, God of War, Norse Saga, Pending worlds include Konosuba, God's blessing on this wonderful world. The list is subject to additions. Book Friends QQ Group, 2950119557. This is a group formed together with another author who also writes about Elden Ring to support each other, so there are many people, and it's quite lively. Everyone is welcome to discuss the plot and exchange opinions. 50 for Section 50 for Chapter 50 for Chapter 45. Parting, I stayed up too late yesterday, so I'm not in good shape today. Wrote 4,000 words until 2 in the morning. I'll definitely update earlier tomorrow. Mia felt someone shaking her. So she opened her eyes. The young girl lay on her back on a sleeping mat, covered with a blanket, and Melina's face appeared in a corner of her vision. Lady Mia, wake up. Melina didn't know that the eyes beneath the blindfold had already opened, and that the girl was awake. She continued to shake her relentlessly. Mia let out a groggy sound. Her head hurt a little. Her eyes were awake, but her brain hadn't caught up yet. She remained in a daze, caught in a state between dreaming and being awake. Kale and Mr. Wilden have almost finished packing the luggage. Melina sat on her heels beside Mia, and whispered a gentle reminder. Mia frowned and sat up. Memories of being drunk last night gradually began to resurface. She got drunk. Drunk for the first time in her life. Not only was she drunk, but she had also. The girl's cheeks instantly flushed bright red. Me, Melina. Melina tilted her head. Yesterday, last night. Mia stammered, unable to speak clearly. Although she was drunk last night, she hadn't reached the point of blacking out. Of course she remembered what she had done. As the saying goes, truth comes out in wine, and one's character shows in how they drink. She recalled the scene from last night, hugging Melina in front of others, acting spoiled, and taking advantage of her unilaterally. She had originally thought that things like hand-feeding were already intimate enough. But pouncing on Melina, being carried bridal style, and wrapping her arms around her neck while whispering in her ear. Those were actions Mia, single for 20 years, had only ever done in her fantasies. She hadn't even behaved like that with her parents since she was old enough to remember. Let alone being seen by others. She felt a sense of shame as if her underwear had been hung on a flagpole for all to see. Her true nature was completely exposed. It was clearly the alcohol distorting her mind, making her commit such embarrassing acts. And now, while Mia was stammering, not knowing what to do, Melina's deadpan expression, as if nothing had happened yesterday, made Mia's shame reach its peak. Mia stood up abruptly. Let's just head out. Quickly forget about last night. Under Melina's puzzled gaze, Mia held her breath and left the basement like a robot. When Mia vanished from sight, a ripple of emotion appeared on Melina's face, which rarely showed much expression. She put on an expression of deep thought, lightly pursing her lower lip and furrowing her brows. Not being well versed in emotions, she didn't understand at all why Mia was reacting this way. However, this sort of thing was far from enough to leave her feeling unsettled. The kindling maiden faded from view. On the surface, aside from the shelters and furniture that couldn't be moved, Kale and Wilden had mostly finished packing everything up. Good morning. Kale looked up and greeted Mia. Morning. Mia looked at the group guiltily. Kale was piling luggage onto Mia. Having not carried any weight for over a month, the little donkey, now accustomed to a life of freedom, seemed to have a touch of human-like sorrow in her dark, round eyes as Kale busied himself with her. Wilden remained his usual stoic, tough guy self, helping Kale lift the heavy bags. As for Patches, naturally, he was being his usual shiftless self, watching the others work. If someone were to suddenly bring up what happened yesterday right now, she would surely disintegrate from shame right then and there. Well, before disintegrating herself, she would disintegrate whoever brought it up as well. Fortunately, no one was looking for trouble at that moment. She hurried to the well to finish washing up. Mia returned to the camp, and Kale called out to her while dragging a large bundle. "What is it? You have magic that can store items, right? Take this with you." Although Mia had never directly explained her storage space, everyone had grown accustomed to her ability to pull items out of thin air. "Is there enough room?" Kale asked. "No problem." Mia reached out and grabbed the knot of the bundle. In an instant, the heavy package vanished. "Give me the other things you don't need to use often as well." Even Mia didn't know how large that storage space was, let alone one bundle. Even 99 would fit inside. "That's not necessary," Kale smiled gratefully. Mia nodded and said to the group who were about to set off, "Then just wait for me a moment." She went back down to the basement. It seemed only her sleeping mat was left down there. As she tucked it into her storage space, she looked at the door with a hole in it. She pursed her lips and walked over. "Master Selin." She peeked inside through the hole. The door opened. "My apprentice, have you come to say goodbye?" Selin asked gently. "Yes," Mia nodded. Selin said, "I have something I want to give you." Mia looked inside curiously. "Come here," Selin beckoned her. Mia walked over obediently. Selin closed the pages of the book before her, held it in both hands, and solemnly handed it to Mia. Mia examined the heavy, untitled tome in her hands. "Before you found me, I never thought about what it would be like if I one day had an apprentice," Selin began. "But after you took me as your master, I thought, if one day I had an outstanding apprentice, what gift could I give her? So I began writing this book. At first, I didn't think you would necessarily be able to receive this gift from me. But now, I feel that you are the most suitable recipient for it." Mia listened intently to Selin's words. "This book contains all my life's work on the origin of glintstone magic. I hope you will accept it." Mia swallowed hard. She was already a glintstone sorcerer, so naturally, she knew just how precious the lifelong research of a primeval sorcerer was. "This book contains both the origin as understood by my teacher, Archmage Azza, and the origin as I understand it. For us sorcerers, lineage is a very important thing. My apprentice, I hope that on your path to becoming Elden Lord, while I cannot accompany you, it may take my place and continue to help you explore the origin of the stars." Mia held the book tightly and bowed deeply to Selin. "All right," Selin said with a smile, waving her hand. "I know you have a journey ahead, and your companions are waiting." "Yes," Mia responded softly. "Please take care of yourself." Mia walked out of Selin's study, then suddenly remembered something. She suddenly turned around, startling Selin. "What is it?" "It's just about the stars, there's something I want to tell you." Mia had made up her mind. "It's knowledge I learned as a tarnished from outside the lands between. I don't know if it will be of any help to you." Selin's interest was piqued. "Does my student also have something to teach me?" She was clearly looking forward to it. Mia nodded solemnly. She said, "Actually, the stars in the sky are suns. They are the faint light reaching us from suns shining on other worlds in the far, far distance." Selin leaned forward. "All suns?" Mia nodded. "In a certain world outside the lands between, people call the distant starry sky the universe. To explore it, they built telescopes that can see stars billions of kilometers away, and they discovered that those stars are all suns. Red suns, white suns, blue suns, orange suns. And newborn suns, dying suns. It is distant suns that make up the beautiful night sky. Even the light of the moon originates from the sun, the moon reflects the sun's light." Selin sat behind her desk, supporting the bottom of her glintstone crown with her hands, deep in thought. Chapter 55, she murmured to herself. "This is truly..." Selin's hands curled and relaxed, and the sorceress constantly shifted her posture in her chair. She was urgently contemplating the validity of this knowledge. Then she stood up and paced around the room. "If stars are suns, Then the star seeds that the primeval sorcerers have sought to become until now I assent that a completely wrong path. Mia called out with some concern. She didn't know if the knowledge from her previous life held true in this fantasy world. At Mia's call, the deep-in-thought Selene looked up. If this is true, then it is undoubtedly a brand new path for exploring the origins of the stars. I must think on this carefully. Ah, my apprentice. Thank you for telling me this knowledge from beyond the lands between. My apprentice is already able to teach her master. I am very pleased. All right, don't keep your companions waiting too long. Mia nodded and backed out of Selene's study. Selene wanted to dive into her research immediately to study the meaning behind the phrase, "the stars are suns." But before her departing apprentice, she should still act as a master and see her off. Although this phantom body could not leave the study, she could still watch her apprentice's back with her gaze. Mia turned around and walked toward the stairs leading out of the basement without looking back. The study door closed once again. A glintstone flew up and embedded itself perfectly into the hole in the center of the door. The sun is a star. Selene waved her glintstone staff. Under the illusion of the starry sky, she looked up, repeatedly mulling over the words Mia had said to her. The girl, whose feet were already on the stairs, looked back at the closed door and sighed. In this life, it wasn't that she hadn't experienced parting before. Even though she knew they would surely meet again. This was the first time she had experienced such sentimentality. This journey had already given Mia many firsts. It seemed she was slowly becoming more interested in this world. Mia looked at the book and placed it into her storage space. She walked out of the basement. Nothing left behind. Let's head out. Mia summoned Torrent and skillfully flipped onto the horse's back. Kale also mounted his donkey. Without much fuss, the group walked out of the Waystation Street ruins, where they had stayed for a month and a half. The Waystation Street ruins faced south from the north. To the south lay that vast grassland, stretching all the way to a lakeshore that couldn't be seen from here. To the north and east, however, was rugged hilly terrain crisscrossed with cliffs. Mia intended to head northwest. Kale suddenly stopped. You're going north, right? Mia turned her gaze toward him. A word that felt distancing had come from his mouth. What's wrong? Kale took a breath. I'm going south to the Weeping Peninsula to find my kin there. By yourself? Mia asked with some worry. She remembered that when they had walked out of that forest and turned south, Kale had clearly expressed his future plans. Go south, find my kin, and then head north together to find traces of the great caravan. During the month and a half at Waystation Street, she had almost forgotten that Kale had his own goals too. Kale said with confidence, don't underestimate the nomadic people. Before I met you, didn't I live this long and experience so many travels alone? That was true. Mia had no intention of stopping Kale from achieving his goals. If anything, her month and a half at the Waystation Street ruins had already delayed what Kale needed to do for a long time. Then your things, Mia said, preparing to take the bundle Kale had just handed her out of her storage space. Those are for you guys. Kale answered with a smile. There are some pots in the bag as well as pans, bowls, ladles, a tent, sleeping bags, and other odds and ends. Otherwise, without me, you probably wouldn't even know how to cook. Then what about you? I have spares, of course. Just consider it a gift. That won't do. During their time at Waystation Street, Mia had already received too many favors from Kale for free. The cleaning of the camp and the morning and evening meals were all prepared by Kale. If she accepted such a gift as well, Mia would truly feel uneasy. I still have some money. The girl pulled out her last remaining 3,000 runes. They were found earlier while cleaning up the battlefield of the Pumpkinhead Soldier and the Miranda flowers. She handed the coin purse to Kale, and the latter had no intention of refusing. That works, I am a merchant after all. Saying this, Kale took the coin purse. But even if there were no money, he wouldn't have taken back the things he had already given Mia. Then I'll be off. Kale flicked the reins, driving Mia forward a few steps. Please take care of yourself, she wished him sincerely. The merchant smiled. Take care. Wilden looked at this merchant of a different race, who had traveled with them for so long, and thumped his chest hard. His chainmail made a crisp clashing sound. This was the etiquette of a soldier. Kale held out a hand. You take care too, Wilden. To think that at the beginning, he had quite disliked this Royal Army soldier. Melina appeared beside Mia. She also bid farewell to Kale. Melina's eyes swept over the indifferent, yawning Patches. Disgust flowed from her gaze, and she kicked Patches in the ankle. Patches let out a miserable cry. What was that for? All eyes gathered on him, and Patches shuddered. Oh, right, take care. Kale replied, forget it, I'm afraid you'll curse me. All right, see you later. The merchant waved and shouted. Riding his donkey and carrying his instrument, he trotted off toward the southeast. Mia gazed in that direction. Before long, Kale's back had become smaller than a fingernail. Let's go as well. Mia pulled the reins. Chapter 46. Monglu River. Many people said they were turned away by the synopsis QAQ. Does anyone have any good suggestions? After leaving the way station street ruins, they traveled northwest along the road. The group's speed was much slower compared to a month ago. Because Patches didn't have a mount like Kale, nor was he as tireless as Wilden. And starting from some unknown time, Melina had been following by Mia's side, not disappearing as she usually did. For Melina, who usually rarely appeared, following along like this was a rare occurrence. After all, during the month and a half at Waystation Street, Melina hadn't appeared many times. She took the initiative to hold Torrent's reins. Long before Torrent became Mia's mount, he was already familiar with Melina. Mia noticed this. Don't you plan to materialize as a spirit? Melina shook her head. It's better this way. I can truly experience the feeling of traveling. Melina turned back and gave Mia a very faint smile. It was a smile so faint that Mia doubted if she was seeing an illusion. It probably really was an illusion. Actually, Littlewood's emotionless trait was also quite cute. Since Melina decided to stay by Mia's side on foot, the party had become for people. For people. Mia rubbed her chin. Wilden walked at the very front. 56 Section 56 Chapter 56. Melina led Torrent by the reins. Patches walked idly at the very back. There was a constant sense of déjà vu, but something was missing. Wait a minute. Mia suddenly shouted, then turned her head. Patches. Do something. Under coercion, literal, and inducement, using a sharp blade to persuade, Patches shouldered the burden with a thick wooden stick. He had a face that screamed, forced into business. That's more like it. Feeling very satisfied with her arrangement, Mia sat on horseback, nodding with smug contentment. Let's go, the things inside are already very light. The roasted whole sheep from last night hadn't been finished. After Mia went to sleep, Kale had divided it into 2 portions in preparation for their parting the next morning. The larger portion accounted for 3/4 of the sheep's weight, all cut into easily stackable shapes and stuffed into the bag Kale had given Mia. However, by the time Patches took the bag, Mia had already taken the food out of it. It seemed like things wouldn't spoil inside the storage space. The girl holding the stargazing staff hummed the melody of You Carry the Load, I Lead the Horse. The 4 master and disciples continued their journey westward. But unlike when she first arrived, Mia chose to travel along the main road, making encounters with people inevitable. So she had the 3 spirit wolves scatter to maintain a lookout several kilometers away to the front, the rear, and across the fields. If they encountered approaching strangers, the spirit wolves would immediately return to sound the alarm. They traveled peacefully like this until nightfall, when they found a ruin by the main road. A shallow stream flowed through the ruin, passed through a culvert under the main roadbed, and eventually led to Lake Aguil. This place seemed to have been a way station as well. Being the former main road, there certainly needed to be places for people to rest and stay. But unlike the way station street where Master Selin was hiding, there were neither brutal Miranda flowers nor oversized, crazed pumpkin-head soldiers here. It was just an ordinary ruin that had once been a way station. Mia decided to camp within the ruins. One thing to be thankful for was that they had found the way station street where Master Selin was located right away, without wasting unnecessary time on other way station ruins along the main road. They lit a campfire at night and made do with a meal by reheating the leftover roast meat from the night before. The journey thereafter followed much the same pattern. Though the scenery was constantly changing, humans are not machines that can record everything. After getting tired of looking, all the scenery seemed to become stagnant and unchanging. Walking on the main road gave the illusion of a very slow pace. When she was with Kale before, they had adhered to the principle that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line and cross directly through the wilderness. But when building a road, one cannot simply follow the shortest straight line. The path must extend along terrain suitable for roadbed construction. However, although it was a bit slower, they were able to find ruins to shelter from the wind and rain almost every night. Not having to sleep out in the open wilderness was a good thing. Recalling the scenes in the forest before, waking up to dew dripping on her in the morning, Mia expressed that she absolutely never wanted to experience that again. They moved along leisurely. They passed several deserted villages. On the road, they encountered several groups of muddled, completely non-aggressive wandering the ever-living. A week later, a bridge spanning a great river appeared before them. Patches had once said that the great river was named the Monglu River. Though it sounded like the name of a small forest brook, the Monglu River was indeed, without a doubt, a surging great river with a span of over 100 meters. The entire stretch of the river was sandwiched between nearly vertical canyons. And the stone bridge above it, which seemed to be built at the widest part of the river, as if to show off, was undoubtedly a wonder that could only be built in a fantasy world's Middle Ages. As expected, there are heavy guards, Mia, standing high and seeing far, said with regret. We should be able to sneak through. Wilden answered. It just so happened that Kale wasn't there. She and Patches could probably pretend to be tarnished being captured for grafting. It's better not to take too many risks. Mia shook her head. After all, Wilden was still wearing that surcoat with the great tree and the lion. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Mia didn't want to make things difficult for Wilden. They were once comrades in arms serving the same lord. Mia had no twisted desire to make them kill each other. Although such a thing might not necessarily happen. But didn't Murphy say, if there's a probability of something bad happening, it will happen? Furthermore, Mia's memories of gotcha pulls from her past life made her extremely sensitive to things like probability. There were no pursuers at the moment, and supplies were plentiful. There was no reason they had to speed up and sneak through. It was better to take a safer path. Isn't there another way? Mia asked. For example, the suspension bridge they had crossed when they came. That suspension bridge wasn't built by you guys, was it? Mia looked at Patches. Regarding this question, as for who built it, the truth is like drawing lots from a box. You only know what it is once you pull it out. To this, Patches began his nonsense. She wondered if this guy knew that in another world, a scientist named Schrödinger had proposed a theory similar to his. If Schrödinger knew that a bandit had proposed this theory just to make excuses for himself, he would probably die of anger on the spot. Tisk, looks like it wasn't you then. Mia curled her lip in disdain. After being exposed, Patches didn't show a hint of guilt. On the contrary, he still looked proud. At any rate, the fact that the suspension bridge is so well maintained is partly thanks to our Patches bandit gang. Having said that, he paused and then acted mysterious. I actually know of another, closer way to cross the bridge. Ah, it finally appeared. Patches' trickery. First, use lies to lure someone to a location, most often a cliff or a vertical cave, and then kick them down. And this guy's lure was usually, there's treasure ahead, or there's something interesting ahead. Do you think I'll believe you? Mia said with righteous indignation, her expression unchanged. Their relationship was passable, but business was business. Against such things, one must be on guard. I'm not lying to you, there really is another way to cross the river. It's much closer than that previous bridge. Melina stared at Patches, pondered for a moment, and then looked at Mia. He probably isn't lying. The kindling maiden was far more sensitive to lies and sincerity than ordinary people. Is that so? Mia was somewhat surprised. If Melina, who had always disliked Patches and treated him even more harshly than Kale did, was willing to speak up for him and clear his name. Perhaps Patches wasn't wrong. Then let's go. You lead the way, and don't try any tricks. Mia warned. This attitude caused Patches to display a superficial sadness. Do you distrust me that much? After we've been through so much together. A leopard can't change its spots, Mia shrugged. To put it more bluntly, a dog can't stop eating dung. Though sometimes, Patch's trickery wasn't malicious. In Dark Souls 3's Ringed City, he tricked the player, who already considered him a friend, and kicked them into a deep pit. But he was actually sending the player onto the correct path towards the ending. In the original Elden Ring, Patches kicked the player down the mountain at Volcano Manor. But he also gave the warning, don't go near Volcano Manor. The problem was, if you want to help someone, can't you use a more acceptable method? Being tsundere is out of style, you know. Do you think you're some mature lady who can stir up masochistic desires in people? With that shiny bald head, even someone like Mia wouldn't feel any desire. Most likely, players' feelings toward this guy were a state of love-hate. Move it, move it. Mia urged. I'm clearly trying to help you, what kind of attitude is this? Patches grumbled, shouldering the load and leading the group into the wilderness. When the time comes and you actually get us there, I'll apologize to you. Don't you always say it's fine as long as there's an apology? That's true. The guards in front of the Great Bridge did not notice them. The four successfully left the main road and vanished into the ravine-filled wilderness. There was a small river valley formed by an ancient river that happened to lead to the banks of the Monglu River. Following the narrow small riverbed downwards, they could already hear the sound of the Monglu River flowing. Mia had Torrent return to the ring, and cautiously stepped on the loose rocks to head lower. When the view suddenly opened up, she looked to the left and could see that magnificent stone bridge spanning the two banks from below. In the middle of the several hundred-meter-long stone bridge were two piers like skyscrapers, deeply rooted in the flowing water, parting the white waves. The river water here was much calmer than the water under that suspension bridge. And to the right, they stepped onto a treacherous narrow path along the cliffside. Forward from here. Mia still wasn't sure where Patches was taking them. Chapter 57. The high cliffs and the narrow path, without any protection, made her legs feel a bit weak. Fortunately, she was much calmer than when she had crossed the suspension bridge before. As long as Mia tried hard not to show her emotions and gripped her stargazing staff tightly, she could still keep up with Patch's pace. People are always making progress, after all. After walking along the path for several hours, the river below drew closer and closer to them. Turning back to look, the great bridge had long since disappeared from sight. At the narrowest section, the ledge beneath their feet wasn't even as wide as a horse's rump. Patches had to turn sideways to barely maintain his balance, while Wilden had to press himself tightly against the cliff face to move along. However, this had nothing to do with Mia. Thumping her staff down, the young girl transformed into a scattering of blue fluorescence. Then, she appeared on a slightly wider platform in the distance. Glintstone magic, kid. Melina could also appear directly beside Mia with a single blink. That's such cheating. Patches wailed as he took a leap, leaving the dangerously narrow path behind. The group rested on this platform for a moment, sharing supplies to regain their strength before continuing their arduous trek along the cliff. Patches continued to lead the way, advancing for about another hour. The closer they got to the river, the colder it became. "We're almost there," Patches suddenly shouted. Beside the road ahead, a small triangular pile of stones appeared, with a pale, ghastly skull placed on top. It wasn't until this moment that Mia realized where Patches was taking them. Although there were no such stone piles in the game, it was obvious that Patches recognized this marker. Therefore, it wasn't hard to make the connection. Patches was taking them to Menglu Cave. Patches' old lair. This was where the Tarnished in the game first met Patches. "You're taking us to your territory?" Mia asked. She wasn't worried about her safety. After all, Patches' subordinates were just a bunch of disorganized rabble. She was just puzzled that there would actually be another way to cross the river in that place. "That's right," Patches answered frankly. With a clear conscience, he really wasn't planning to trick anyone. Besides, with Mia, Wilden, and Melina, there were 3 of them. Even if he wanted to trick them, he could only kick one at a time. "That's strange." Patches looked around. "I remember I arranged sentries here. Maybe it's because you've been gone for too long, and your lackeys have all switched sides." "Isn't that because of you? Who told you to go out and rob people?" Back and forth, Mia and Patches bickered without yielding to each other. A suspension bridge appeared ahead. It was an old bridge that made one worry it might collapse at any moment at first glance. The suspension bridge hung over the narrowest part of the river, and also the closest to the water, nearly touching the surface. As the river flowed past, the mist formed by the rushing water against the rocks was trapped within the canyon, lingering for a long time. Through the thin mist, one could see a dark cave embedded in the cliff face on the opposite side of the river, half hidden by weeds. On the opposite cliff face, there were also narrow paths leading left and right. "Those bastards, just watch me go and teach them a lesson," Patches muttered to himself as he stepped onto the suspension bridge first. Mia could hear the moss-covered ropes of the bridge give a creak. "Is it really safe?" She didn't ask this for herself but for Wilden. Mia could cross the bridge directly using teleportation magic, but Wilden could not. "Don't worry, even 7 or 8 people could walk across it," Patches said nonchalantly. Setting an example, he walked with large strides and reached the middle of the bridge in just a few breaths. That was true, even for bandits. It was impossible for 7 or 8 of them to not even weigh as much as one Wilden. "You go first," Mia said to Wilden. The soldier carefully stepped onto the suspension bridge. Although this bridge was dilapidated, it hadn't reached the point where it would collapse upon being stepped on. In short, Wilden crossed smoothly. Patches was already standing in front of the cave entrance. Patches shouted loudly toward the cave. Echoes drifted out from within. However, no one answered his call. After Wilden, Mia also used teleportation magic to send herself to the other side of the river. "Don't you even remember your boss, Patches?" Patches was clearly a bit indignant. "These guys, without me here to take charge, they didn't all run away, did they?" "Bandit friendships, as expected." Melina, draped in her hood, mocked coldly. "How could that be?" Patches spat indignantly. Could they really have all run off? Saying so, he prepared to walk into this cave he was so familiar with. "Wait a moment." Wilden reached out a hand and stopped him. Patches was stopped outside the cave, confused. The soldier frowned deeply. He drew his sword and pushed aside the grass half covering the cave. Wafting out from the cave along with the cold, damp air was the metallic scent of blood. Chapter 47, Bloodfinger Writer's Block. "I've got a burden now that it's been published. I'm so afraid of not writing well. If everyone has suggestions, please do bring them up." What poured out from that cave was the smell of blood. It was like someone was holding a blood-soaked cloth over your nose and mouth, rushing straight from the nostrils to the throat. Mia subconsciously covered her nose and mouth. Patch's expression immediately changed. The spirit wolf Lapland gave a whimper and sneezed. This kind of smell certainly didn't mean anything good. Wilden turned back and locked eyes with Mia. After seeing the latter nod, the soldier responded with the same gesture. Then, shring, Mia also drew the golden longsword from her waist. One after the other, the two bypassed Patches and walked toward the dark interior of the cave. Hey, 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 wait. Patches suddenly called out to them. What are you doing? Going to see what happened inside, of course. Mia looked back and tilted her head. Patches' reaction was somewhat unexpected, so she didn't know at all what kind of expression she should use to respond. Don't go, don't go. This looks very bad inside. Patches grabbed the two of them, shaking his head desperately, trying to make them return from their lost path. Mia slapped away Patches' hand that was gripping her wrist with a pia. This display made her feel a bit annoyed again. Are you kidding me? Wasn't this your territory before? Don't you want to see what happened here? The cave where Patches himself once hid now emitted an ominous aura. As the former leader of the bandit group, wasn't he worried at all about what had happened inside? Mia looked at Patches with dissatisfaction. Don't be such a coward. That's true, Patches nodded vigorously, but what will I do if something happens to you? Ha, Melina gave a light laugh. Then come inside with us. That way, you won't have to worry about having no one to protect you. Patches was stunned for a moment, wanting to criticize her harshness, but after a long while, he couldn't say a single word. In the end, he could only show a fawning smile and say to Mia, even if I want to go with you, I don't have a weapon. Well, now you do. Wilden threw the spear from his right hand sideways toward Patches. Then he drew his other straight sword. When it came to weapons, neither Mia nor Wilden was lacking. Clearly, Wilden also couldn't stand Patches shrinking back at the critical moment. This. Patches hurriedly caught the spear. Since he had been forced to follow Mia, the only thing he had held until now, besides a rice ladle, was probably just that wooden stick he used for carrying loads. This was Mia's method to prevent Patches from backstabbing them. Although Patches had behaved exceptionally well while eating and living with them, she still hadn't relaxed her vigilance against him. 58 Section 58 Chapter 58 Well, never mind, in this situation, depicting someone as resourceful and calculating would be quite against my conscience. The reason Patches never had a weapon was actually just that Mia had forgotten about it. After all, they hadn't experienced any more battles since dealing with the monsters at the Waystation Street ruins. All right, keep up. Mia urged, leaning on her stargazing staff with one hand and holding the golden sword in the other. A few beads of sweat trickled down Patches' smooth, hairless face. He originally just didn't want to encounter danger, and the ultimate goal of all the excuses he'd made was simply to escape. But he hadn't expected that Mia would happen to have the means to restrain him. About that. I'm good with spears and tower shields. Now that I only have a spear, it's hard for me to fight. A Royal Army Great Shield with a scorched surface was tossed out by Mia. Remember the first Royal Army soldier Mia killed? That Royal Army soldier in the Cave of Learning, who was wielding a spear and shield, when he charged at Mia with his great shield raised. Mia had used Ignite on the shield, the Ignite overflowed from the edges of the shield and burned his face, and then he was finished off by Mia with a short spear. This was the shield left by that soldier, and it still bore the scorched marks from being burned by fire. Originally, after Wilden's great shield had been hacked to pieces by the beastmen of Farum Azula, Mia had intended to give this shield to him. But Wilden hadn't accepted it. So this great shield had remained in Mia's storage space all this time. Faced with such a smooth little combo of moves, Patches no longer had any excuse to avoid the fight. Since you have both a weapon and a shield, go ahead and scout the situation inside the cave. At this moment, Melina added another verbal blow to Patches. I'm going in front. Patches looked at Mia, the leader, with a long face. Hee, Mia chuckled. No need for that. Just follow us. Tormenting Patches was treated as a form of entertainment. That would be quite nice. Mia thought mischievously. Patches stood hunched behind the two of them, in front of Melina. All right, looking back into the Monglu cave, from which a faint smell of blood drifted. Earlier, after pushing aside the grass hiding the entrance, the foul odor had instantly surged out. After that, the smell dissipated quite a bit. Starlight. Mia raised her staff, and a white starlight appeared above her head. Well, this was something she had tinkered with during the journey. Compared to the cool-toned blue light, white light was much more friendly to a 21st-century soldier like Mia. Looking at blue light too much causes nearsightedness, delusional. The starlight hung over Mia's head, sufficient to cast light forward even with Wilden walking in front, passing over his tall head. You guys wait outside, Mia said to the spirit wolves. Then, the group entered the cave. Don't pull any tricks, Mia said to the re-equipped Patches. You saved my life, how could I possibly screw you over? Back then, Patches, who had been beaten until he bled from his eyes and ears by the pumpkin-head soldier, had only been able to survive under Mia's protection. I, Patches the man, value loyalty and friendship. If I say I treat you as a friend, I will absolutely never break my word. Is that so? Mia snorted. I'll reserve judgment. Inside the cave, the smell of blood naturally grew stronger rather than weaker. Be careful, Mia warned Wilden up ahead. The soldier nodded. The group cautiously observed their surroundings as they carefully made their way deeper along the cave's tunnel. Mia walked behind and to the side of Wilden. The tunnel wasn't as narrow as it had appeared from the outside. Mia's gaze could pass Wilden's side to see a slightly more spacious stone chamber ahead. A faint glow appeared in the darkness. Is that a grace? Mia couldn't help but think. Then, rounding a corner, the stone chamber appeared before them. Besides the tunnel leading deeper, there was something else in the stone chamber. It was that glowing thing, a translucent white spirit. Wilden slowed his pace. Can you see him? Mia asked. I can, Wilden replied. Mia turned back to ask Patches. Patches' eyes also reflected the light from the spirit. Clearly, he could see it too. As they moved toward it, Wilden held Mia and the others back. He stepped forward first. At the spirit's feet lay a corpse. In the light, they could see a mangled mass of flesh that hardly looked human anymore, though it could barely be discerned that it had once been a soldier. The spirit had long forgotten its memories of life. It saw someone approaching. Blood, it's blood. The red-fingered villain. The spirit's voice was shrouded in an ethereal echo. Don't ever come back, Boss Patches. Everyone is cursed. The spirit uttered Patches' name. Mia instinctively looked back. So this was a member of the former bandit gang. Killed by someone or something. Was it the work of a Bloodfinger? Bloodfinger Nelius, who appeared before Menglu Cave in the game to block the player, was crazed with blood and constantly hunted tarnished lives. A follower of Mog, Lord of Blood. Patches, holding his spear and great shield, walked over without a word. Squinting his eyes, he looked at the familiar face of the spirit, then down at the mangled corpse. No one knew what he was actually thinking. He poked the remains, which reeked of blood, with his spear. What a bunch of losers, without me, Patches, here to lead, you got invaded so easily. He spat disdainfully. Then, carrying his shield, he continued on. Walking toward the tunnel leading deeper. Hurry up. Patches looked back. I can't see the path without the light. I might know the culprit behind this. Mia, with the starlight above her head, quickly followed. Have you heard of Bloodfingers? TSK, what? You think I want revenge? Patches curled his lip. I wouldn't do something so stupid. All I care about is whether the property I left in here has been stolen. Patches seemed to be his usual self. Only footsteps echoed in the quiet cave. The sound of the Monglu River's flowing water gradually faded. There were clear traces of past life around. Extinguished torches and wooden beams used to reinforce the cave reminded Mia that this wasn't an uninhabited wild cave. There was a more spacious stone chamber ahead, and Patches stopped. He saw something ahead, so he raised his shield and leveled his spear. The opponent was a red humanoid figure. In the cave where the campfires had long since gone out, the red figure clearly saw the white light above Mia's head. It let out a low, beast-like growl as it stumbled toward them. As the figure approached, the group saw the source of the red color on its body. This tall, thin, withered Erdtree folk had already rotted. Crimson veins and tumors were entwined around its body like a thorny curse. Wilden was about to step forward. No matter what kind of enemy he faced, his expression remained unchanged. "Don't move yet," Mia suddenly shouted. As she spoke, the glintstone atop the girl's stargazing staff glowed, and a glintstone pebble shot out, piercing the Erdtree folk cursed by blood. In that instant, the glintstone pebble passing through the soldier's chest shattered their heart. The red figure could only pause for a moment before collapsing to its knees like a stalled machine. Everyone was confused as to why Mia had suddenly stopped Wilden. But only Mia herself knew the reason. "Get back," she shouted again. The red tumors and veins on the red figure began to writhe violently and swell just a moment after it knelt. As if something was about to burst out. Chapter 59. Without a second thought, Mia swung her sword at the air in front of her. Flames clung to the golden blade and were released as she swung. The moment the flames touched the body of the rotten blood person, he exploded. With a loud bang, the blood tumors on the rotten blood person, stretched to their limit, burst apart. The contents scattered by the explosion were none other than blood droplets and blood mist. As high heat met blood, the flames intercepted the spreading blood mist and splashing droplets in front of the group. If it had been any other gas, the flames might not have had an effect. But what the bloodmen released was blood. Upon contact with the fire, the moisture in the blood evaporated, making a sizzling sound as steam rose. Once the flames vanished, the blood mist from the explosion had also disappeared. However, the fishy stench of blood and the burnt smell after being scorched came rushing at them. Mia's stomach cramped from the smell. Her face shifted through shades of blue and purple as she desperately held back, trying her best not to vomit. "Eat some herba, it should help a bit." Wilden scanned the surroundings warily, taking a moment to remind her. The commotion from the explosion just now was quite loud for this cave. If there were other enemies here, they would undoubtedly be attracted by the noise. Patches stared at the ground where, after the explosion, only a pile of shredded meat remained. Even though he had turned into a rotten blood person, Patches still recognized that face. "They're coming," Wilden barked softly. Rustling sounds echoed from the dark tunnels surrounding them. Clearly, there were more putrid blood men. Mia covered her nose and mouth with a piece of cloth to make herself feel a little better. "How many people were in your previous bandit gang in total?" "9, Patches answered in a low voice. He watched as those putrid blood men approached them like mindless zombies. Counting those here, excluding the spirit at the entrance, and the one who just died in the self-explosion, there were exactly 7 putrid bloodmen staggering out from the other tunnels and stone chambers of the cave. These idiots, do they have to cause trouble for people even after they're dead? Patches gripped the shaft of his spear so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Mia took a step forward. "You all saw what happens after these guys die, right? I'll handle them. You two fall back." A slain rotten blood person would explode. It could basically be said that attacking with cold weapons would result in a heavy price if one wasn't careful. So Mia raised the staff in her hand. Wilden and Patches quickly retreated. Mia swept her staff across the air in front of her. The putrid bloodmen growled, and then the light of glintstone appeared before them. "Crystal scatter." In an instant, dazzling glintstone crystals shot out, covering a 90-degree fan-shaped area in front of Mia. And it wasn't just a flat fan shape, countless glintstone crystals formed a three-dimensional plane of attack. Like a torrential rainstorm, they wove into an airtight net, surging toward the putrid bloodmen ahead. Puff, puff, puff. The sounds of glintstone crystals piercing flesh were incessant. The bloodmen staggered under the impact, some being knocked straight to the ground. Every glintstone crystal was as powerful as a launched bolt. Most passed through the fragile flesh of the putrid bloodmen like glintstone pebbles, embedding themselves deep into the rock walls behind them. Only a small portion remained stuck in their bodies. The spraying glintstone crystals made the entire dim stone chamber shine brilliantly. The blood tumors on the defeated putrid bloodmen began to swell. Fire wall. An orange wall of fire blocked the cursed blood mist. But it also obstructed their vision. When the fire wall dissipated, a new situation had emerged. Among the remains of the bloodmen, a person wearing an ornate hood had appeared at some point. They were holding a pair of hideous red daggers, watching them from a distance. Upon seeing this person, Patches immediately shouted, "Who are you?" He hadn't seen this person before. But he had seen the bandits who had been turned into blood men. In an instant Patches had reached his own conclusion. It was impossible for someone to enter from behind him without being noticed, and then appear in front of him. The only possibility was that he had been inside Menglu Cave from the beginning, staying together with the mindless blood men. This person was the culprit behind it all. The man in the ornate black robes and hood lifted his head. His skin was as pale as paper, a sickly white. Everyone stared at him. But after sizing everyone up, the man's gaze settled on Patches. "What an interesting look in your eyes. Do you thirst for revenge? Then, offer up your blood." Chapter 48. Nelius, invasion failed. "You bastard, give me your name, then honestly kneel and apologize to these guys after you die." Facing the man in the cloak and hood clutching the blood-red twin daggers, Bloodfinger, Nelius Patches didn't back down in the slightest. The man's brow twitched. He naturally took Patches' statement as a provocation. "Good spirit. Let's see if you still have that energy after you become my, Nelius's, blood servant." The man lowered his body like a leopard. Beneath his voluminous robes, his muscles were already coiled and ready. This action signaled the start of the battle. Not to be outdone, Patches let out a shout and charged forward with his great shield and spear. Glintstone pebble with a flash of blue light, Mia, who possessed long-range attack means, immediately raised her staff. A blue magic crystal whistled toward the Bloodfinger. How could a Bloodfinger, having survived countless battles, fail to notice Mia as a caster? Especially after she had dealt with all the putrid bloodmen in a single move. From the start, the Bloodfinger had been closely watching the movements of Mia's hands. Finally, the moment he saw the blue light appear, a faint, almost imperceptible look of triumph surfaced on Nelius's face. He dodged the swift pebble that was flying straight at him. A pebble which traveled at a speed similar to an arrow would be absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to dodge at this distance. But he was Nelius, a bloody finger who served the Lord of Blood, and had received the Lord's grace, the blood noble, Nelius. Nelius slid to the side. The moment the swift pebble grazed past him, the blood within his body seeped from the veins in his wrists, and flowed onto the daggers in his hands. He turned as elegantly as a noble, and then the blood-soaked daggers slashed through the air in succession. Two red blades of light actually burst forth through the air. The one right at the front was Patches. Patches charged toward Nelius while holding up his shield and leveling his spear. Mia's eyes widened. This guy was actually willing to be the first to charge. The red air-slashing strikes slammed into Patches' shield. The frontal force made him pause for half a step. Just as he thought his usual turtle tactics were proving effective, the fishy smell of blood made him feel a wave of dizziness. Those two blood slashes undoubtedly contained heretical power. Upon hitting the great shield, the slashes immediately reverted to their original form, becoming splashing blood. Much like the blood mist released by the putrid bloodmen earlier, the blood slashes were like water balloons. They burst immediately upon touching the shield, dyeing it red, and sending droplets flying everywhere. That blood was ominous blood. When it dripped near his feet, the blood inside Patch's body seemed to be drawn by some kind of attraction. He could feel his own blood leaping, thirsting, yearning to become one with the Bloodfinger's blood. I absolutely cannot let his blood touch me. Patches was horrified. If not for this tower shield that could cover his entire body, his own blood would likely have burst out of his body the moment he touched the Bloodfinger's blood. A golden light came from behind. Quite sharp, aren't you? The Bloodfinger suddenly leaped back a distance. This wasn't a retreat due to being at his wit's end, but rather like a cobra coiling its body and arching its neck back before striking it was the precursor to an attack. Whoosh! Nelius dodged another pebble. Mia frowned. She was feeling a bit cramped. Wilden and Patches were both in front of her, and the space inside the cave was limited. She couldn't release unavoidable area of effect magic against Nelius, as she had with the putrid blood men. She didn't have a third-person God's eye view. All she could see was Nelius constantly jumping between Wilden and Patches. Even casting consecutive magic required caution, and more caution. She even had to limit the power of the pebbles she could release. Otherwise, she might damage the cave, leading to incalculable consequences. She was starting to hate caves. The girl's gaze crossed Patch's shoulder and met Nelius's eyes. In that instant, Mia felt the chill of being targeted by a predator. 60 Section 60 Chapter 60 Nelius's killing intent was palpable. Upon him, the phrase "as if walking out from a mountain of corpses, and a sea of blood," was no longer an exaggerated metaphor. It was a reality. Under Mia's white starlight, the blood-colored twin daggers took on a viscous, paint-like reflection. Blood continued to flow from Nelius's wrists, defying gravity and the acceleration of his swings, clinging tightly to his skin, as if an invisible external vessel connected the two. Blood flowed continuously into the daggers. He intended to keep using Bloody Slash. However, his target was no longer the troublesome great shield in front of him. It was the caster at the very back, Mia, who had neither armor for protection nor a shield for cover. Holding his twin blades, the agile Bloodfinger lunged forward. Patches thrust his spear at him, but Nelius easily bypassed it. Patches immediately swung his shield in that direction to bash him. Though he sometimes acted treacherous, cunning, or even cowardly, he was not weak. At the very least, as a tarnished who had made a name for himself in the lands between, Patches possessed enough strength to form his own bandit troop in that lawless land. He even qualified to join Volcano Manor, and could even join the fray when players fought Radon. Even if he was just there for the spectacle. Patches's shield bash missed. Then he suddenly realized Nelius's target wasn't himself. He was charging toward Mia. Even though Wilden still stood between the two of them. But Nelius didn't even spare a glance for Wilden. His crimson eyes were locked onto Mia like a wild dog staring down its prey. After all, in his eyes, Wilden was nothing more than a mere royal army soldier. How could he possibly stop Nelius? How could he stop Bloodfinger Nelius, a tarnished who served the Lord of Blood, and had become a bloody noble? In the single moment they crossed paths, he could slit the royal army soldier's throat and seize his remaining blood. The dagger in his right hand, held in a reverse grip, had already lashed out. Clang! Nelius was pulled by the resistance against his right hand, his body jerked, and he nearly lost his balance. His pupils shrank as he turned his head in disbelief. The strike that should have finished off this royal army soldier had actually been blocked. It was blocked by that native dressed as a royal army soldier in a surcoat, using twin swords. How is this possible? How could a royal army soldier have such reaction speed? With such reaction speed, how could he be just a royal army soldier? Are you wearing those clothes just to make a fool out of me? In a fit of rage, Nelius's other dagger followed immediately like a venomous snake's tongue. Clang! Nelius had two daggers. Wilden also had two straight swords. Twin daggers against twin swords. For a moment, Nelius actually couldn't do anything to Wilden. Nelius suddenly realized that this guy of unknown identity, a wolf in sheep's clothing, was superior to him in terms of strength. If this stalemate continued, he would be the one to fail. Cold sweat seeped from Nelius's forehead. Within this brief second, Nelius analyzed the situation. In front of him, besides the soldier, there was the caster who was already making a move. Behind him was the bald man with the spear and great shield. If it were just one soldier, dealing with a clunky great shield would be a simple matter, even easy. But there were 3 enemies. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. And now, it was 2 fists against 6 hands. What should I do? He had undoubtedly underestimated his opponent. This royal army soldier was actually so powerful. But was it his fault? What kind of jerk likes to play the pig to eat the tiger like this? There was no time to think of a strategy. Patches's spear was already coming for his kidneys. He took a proactive step back, resolutely giving up on blocking Wilden's blades. Ftay's straight sword slashed down from his left shoulder blade, cutting through at least half the bone. The reason Nelius didn't split in 2 was that he lunged toward Mia the instant he retreated. This scene of survival by shedding a tail like a lizard didn't cause Wilden to pause for even a moment. For in his memories, the undying royal army on the battlefield were far more frenzied than this. The other sword swung toward Nelius's neck, and Nelius exerted every ounce of his remaining strength. He escaped that fatal swing. Blood poured from the wound like a waterfall. Extremely easy bleeding was the grace of the Lord of Blood. Correspondingly, even after losing a massive amount of blood, Nelius could still fight with full strength. The moment he rushed toward Mia, he pressed his palm against his wound, his nails digging deep into the flesh. He let out a painful roar. "O philanthropic Lord of Blood, please share your power with me." Blood flame talons. A crimson, bright power of blood attached to Nelius's hand, and then, like a beast, he swung his claws at Mia. From beginning to end, the young girl before Nelius watched him with a calm expression. "Die, die. Just die for me." The 2 grew closer and closer. Mia's staff tapped against the ground, producing a sound that filled Nelius's heart with icy despair. The caster in front of the blood finger vanished into a pile of stardust. She instantly appeared behind him. Swift glintstone pebble, the fist-sized shard, enhanced by a special formula, struck Nelius with the speed of a bullet leaving a barrel. The impact caused him to stumble forward violently, covering several meters. Mia narrowed her eyes. A massive hole had appeared in Nelius's chest. Heh, blood sprayed from his nose and mouth. It is said that after the heart stops, human consciousness can remain for 7 seconds. These 7 seconds were his final chance at life. A powerful survival instinct drove him. In an instant, he pulled out a red flask of sacred tears and downed the liquid inside. The terrifying hole in his chest was healing at a visible rate. I must escape. That was his only thought. From shedding his tail, by taking Wilden's sword strike to attacking Mia, all were sacrifices made for the sake of fleeing. However, Mia's teleportation magic and the swift glintstone pebble that heavily wounded him were not part of his expectations. The Bloodfinger ran desperately toward the cave exit. He had killed countless tarnished as sacrifices for the Lord of Blood. Through this, he had received the grace of the Lord of Blood. Because of this, he could not simply die in this place. He couldn't let everything he had done, all the slaughter, go to waste. He absolutely could not become a sacrifice himself. Nelius panted heavily. Even with the recovery from the flask of sacred tears, after being heavily wounded, the brief aftereffects wouldn't disappear immediately. After all, a fist-sized hole had just appeared in his chest. Nelius could already see the dawn at the cave entrance. As long as he could reach that place. I'm sorry, but please return to the Erd tree. A slightly raspy female voice suddenly sounded from behind. A gentle but irresistible hand grabbed Nelius's shoulder. Ftay's curved silver dagger pierced through Nelius's chest. This time, there were no more tears in his flask of sacred tears. But he still struggled, reaching out to touch that bottle. Then, even that final, illusory hope vanished. Nelius's flask of sacred tears was now held in Melina's hand. A tarnished, maddened by cursed blood, a villain who hunts his kin and obstructs the Elden Lord. You are unworthy of holding such a precious gift. Nelius's body collapsed face down onto the stones. Melina glanced at him, then looked away. The flask of sacred tears in her hand gradually dissolved into golden light, leaving only 3 golden seeds in her palm. Subsequently, Melina returned to Mia's side. "Where's Nelius?" Patches pressed for an answer. Melina replied, "He is dead. These are the Erd tree seeds I recovered from his flask of sacred tears. Lady Mia, please accept them. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.